The rain had already been falling for hours by the time I pulled into the gravel driveway, and the forest around my uncle's old house looked like a drowned world. The November storms in western Pennsylvania were always unpredictable, but that night felt brutal even by local standards. Wind ripping through the trees, rain pounding sideways, thunder rolling so deeply it rattled the steering wheel beneath my palms. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, watching the wipers fight uselessly against the sheets of water. The porch light flickered, struggling against the dark like a dying lantern. Uncle David was gone, had been for almost a year, and yet the house still felt like his place, untouched, frozen in time. I wasn't supposed to be there long, just the weekend. Clean out the last of the attic boxes so the house could be listed for sale. My mom didn't want to step foot inside again after losing her brother, and I had my own complicated history with the place. But I'd promised. I always kept my promises. The storm intensified as I grabbed my bag and hurried toward the porch. By the time I reached the front door, my jeans felt twice as heavy from the rain. I pushed the key into the lock and stepped inside quickly, shutting out the storm with a loud slam. Inside, the air felt stale, cold, like the house had been holding its breath for months. Dust lay in thin gray sheets across the furniture. Plastic covers still wrapped the armchairs the way my uncle always kept them, like he was expecting guests he didn't really want sitting down. I flipped the light switch. Nothing. Great. The storm must have knocked out the power. I set my bag down, fished out my phone, and turned on the flashlight. The narrow beam cut across the living room, catching on old picture frames, a grandfather clock that hadn't ticked since I was a kid, and the dark entryway that led to the kitchen. I had been in the house less than a minute when I heard the first sound, a low thud upstairs. Not loud, but heavy, like someone dropping a book on the floor. I froze. The house was empty, completely empty. That was the one thing I was sure of. I had checked every room with the realtor 2 weeks before, doors locked, windows secure. I listened carefully. The rain hammered the roof in uneven, frantic rhythms. The wind howled through the trees outside. Another thud came, this one quieter, like a shifting weight. I swallowed hard and told myself it was just the storm. Houses made noises, especially old ones. But that didn't explain the next sound, a slow dragging, as if something heavy was being pulled across the upstairs hallway. My chest tightened. I forced myself to move deeper into the house, flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. The smell hit me before I reached the staircase, a damp, earthy odor, like wet soil mixed with something sour. The same smell I remembered from childhood. I shut that memory down before it could fully form. The stairs creaked under my weight as I climbed, each step marked by the muffled roar of the storm outside. When I reached the top, the dragging sound stopped abruptly. I shined my light down the hallway, 3 doors. Bathroom, guest room, my uncle's bedroom at the end. All closed. The smell was strongest near his room. I approached slowly, feeling my heartbeat pulse in my fingertips. My hand hovered over the doorknob for a moment before I finally turned it. The door swung open with a long, tired groan. Nothing inside. Just a dark room, the curtains drawn, the bed neatly made the way he'd always kept it. I stepped inside, sweeping the flashlight around. The beam landed on a framed photo beside the bed. My uncle, my mother, me at age 6. The same year, I stopped wanting to visit the house. The same year, I heard something moving in the walls. I blinked away the memory. That's when I noticed something else. The closet door. It was open just a crack. Not fully ajar, just enough to show a sliver of darkness within. Just enough to make the smell stronger. I approached slowly. The floorboard just outside the closet had scratch marks, fresh ones, thin and jagged as if something sharp had dug into the wood. I reached out to pull the closet door open. My phone buzzed violently in my pocket, making me jump so badly I almost dropped it. My mom. I answered quickly. "Hey, I just got her. Get out of the house," she said sharply. Her voice was shaking. "Right now." "What?" "Why?" I was going through some of David's papers tonight, and I found something. About the house. About. The call cut out. Silence. Then faint static. Then something else. A low, rasping breath. Not my mother. Not human. I hung up immediately, my heart hammering against my ribs. The closet door moved, just a few inches. But enough, something shifted inside. I didn't wait. I ran. Down the hall, down the stairs, nearly tripping at the bottom. I grabbed my keys, threw open the front door, and plunged into the storm. The wind hit me so hard it shoved me sideways. Rain soaked my face, my clothes, everything instantly. My shoes skidded on the slick gravel. I reached my car, yanked the door open, and got inside, slamming the lock button over and over. I started the engine, but before I pulled away, I made the mistake of looking back at the house. The porch light flickered again, and in that flicker, I saw the silhouette standing just inside the open front door. Tall, wrongly tall. Head tilted sideways at an angle no neck should bend, arms hanging low, almost to its knees. Not moving, just watching. Lightning flashed. The doorway was empty. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. I reversed too quickly, sending gravel spraying across the yard, and sped down the long driveway, the trees on either side whipping in the wind like frantic arms. But even as I reached the road, something gnawed at me, a horrible knowledge. When the silhouette disappeared with the lightning, it hadn't faded. It had moved. By the time I reached town, 15 minutes away, I could barely think straight. I parked in front of the 24-hour diner, hands shaking so violently I could hardly turn off the ignition. The waitress saw me stumble in, dripping wet, pale as chalk, and rushed over with towels and a glass of water. I tried to explain what happened, but the words wouldn't come, and then my phone buzzed again. "Mom," I answered with a trembling hand. "Mom, are you okay?" "I found the report," she said, her voice thick. "The one David tried to hide, from 1999. I froze. "You were 6, she continued. "Do you remember the night you woke up screaming when you said something was watching you from the vent?" I gripped the phone so hard I thought it would crack. "Yes. You weren't imagining it," she said. A man went missing from the property that month. A drifter. They searched everywhere. Only thing they found were," she hesitated, "long scratch marks inside the walls." The diner suddenly felt too quiet, too bright, too small. "He'd been living inside the house," my mom said. "Inside the walls. For who knows how long. The doctors thought your uncle imagined it later in life when he claimed he still heard the man moving around." I felt my stomach drop. Uncle David wasn't imagining anything. "No," she whispered. "I don't think he was." I swallowed hard. But that guy, that was decades ago. Nobody could survive that long in more static, then a click, then her voice again. But quiet, too quiet. "He's still there." I blinked. "Mom?" Her voice cracked like a broken radio, warped and distorted. "He never left." Something cold slid down my spine. I pulled the phone away and stared at the screen. Call ended, but the timer was still counting. As if the call hadn't ended at all, as if someone had hung up on her end only, but the line was still open. A faint sound filtered through the speaker. Breathing. Slow, wet, heavy. Coming from inside the closet, I ended the call myself and immediately dialed 911, but my phone flashed no service. The storm must have knocked out another tower. I stayed in the diner until nearly dawn, too terrified to move. Every time the front door opened, even with the friendly chime of the bell, I jumped so violently the waitress asked twice if I needed medical attention. When the storm finally died down, I drove to the police station. Officers checked the house. Nothing. No footprints. No signs of forced entry. No evidence anyone had been there. But that smell, the wet, earthy rot, lingered heavily in my uncle's bedroom. And in the closet, on the inside of the door, were fresh scratch marks. Deep. Thin, jagged, as if made by hands that had no right to still exist. I didn't stay another night. I drove home shaking, sleep-deprived, and nauseous. Mom would barely speak to me. She insisted she doesn't remember the call. Said she had fallen asleep and woke up hours later. Her phone showed no outgoing calls after 8 p.m. But I still hear the voice. Not clearly. Never clearly. Just enough. Enough to know it wasn't my mother speaking at the end. Enough to know whatever was in that house wasn't a man anymore. Enough to know it remembered me. 2 weeks later, the realtor called. She asked if I'd been back to the house. Someone had left the front door open again. Mud all over the floor. Long footprints leading up the stairs, and the closet door in my uncle's room was wide open, wider than it could naturally go. The hinges had torn from the frame. I told her I hadn't been there. I didn't tell her I never would be again. But sometimes, on rainy November nights like that one, I wake up to my phone buzzing. No caller ID, just heavy breathing on the other end. Slow, wet, patient, like something waiting for me to fall asleep again. Like something that spent decades behind the walls and learned how to wait. Story. The end. Rain hammered the shingles hard enough to shake the frame of the little rental house on the edge of King County, Washington, but I barely noticed. I'd grown used to the sound. I'd been living there for almost 9 months, long enough for the constant gray, the wet pine smell, and the heavy, low-hung clouds to feel like part of the walls themselves. It was November. The kind of November where the daylight barely feels real, where the sky never fully decides whether it's morning or evening. I was 26, newly single, and working a night shift IT job for a logistics company. My schedule meant I slept during the day, stocked my fridge at 2 in the morning, and wandered through a world most people only glimpsed in passing. I'd gotten used to strange hours, strange shadows, and strange noises that belonged to the night. But nothing, not the wind, not the trees, not the occasional coyotes, prepared me for the night that still makes the hair rise on my arms whenever I talk about it. It started on a Thursday, sometime close to midnight, and for once I wasn't working. A system update had gone smoothly for once, and my supervisor told me to take the night off. I ordered greasy takeout, cracked open a beer, and sat by the living room window listening to the rain build into a steady roar. Out there beyond the yard was forest, miles of it. Washington is full of places where you can walk 100 feet from your door and be swallowed whole. I didn't mind the isolation, at least not at first. It was a little after 1 when the first sound came, a sharp, singular crack that echoed across the backyard like someone snapping a branch. I didn't pay much mind. Big trees, big storm. They break. I got another beer. 5 minutes later, the motion-activated light tripped. The backyard lit up in a soft, yellow cone. I expected to see a deer or maybe the neighbor's trash-loving dog nosing around by the fence. But the yard was empty. Empty but disturbed. The gate along the back fence, the one that led straight into thick woods, was open. Wide open. I frowned. I'd locked it earlier that day. I was sure of it. The latch was stiff and always needed 2 hands to close. No wind could have blown it open. But again, I brushed it off. Maybe I'd forgotten. Maybe the storm had loosened something. Maybe the bolt slipped. Maybe. The rain thickened. The wind pushed against the windows like it wanted in. Around 2:30, I shut off the TV and killed the lights, ready to head to bed. But then I heard something else. Something that stopped me cold. A voice. A man's voice. Low, muffled, coming from somewhere outside. I eased closer to the kitchen window, trying not to make a sound. Through the sheet of rain, I could just make out the yard. The light had clicked off again. I pressed my forehead closer to the glass and squinted. There was someone near the open gate, just barely visible. A figure, standing still. The rain made it impossible to see details, just a dark shape, tall, unmoving. I held my breath, waiting to see if he turned toward the house, but he didn't move at all. He just stood there. I felt my gut clench. Slowly, carefully, I backed away from the window and checked the front door's deadbolt. Solid. I checked the back door. Locked. I checked the small basement door I never used. Locked. Still, I couldn't pull myself away from the thought of that shape standing out there, drenched but motionless. After 10 minutes of pacing and listening, I went for my phone. I almost called 911. Almost. But I hesitated. The guy could have been a hiker who got lost in the storm, or a neighbor, or someone drunk. Calling the cops felt too dramatic unless he came toward the house. I told myself that if I heard anything else, I'd call. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, the rain had slowed to a sprinkle, and daylight, thin, gray daylight, revealed nothing in the yard. No footprints in the mud, no sign anyone had stood by the gate. The only thing out of place was the gate itself, still wide open. I shut it firmly and slid the heavy bolt into place. It gave its usual grinding resistance. No way that thing opened by accident. I should have called someone then. My landlord, the sheriff, anyone. But I didn't. 2 nights later, the storm returned, bringing an even heavier downpour. I was working, staring at monitors in my dim office setup when I heard footsteps on the gravel outside. Not random crunches, measured, slow, coming toward the house. I froze listening. Sometimes animals, especially raccoons, wander close and sound big. But these weren't animal steps. They were too heavy, too steady. I muted my headphones and clicked off my desk lamp. The house dipped into darkness except for the glow of my monitors. I stood up carefully and moved toward the living room window, angling myself so I could see out without being seen. I saw nothing, but the steps kept coming. Crunch, 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 right up to the porch. Then silence. The kind of silence that makes your heartbeat deafening. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. Finally, I heard it, a hand sliding along the outside of the door. Very slow. Very deliberate. I felt a wave of nausea rise up. I backed away from the door, phone in my hand. This time, I wasn't hesitant. I dialed the King County non-emergency number. They forward to dispatch unless it's urgent. The line went straight to hold. I stood there listening to the rain and that faint scraping sound outside when suddenly something hit the door. Not a knock. A push. Like someone testing how solid it was. I swallowed hard and whispered, "Please pick up." Finally, someone answered. I tried to keep my voice even as I explained the situation. Storm, footsteps, someone on my porch, maybe trying the door. The dispatcher said an officer was on the way. 5 minutes later, the footsteps retreated. Light. Quick. Almost hurried. By the time a deputy arrived, the porch was empty. He swept the yard with a flashlight, checked the gate, still locked, and found nothing. No footprints in the wet gravel. No sign anyone had walked there. He asked if I drank. I told him 2 beers hours ago. He nodded like that explained everything. Before he left, he told me to get more lighting out back and maybe invest in a camera system. Translation, probably nothing, probably your imagination. But I knew what I heard. The next day, I bought 2 extra floodlights and a cheap set of motion cameras. I installed everything by afternoon. The cameras connected to my phone and sent alerts when triggered. That night, nothing. The next night, nothing. I started telling myself I must have been stressed or overtired. The brain plays tricks when you live alone in the woods. I tried going for a drive one morning after my shift ended. I bought groceries. I bought a better deadbolt. I bought another 6-pack even though I was trying to cut back. For a week, everything felt normal again. Then came November 21st. The rain that night was biblical, hammering, relentless. The power flickered twice around 9 and finally cut out for good just after 10. The house dipped into full darkness except for the dim battery emergency strips I kept on the walls. I lit a couple candles and tried to read, but the storm was too loud. The roof rattled, the trees moaned, the wind shoved the walls. Just before midnight, my phone buzzed. Motion detected. Backyard camera 1. My stomach dropped. I opened the app, expecting maybe branches moving, but the camera feed was wrong. It was blurry, grainy. Static flickered across it like old television snow. The image jumped in and out, making the yard warp and twist. Then it focused, and I saw him. A man, standing halfway across the yard, facing the house. I couldn't make out his face. The rain blurred everything, but his silhouette was unmistakable. Tall, thin, still. As still as the first night I'd seen him. The camera glitched again, warping lines across the screen, but when it cleared, he had moved closer. Not by a step, but by several feet. Far too fast for the few seconds of static. He was now maybe 15 feet from the house. I stared, frozen, unable to breathe. Another glitch, another shift forward. Now he was nearly at the porch steps. I slammed the back button on my phone and called 911. This time I didn't hold back panic. There's a man in my yard. He's trying. Please just send someone. He's right outside my house. The dispatcher stayed on the line, voice steady, but I barely heard her over the blood pounding in my ears. The camera feed flickered again. This time, the man was gone. Not backed away, not moved out of frame. Gone. The dispatcher asked if he'd left. I stammered that I didn't know. I backed away from the windows, crouching low, every instinct screaming at me to hide. I grabbed the kitchen knife I'd left drying on the counter earlier and clutched it tight. Then I heard it. Something scraping along the side of the house. Slow. Dragging. Like fingers. The dispatcher heard it too. Her tone shifted. Sharper now, telling me to stay somewhere safe, stay quiet, stay on the line. I ducked behind the couch, knife still in hand, phone pressed to my ear. The scraping moved toward the back door. Then, a knock. 3 slow knocks. The kind you give when you know someone is listening. I squeezed my eyes shut, gripping the knife harder. The dispatcher was saying something, I think asking if I could get to a room with a lock, but I didn't dare move. Every muscle was locked in place. Another knock. Louder this time. Then a voice. The same low voice I'd heard the first night. Let me in. My heart felt like it stopped. He said it again, slightly louder, slightly more insistent. Let me in. I didn't answer. The dispatcher whispered for me to stay silent. Then, footsteps. moving away from the door, across the porch, onto the gravel, then nothing. No sound at all except the storm. Minutes crawled by. Finally, red and blue lights washed across the windows, and I heard officers yelling outside. They secured the yard, checked the porch, checked the woods. They found nothing. But when they checked the footage from the camera, they couldn't explain it. The distortions, the disappearing, the movement across impossible distances in seconds. One of them suggested the camera might be malfunctioning. Another said the figure could have been an animal tricking the motion sensors. None of them said it outright, but I saw the doubt in their eyes. Officer Barnes, the same deputy who had come before, took me aside and asked if I had anyone who might be stalking me. I said no, I barely even went out. He didn't push it. But before he left, he looked out toward the woods and said, "This area, you'd be surprised how often we see weird reports. You hear something, you call immediately. Don't wait." I didn't sleep again until the sun came up. The power returned sometime in the afternoon. The camera system rebooted normally. I checked the saved clips, but the video from that night was corrupted, static, warped frames, nothing clear. I called my boss and took a few nights off. I didn't want to be awake alone at night anymore. The next evening, I packed a bag. My plan was to crash at a coworker's apartment in Tacoma for a while. I wasn't scared to admit that I was scared. Anyone would be. Just before I grabbed my keys, I checked the backyard one last time. The rain had stopped, and for once the air felt clearer, lighter, but the gate was open again. Wide open. And on the inside of the gate, just below the latch, were scratches. Long, deep, vertical, like someone with long nails or a knife had run their hand down the wood repeatedly. I didn't stay another minute. I grabbed my bag, grabbed my keys, and left the house with every light on. I stayed with my coworker for 2 weeks while I figured out what to do. I broke my lease, lost my deposit, didn't care. I got a small apartment downtown, loud, crowded, well lit. For months, nothing happened. No footsteps, no voices, no gates swinging open. I convinced myself it had been a trespasser, maybe a drug user, maybe someone mentally unstable, maybe a stranger who'd wandered farther than they meant to. The glitches in the camera could have been the storm, the power flicker, whatever. The human mind makes monsters out of shadows when it's afraid. That's what I believed. Until last week. I was at my new place, relaxing after work, scrolling through my phone while the rain tapped lightly on the balcony railing. A normal night, a safe night. Then I got a notification. Motion detected, camera offline history playback. That made no sense. I didn't have cameras installed in the apartment. Confused, I tapped the notification. It was from my old camera system, the one still registered to the abandoned rental property. Somehow, the old backyard camera 1 had powered on again, even though the landlord had told me he removed all the equipment months ago. The clip was only 8 seconds long. Static at first. Then the yard came into view. Dark, silent, empty. For a moment, nothing happened. Then from the bottom edge of the screen, a figure stepped into view. Tall, thin, still, facing the house, facing the camera. The clip glitched violently, frames bending and warping, but when it cleared, the figure was closer, then closer. Then, right up against the lens, only an inch away, only darkness and the faint outline of a distorted face visible. Then the clip ended. I stared at the screen, unable to breathe, heart hammering so loud it drowned out everything else. A moment later, another notification popped up. Camera registered to active account, new device login detected, new location, Tacoma, WA. And then another. Motion detected, apartment balcony camera 1. I don't have a balcony camera. I didn't even know one could be added remotely. But as I sit here writing this, the app keeps sending alerts. Someone or something is standing on my balcony. The rain is falling harder now, and something is scraping softly against the glass door. Slow. Deliberate. I don't want to look, but I think I hear it again. 3 slow knocks right behind me. Story the end. The rain had already been falling for hours by the time Melissa Hargrove turned off the 2-lane county road and onto the gravel driveway that led to her late aunt's house. It was the kind of November rain that swallowed sound thick and cold, turning everything gray and indistinct. The kind that always made her feel like the world was holding its breath. Her wipers slapped furiously across the windshield, barely keeping up. The headlights carved only a shallow path through the mist. She hadn't wanted to come alone. She'd even told her brother Eric that she'd wait for him to fly in from Minneapolis before dealing with the property. But deadlines had a way of tightening around her neck, and the lawyer's tone suggested that if she didn't clear out the house by the end of the month, the estate would take a financial hit neither she nor Eric could afford. So she packed her duffel, took her old Subaru, and drove out past the cornfields and abandoned barns to the place she had visited only twice as a child, the house her mother always avoided talking about. The house Melissa remembered only in anxious flashes of shadowed hallways and the smell of old wood. Now, 28 years old, she was returning to it alone on a night that should have warned her off from the start. The gravel crackled underneath her tires as she pulled up beside the house. The structure loomed through the fog, 2 stories, steep roof, chipped white paint, and a porch that sagged in the middle like old bones trying to remember how to hold themselves up. A few windows were boarded over. Others had curtains drawn tight. A dark, hulking silhouette of a place. Thunder rumbled overhead. She shut off the engine, pulled her coat tighter, and stepped out into the wet cold. Her boots sank slightly into the mud. The air smelled of wet leaves and something faintly metallic like rust or blood. She tried not to focus on that last thought. The house seemed larger than she remembered, and emptier. Her aunt, Margaret Hargrove, had been found dead inside 3 weeks earlier. Natural causes, according to the county coroner. Heart failure. No foul play suspected. But the sheriff's deputy who had called Melissa had a strange tone in his voice, something uneasy and taut. "You might want to get someone to go with you when you come out here," he'd said. She'd asked why. He hesitated. "Old house like that. Storm damage. Just be careful. Be careful." As if the house itself were something to fear. Melissa didn't believe in that kind of thing, or at least she told herself she didn't. She climbed the creaking steps to the porch and unlocked the front door. The key stuck twice before turning, and the door groaned loudly as she pushed it open. The smell hit her first. Not rot, not exactly, but a musty, stale cold, like the air had been locked in place for decades. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The house swallowed the sound. The living room looked untouched. Heavy floral curtains, faded wallpaper, a couch covered in crocheted blankets, a grandfather clock in the corner that had long since stopped ticking. Everything squared away neatly, as though her aunt had stepped out for groceries and would return at any moment. Melissa flipped the light switch. Nothing. She swore softly. The storm must have knocked out the power. She'd noticed the downed lines a mile back and had hoped the house was on a different grid. She turned on her phone's flashlight and swept the beam across the room. The shadows jerked and fled, only to collect again in the corners. Her heart thudded in her throat, and she tried to shake off the feeling. It was an old house. Old houses made noises. Old houses felt strange. She kept repeating that as she headed upstairs to find the bedroom she'd sleep in. She already knew she wouldn't be using her aunt's. The hallway creaked beneath her weight. At the end of it, she stopped in front of a framed mirror hanging on the wall. The glass was fogged slightly, though from what, she had no idea. The air was cold, not warm. Her reflection looked distorted around the edges, elongated, like the mirror had been warped over time. She didn't linger. She chose the small guest room near the stairs, dropped her bag on the bed, and exhaled. The rain hammered against the roof. Wind rattled the gutters. Everything felt alive, restless. She'd organize in the morning, she told herself. For now, she'd settle in and maybe find some candles, maybe light the fireplace if it still worked. Downstairs again, she found the kitchen exactly as she remembered it. Yellow linoleum floor, white cabinets, an old cast-iron stove. She pulled open drawers and cupboards until she found a half-used box of long candles and a lighter. The wick sparked on the third strike, and warm, flickering light finally cut through the gloom. That was when she heard it. A soft sound. Upstairs, like a footstep. She froze. The house settled. The wind whistled against the windows. But the sound she had heard didn't feel like either of those things. It was too deliberate, too heavy. Her immediate thought was that a raccoon or stray animal had gotten inside. Or maybe the deputy had been right about storm damage. Maybe part of the roof had shifted, a board falling somewhere. She swallowed hard. "Hello?" she called, hating the quiver in her voice. Silence. Then faintly, another step, She clutched the candle and went back to the hallway, staring up the stairs. The darkness at the top pooled like ink. Animal, she whispered to herself. Just an animal. Step by step, she climbed the staircase again. The candle flame trembled as she reached the top and looked down the hallway. Nothing moved, but something was different. The mirror at the end of the hall wasn't fogged anymore. It was cleared, wiped clean. And in the faint candlelight, she could see her reflection perfectly, except it wasn't a perfect reflection at all. The figure staring back looked slightly off. The body posture was wrong. The shoulders were angled differently, and the head was tilted too far. She felt her breath hitch. The candle flickered wildly as she stepped back. She blinked. Her reflection returned to normal. Just a trick of the light, she told herself, though her hands were trembling. Old mirrors warped things, and she was exhausted after the drive and the stress. She turned away. That's when she noticed her bedroom door. She had left it open. Now it was closed. Her chest tightened. She forced herself to approach it, gripping the candle so hard the wax smeared against her fingers. She listened. Nothing. She pushed the door open. The room was empty. She let out a shaky breath and laughed under her breath. Too tightly wound, too many horror podcasts on long drives. She set the candle down on the dresser, unzipped her bag, and pulled out her flashlight, just in case the battery lasted longer than her phone. Behind her, the floorboards creaked. She spun. No one there. Just the empty hallway. She was imagining things. She had to be. Maybe the sound had come from the roof or the foundation shifting in the cold rain. Downstairs again, she made a plan. Find the fuse box, check the basement, maybe reset something. But the moment she opened the basement door and felt the cold air drift up from below, her stomach dropped. The smell that rose from the darkness was wrong. Not musty, not earthy. Sweet, sickeningly sweet, like rotting fruit mixed with something chemical, something she couldn't place. She shut the door. Hard. Power could wait until morning. She decided to stay in the living room instead, closer to the exit. She lit 2 more candles, set them on the coffee table, and curled up on the couch with her coat still on. The rain deepened into a hard, relentless downpour. Thunder cracked through the sky every few minutes, sharp enough to make the windows shudder. She tried to doze, but the house didn't let her. Around midnight, she woke to the sound of the front door latch clicking. Her eyes snapped open. Someone or something was trying to open it from the outside. She sat up, silent, gripping the arm of the couch. Her heart thrashed painfully in her chest. The latch clicked again, then stopped. The doorknob turned, very slowly. And then, footsteps on the porch, slow, heavy, like boots thick with mud. Melissa stood. Her breath came out in quick, panicked clouds. She reached for the nearest object, a metal candlestick holder, and held it like a weapon. The footsteps moved across the porch boards. They stopped right in front of the door. She couldn't move. Then the knocking began. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Knock. Knock. She didn't breathe. A man's voice came through the door. Muffled. Low. "Margaret, open up." Her aunt. Someone was calling for her aunt. Melissa's blood froze. The voice came again. "Margaret, let me in." She backed up until her legs hit the couch. Her aunt had lived alone. No friends she knew of. No partner. And Margaret had been dead for weeks. She had to say something. Had to make the presence outside aware this wasn't who he thought it was. Who is it? Silence. Then the voice responded, closer now, directly against the wood. "Let me inside, Margaret. My aunt is dead." Melissa shouted, her voice breaking. The footsteps stopped. Everything outside went still. Then a whisper slid through the crack between door and floor. "Not yet." Melissa's body filled with ice. She stumbled backward, grabbing her phone. No service, of course, not this far out. She held the candlestick with one hand, phone with the other. A minute passed. 2. 3. Only the rain. She dared inch toward the window, peering through a slit in the curtain. The porch was empty. Nobody was there. Except mud. Fresh footprints leading up to the door. Human footprints. She slapped a hand over her mouth. A sudden crash behind her made her whirl. One of the candles had fallen off the table, knocked over by some unseen force. It rolled across the carpet, the flames sputtering violently before going out. Melissa grabbed the remaining candles and rushed upstairs. She couldn't stay down here. She needed a room with a lock. She reached the top of the stairs when she felt the temperature drop. The candle flame shrank, almost as if something were sucking the air away. The hallway stretched dark and cold before her. Her bedroom door was open again, wide open, even though she had closed it and she was certain of it this time. She approached slowly, every instinct screaming to turn back. But she couldn't. Her bag, her keys, everything she needed to get out was in there. She stepped inside. The room was freezing. Her breath fogged before her eyes. Her bag lay on the floor, unzipped. Its contents spilled across the carpet, clothes, toiletries. A framed photo of her and Eric. Someone had gone through her things or something. The candle flickered violently. The closet door moved. Just an inch. She stared at it. Another inch. Melissa stepped back. Her throat tightened so hard she couldn't swallow. The closet creaked open. Just a sliver. A smell drifted out. Sweet, rotting, suffocating. Her vision blurred with panic. Something shifted inside the closet. A shape leaned forward, just barely visible in the darkness behind the door. Not human-shaped. Too tall. Too thin. Shoulders sharp and angular. A neck that seemed too long, too flexible, bent at an unnatural angle so the head could peer through the crack. She didn't see a face, only the black outline of something that shouldn't exist. Her scream tore out of her, raw and instinctive. She bolted from the room, racing down the stairs. The candle blew out mid-run, plunging everything into dark. She stumbled, hit the bottom step hard, and scrambled to her feet, groping for the front door. She grabbed the handle, rattled it uselessly. It wouldn't turn. It was locked. Not from her side, from outside. She ran to the kitchen, yanking drawers open, searching for a tool, a knife, anything. She found a rusted hammer and clutched it like a lifeline. Behind her, floorboards creaked. Not upstairs, but in the living room, slow steps, coming closer. She backed into the pantry doorway, chest heaving, eyes straining in the darkness. Melissa? Her name drifted out from the living room, her aunt's voice, but warped, wet, wrong. Come here, dear. Melissa squeezed her eyes shut, knowing the voice wasn't real, knowing her aunt had been a quiet, gentle woman who had barely spoken above a whisper, and certainly not like this. But when she opened her eyes, something moved at the edge of her vision, a silhouette, tall, too tall, standing just behind the arch between rooms, watching her. Melissa gripped the hammer and ran, straight out of the pantry, through the hallway, past the living room. She didn't look at the shape. She could feel its eyes following her, hollow and cold. She reached the back door, tried it, locked too. She hit it with her shoulder. Wood splintered. Again. It cracked slightly, but not enough. Behind her, something exhaled. A long, rattling sound, like air being sucked through wet leaves. She swung the hammer blindly behind her, screaming. It hit nothing. She hit the door again with her shoulder, harder than before. The wood broke. She fell through into the rain. Cold mud soaked her jeans instantly. She scrambled to her feet, running across the yard toward her car. The storm blinded her. Rain stung her eyes like needles. She reached the car and grabbed the handle. Locked. Her keys. Inside. She screamed in frustration and pounded on the window. Behind her, the house loomed, dark and silent except for the storm. No figure emerged. No silhouette approached. No voice called her name. But in the upper window, her aunt's old room, something moved the curtain aside. A hand. Long. Too long. Fingers that bent at wrong angles. She ran. Down the driveway, into the road, no sense of direction left, just survival. The rain swallowed her steps and her sobbing breath. She didn't stop until she saw headlights approaching. A truck slowed beside her. A man leaned out. Ma'am? You okay? She collapsed before answering. The sheriff's department returned to the house with her the next morning once the storm passed. They found fresh footprints on the porch. They found the back door broken outward. They found her bag dumped out, just as she said, but they swore up and down that nobody was inside. No signs of forced entry. No hiding places except the basement, which they insisted was empty. No smell, either. The sickly sweet odor Melissa described wasn't present. The deputy who had warned her, an older man with tired eyes, pulled her aside as the others searched. Your aunt, he said quietly, called us a few times over the last year, said someone was trying to get into the house. We never found anyone, but she swore something watched her at night. Stood in the hallway, breathing. Melissa felt her skin prickling with cold. She ever tell you that? He asked. Melissa shook her head. The deputy sighed. Some houses, they hold on to things. Fear, trauma, sickness. They keep it all. Some folks say they take it in, and then, sometimes, they give it back. She stared at the house, at the warped mirror in the hallway window, reflecting the morning sun in a way that made her stomach twist. She didn't go back inside. She never went back at all. The estate was sold. The house demolished 2 months later. But sometimes, rarely, on stormy November nights, Melissa swears she hears knocking on her apartment door. 3 slow knocks, and a voice whispering through the crack beneath the door. "Margaret, open up." Story the end. The rain had already been falling for hours by the time I turned off County Road 12 and onto the narrower, older road that wound toward my uncle's cabin. November rain in northern Pennsylvania wasn't like the soft, rhythmic drizzle we got back home in Indiana. It was colder, rawer, and carried the kind of bite that crept into your bones no matter how many layers you wore. The sky was as dark as poured ink, the clouds hanging low enough to brush the tops of the pines that lined the road like a pair of looming, silent sentinels. I hadn't been to the cabin in almost 15 years, not since I was a kid. But after a brutal breakup and the tension at work rising to a pitch I could practically feel in my chest, the idea of a solitary weekend in the woods, reading, relaxing, just being alone, seemed like the cure I needed. My uncle had passed away 3 years earlier, leaving the cabin to my mother. She never used it and was more than happy to let me take it off her hands for a few days. The windshield wipers squealed as they cleared away sheets of water. My GPS started to lose signal the deeper I went, flickering between the directions and a frozen map. I tried not to think about how long it had been since anyone used the cabin, or about the fact that the last time I'd been here, my uncle had warned me in his half-joking way not to wander too far into the woods at night. "Things get weird out here after dark," he had said, a lopsided grin on his face. "Sound does funny things, and some folks up here, well, you just stay close to the cabin." I had laughed it off then. I wasn't laughing now. The trees pressed closer to the road, the branches bowing under the weight of the rain. My headlights caught something. Eyes. A deer, maybe? But the eyes were too high, too round. Then whatever it was stepped back into the trees and was gone before I could get a better look. The cabin appeared like a shadow emerging from darkness, perched on a small hill, the gravel drive slick with mud. I parked, grabbed my duffel, and jogged through the rain toward the porch. The key was stiff in the lock, like it hadn't been turned in years, but with a shove, the door swung inward, groaning loudly. Inside, I was hit by the smell first. Old wood, dust, and the faintest musk of something damp. I flicked the lights on. To my surprise, they worked. The cabin looked almost exactly as I remembered. Knotty pine walls, a heavy stone fireplace, mismatched furniture that looked like it had been rescued from various yard sales, and shelves filled with my uncle's hunting gear and old paperback thrillers. I closed the door behind me, listening to the rain hammer against the roof. The storm didn't show any signs of letting up. My phone had no service. I wasn't sure if I found that comforting or unsettling. I made a fire, tossed my bag on the couch, and tried to settle into the idea of being completely alone. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. The flames flickered, casting long shadows across the walls. For a little while, it felt peaceful. Then the power went out. Everything snapped into darkness so abruptly that for a moment, I thought I had gone blind. The fire still glowed faintly, but the cabin around it was swallowed by shadow. The rain pounded harder, thunder rumbling overhead. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam sliced through the dark, revealing dust motes drifting in the air. I went to the breaker box, opened it, and found all the switches in place. No luck. Probably the storm. When I stepped back into the living room, the first flash of unease crept in. The front door was unlocked. I was certain, absolutely certain, that I had locked it when I came in, but the deadbolt was turned horizontally in the open position. Maybe I was remembering wrong. Maybe I'd been distracted. It had been a long drive, after all. Still, I locked the door again, this time giving it an extra tug. The storm raged on, and eventually exhaustion pulled me into sleep on the couch. The fire crackled softly, warm against the growing cold in the room. My dreams were restless, running through dark trees, someone whispering my name from far away, branches clawing at my clothes. But the sound that pulled me awake was none of those things. It was knocking, slow, heavy knocking. I sat up, heart hammering. The fire was nearly out, the room much colder now. The knock came again, 3 solid raps, echoing through the cabin. I checked the front door. No one. The porch was empty, rain sheeted over everything by making it hard to see more than a few feet. Then the knock came again, from the back door. My stomach dropped. There was no overhang on the back porch. Anyone standing there would be completely drenched. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to ignore it. But the knocking grew louder, more insistent, as though the person on the other side knew I was standing just a few feet away. I approached slowly, forcing myself to look through the small window beside the door. Nothing. The darkness beyond was impenetrable, soaking wet, a void of black. I didn't open the door. Instead, I backed away, grabbed a fire iron by the fireplace, and tried to convince myself this was just a storm causing something to bang around outside. A loose shutter, a fallen branch, anything but a person. But then came the soft sound of footsteps on the back porch. Slow, heavy, moving past the windows toward the side of the cabin. I moved room to room, turning off my phone's flashlight so I wouldn't be seen. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then twice, rain masking the exact direction. I could barely breathe. And then they stopped. I stayed rigidly still, listening. Nothing but rain. Minutes crawled past, long, suffocating minutes. Finally, when I felt like I might pass out from tension, I returned to the living room, stoked the dying fire, and sat down with my back against the wall, facing both doors. At some point, I fell into a light, uneasy sleep. When I woke again, faint gray daylight bled in through the curtains. The storm had calmed to a drizzle. My entire body ached from sleeping on the floor. I stood slowly, stretching, trying to shake off the fear from the night before. That fear returned instantly when I saw the front door. It was wide open. Not just unlocked, open a full 2 feet. Rain had blown inside, soaking the rug and pooling on the wooden floor. The cold morning air poured in. I hadn't gotten up in the night. I hadn't touched the door. My hands trembled as I shut it again and locked it, checking the windows next. All were latched. No signs of forced entry. No tracks on the porch that I could see, though the rain could have washed anything away. I told myself I needed air and stepped outside, scanning the tree line. That's when I noticed the footprints. Not human footprints. These were wide, misshapen prints in the soft mud, like something walking upright, but too large, too heavy to be a person. The stride was long. The prints circled the cabin once, then headed into the woods. Every hair on my body stood on end. I followed the prints only to the edge of the tree line. Beyond that, the woods swallowed them. I wasn't about to go chasing anything into the forest. When I got back inside, I made coffee on the gas stove and sat at the dining table, watching the rain taper off. The coffee did nothing to settle me. I needed to figure out what last night had been, but every explanation I tried to come up with, storm, animal, someone lost, felt flimsy. Around noon, I walked the perimeter of the cabin again. That was when I found something else. A piece of paper pinned to the side of the cabin with a rusted nail. The rain had soaked it, but the ink was still visible enough to read, "Go home." There was no signature. No explanation. Just those 2 words. I ripped it down with shaking hands. I wanted to leave right then, but part of me, the stubborn part, refused. I'd driven all this way. I wasn't going to be scared off by some backwoods weirdo playing pranks. By late afternoon, the rain stopped completely. The woods around me dripped and sighed, the quiet almost eerie after the storm's nonstop noise. I tried to distract myself by reading one of my uncle's old books, but my nerves wouldn't settle. At dusk, I heard movement outside. Soft, careful, deliberate. I froze, listening. The footsteps didn't circle this time. They stopped right outside the window nearest the couch. I held my breath, a sound like breathing pressed against the glass. Slow, steady, too controlled to be an animal. Then came the whisper. "Let me in." My blood turned icy. The voice was low, almost gentle, but wrong. It didn't sound quite human, like someone trying very hard to imitate speech. "Let me in." The final sound stretched unnaturally long, warping in pitch. I scrambled off the couch and backed away, nearly tripping over the coffee table. I grabbed the fire iron again, even though I knew that if something wanted in, that flimsy piece of metal wouldn't do much. There was a low tap on the window, then another. The whispering grew more insistent. "Let me in. Open the door." I fled to the bedroom and locked myself inside, though the lock was little more than a clasp. The whispering followed me, shifting from one window to another as though something was gliding around the cabin. Sometimes the voice sounded closer, almost inside my ear. Other times it drifted farther away, then snapped back again. I stayed in that room for hours, heart pounding, listening. Eventually, sometime deep in the night, the whispering stopped. But the scratching began, light at first, then harsher. Something dragging its nails or claws along the cabin's exterior, around and around. The storm returned with a vengeance, rain slamming against the roof. The wind roared like a living thing. Thunder cracked so loud it shook the cabin. In one blinding flash of lightning, I thought I saw something move past the bedroom window. Something tall. Something wrong. The scratching stopped all at once, and then came the scream. A blood-curdling, animalistic cry that seemed to shake the very walls. It echoed through the woods, long and guttural, rising higher and higher until it snapped off abruptly, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. I stayed awake the entire night, gripping the fire iron, waiting for whatever was outside to come back. It never did. At dawn, exhausted and trembling, I finally stepped outside. Most of the footprints from the day before had washed away, but fresh ones remained. These were deeper, closer to the cabin, and only 2 feet away from the bedroom window, I found something half buried in the mud, a piece of broken antler. Except it wasn't shaped like any deer antler I'd ever seen. It curved in on itself unnaturally, sharp and bone-white. I dropped it immediately. I didn't bother packing much, just grabbed my keys, my bag, and got into the car. The road was slick, the fog heavy, and the woods seemed to lean in closer than before. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It followed me for miles. The sensation of eyes in the rearview mirror, something pacing just beyond the tree line. When I finally reached town, I stopped at the only gas station for 30 miles and sat shaking in the car until my breathing evened out. Inside, the attendant, an older man with thinning hair and a faded flannel shirt, glanced up. "You look like hell," he said, ringing up my coffee. I told him I'd been at the old cabin off County Road 12. His expression changed instantly. "You shouldn't be up there by yourself," he muttered, voice dropping. "People around here know to stay away from those woods at night. Things walk up there. Things that ain't meant to." My stomach clenched. "Have you heard them?" I asked. "Whispers? Footsteps? Something knocking?" He looked at me then, really looked, and nodded slowly. "Best thing you can do is forget it. Don't go back. When the woods want you gone, you listen." I left without saying another word. I haven't told my mother what happened. I haven't told anyone until now, but I still dream about the whispering. Sometimes I wake in the night convinced I'm back there, hearing that soft, terrible voice at the window, and sometimes, on rainy November nights, I swear I still hear knocking. Story the end. The rain had already soaked through my jeans by the time I reached the porch, cold fabric slapping against my legs as I fumbled for the keys. The November wind pushed at my back, urging me inside like it knew something I didn't. When I finally got the door open, the house greeted me with its usual stillness, too quiet for a place built in the 1950s, with old pipes and settling wood. I used to joke that the place held its breath whenever I came home. It didn't feel like a joke anymore. I kicked off my shoes, dropped the grocery bags on the counter, and let the heater groan to life. The storm outside was gaining strength, rain hammering against the siding hard enough to make the windows vibrate. I peeled off my wet jacket and hung it near the door. The house smelled faintly of dust and something metallic I could never pinpoint, even though I'd searched every vent and corner for the source more than once. Tonight, that smell seemed stronger. I shook the feeling off, chalking it up to the dampness clinging to me, and opened the fridge to start putting things away. That's when I heard it. A soft, deliberate tapping, like knuckles rapping against wood. Not the rain, not the heater, something else. I froze, carton of eggs in hand, listening. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from the back of the house near the hallway that led to the bedrooms. I set the eggs down and strained to hear it again. For a moment, there was only the roar of the storm, then tap, tap, tap. I forced a laugh, thin and wavering, probably something outside hitting the siding. A loose shutter, maybe. The wind was insane. But that was the lie I told myself so I wouldn't grab my keys and leave right then. Instead, I walked to the hallway, flipping the light switch. Nothing. The hallway stretched ahead, narrow and dim, lined with family photos from the previous owner, pictures I kept meaning to take down and pack away. Smiling faces of strangers watched me walk past, their expressions frozen in the grainy yellowed tint of the 1970s. I hated those photos. They felt like eyes. Halfway down the hall, the tapping returned, louder now, unmistakably coming from the far bedroom, the one I used for storage. I stopped. Hello? I felt ridiculous saying it, but the word slipped out. Silence. I reached the door of the spare room and touched the knob. Cold metal. Too cold. The overhead light flickered once when I turned it on, humming weakly. The room was packed with boxes I hadn't bothered to unpack since moving in earlier that year. They were stacked high, creating narrow alleys of cardboard. Nothing seemed disturbed. Nothing seemed out of place. I stepped inside anyway. Tap. This one was softer. Behind me? No. Above me. My eyes drifted upward to the ceiling. The sound was coming from the attic. A chill swept over me, and not just from my wet clothes. The attic entrance, one of those old pull-down ladders, was in the hallway right outside the bedroom. I backed out slowly, staring at the rectangular outline of the wooden panel. Tap, tap, tap. I held my breath. Then something dragged across the attic floor, a slow scraping noise, like someone shifting their weight. I stepped away from the sound, hands trembling slightly. Scrape. Scrape. My mind scrambled for explanations. Squirrels, maybe? Raccoons? A branch rubbing the roof? But none of those would make distinct footsteps, because that's what it sounded like now. Footsteps pacing, deliberate and slow. I backed up until I reached the living room. My pulse hammered in my ears, but the worst part, the part that still bothers me more than anything, was that a small, irrational part of my brain wanted to go up there and see, as if confirming something would make it less frightening. Instead, I grabbed my phone and called my neighbor, Tom, who lived across the road. A retired sheriff's deputy, he always made me feel safer knowing he was close by. He picked up after 2 rings. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Something's in my attic." I heard him pause. "Animal? Does an animal walk like it weighs 200 pounds? Another pause. "Stay put. I'll be there in 5. I hung up and paced the living room, listening to the thunder roll over the valley. The footsteps above me moved again. Faster this time. My heart thudded. I turned on every light in the house, as if illumination alone could keep whatever was overhead contained. After a minute or two, headlights flashed through the window as Tom pulled into my driveway. I yanked open the door before he even knocked. Rain poured behind him like a dark curtain. "Where?" he asked, wiping off his boots. "Attic." He nodded and reached inside his jacket, pulling out a heavy-duty flashlight and something that looked suspiciously like a handgun. I didn't comment. We walked to the hallway, the storm rumbling overhead. When he pulled the attic ladder's cord, dust cascaded down in a fine cloud, and a wave of cold air swept past us. He shined his light up into the darkness. At first, we both saw nothing. Then the beam hit something. A box. Just an ordinary cardboard box. Except, no, not just a box. It was moving, rocking slightly. "Stay here," Tom said, planting his boot on the bottom rung. Before I could argue, he climbed up into the attic. The ladder creaked under his weight. The beam of the flashlight bounced around, lighting up insulation, old trunks, and other dusty relics the previous owner had left behind. "Anything?" I called up, voice cracking. No response. My stomach tightened. "Tom?" Still nothing. Then I heard him inhale sharply. The box was open now. Flaps pushed aside like someone had reached into it. He crouched down, inspecting something inside. Finally, he said quietly, "You should call the police." I stared up at him. "Why?" He didn't answer at first. The light trembled slightly in his hand before he lowered it so I could see. Inside the box were dozens, maybe hundreds of photographs. All of me. Me leaving for work. Me returning home. Me sleeping. Me sitting on the porch reading. Some taken through my windows. Some from angles inside my house. My skin crawled. "These aren't old," he said. "Look at the timestamps." And he was right. Some had dates from just a few days ago. I staggered backward. "Someone's been in my house. Tom, someone's been living up there." He nodded grimly. "Looks like it." We scrambled back to the living room and he locked the door behind us. I called the police while Tom kept watch at the window. The dispatcher told me officers were on the way, but warned road conditions were rough and response time might be longer than usual. I hung up, feeling sick. "That box wasn't the only thing up there," Tom muttered. "There were blankets, food wrappers, someone's been camping out." "But how did they get in?" I whispered. Tom shook his head. Not sure, but stay close. It felt like an eternity before the police arrived. When they did, the house filled with voices, radios crackling, boots thudding across the attic floor. The storm outside raged on as they searched every inch, but they found nothing. Whoever had been up there was gone, vanished. The officers collected the photos and promised to process them. They suggested I stay with a friend until the locks could be changed and recommended installing security cameras. Tom insisted I stay at his place for the night. Shaken and exhausted, I agreed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time the wind rattled the windows or the house creaked, I jolted awake, expecting to see someone standing over me. By morning, the rain had finally stopped. Gray clouds drifted low, and the November air felt sharp with cold. I thanked Tom for letting me sleep on his couch and told him I'd be back later after checking in with the police. When I returned to my house, I unlocked the door slowly, bracing myself for any sign of disturbance. Everything looked normal. Too normal. The smell was back again, that metallic scent that never seemed to go away. My stomach knotted. I tried to shake it off and focused on cleaning, wanting the house to feel like mine again. I swept the hallway, sorted through some boxes, made coffee. For a while, things felt almost ordinary, until I noticed the footprints. Faint, wet, leading from the back door into the hallway. My breath hitched. The back door was locked when I came in. I checked twice, even. The footprints were bare, human, and small, too small to be a grown man's. Each print glistened slightly against the hardwood as if freshly made. I followed them, heart thundering, past the kitchen, past the living room, until they stopped at the base of the attic ladder. My throat tightened. Someone had been inside. Again, and they were still wet. Recent. A soft creak sounded above me, slow, heavy, purposeful. My phone buzzed in my pocket, nearly making me scream. I pulled it out with shaking hands. It was a text. Unknown number, don't go up there. I nearly dropped the phone. My brain spun, teetering between panic and rage. My fingers trembled as I typed back. Who is this? No response. I backed away from the ladder. My legs felt like they'd give out at any second. I dialed 911 again, voice barely coherent as I explained what was happening. This time, instead of waiting inside, I fled to the porch, pacing back and forth as I waited. The cold air bit at my cheeks, the damp wood slick under my shoes. Every sound in the woods behind my house felt magnified. The police arrived faster this time, 2 patrol cars, lights off, engines roaring through the mud. Officers rushed inside with their guns drawn while I stood on the lawn, arms wrapped around myself. 10 minutes passed, then 15. Finally, one of them came out, shaking his head. No one up there, he said, and no footprints. My stomach dropped. They were there, I swear they were. He softened his voice. Ma'am, there's nothing inside. We checked everywhere. I felt my mouth go dry. What about the text message? We'll file it, but numbers can be spoofed. I wanted to scream. Instead, I just nodded numbly. After the officers left, I called a locksmith and had every door rekeyed. I installed cameras, 3 outside, 2 inside. I kept every light on that night and slept with a knife under my pillow, drifting in and out of uneasy dreams. For a few days, things were quiet, almost peaceful. Then the noises started. At first, it was subtle. Soft footsteps in the hallway at night, a cupboard door creaking open, the faint smell of sweat and mildew, the sound of someone breathing behind me, quiet, almost imperceptible, just before I turned around to find nothing there. The worst part was the cold, a sudden drop in temperature that followed me from room to room, like a shadow. By the 3rd night, I barely slept at all. Then came the morning I found the message written in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. You're not alone. I stumbled backward, nearly slipping on the wet tile. My lungs seized as if the walls of the small room were closing in. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the camera feeds. Nothing. Every room was empty, except one frame flickered, the feed from the attic camera. I tapped it, and the image cleared for a moment, showing the dusty insulation, the stack of old boxes, the single hanging bulb. Everything looked normal. Then something moved in the lower corner of the screen, a pale blur. Quick, almost human-shaped. Then the feed cut out. I dropped the phone and staggered backward, tears stinging my eyes. My throat tightened until I couldn't breathe. I grabbed my coat, keys, and fled the house, not caring that the sun hadn't fully risen yet. I drove aimlessly for hours trying to calm myself. Eventually, I ended up in the parking lot of a diner on the edge of town. I called Tom again, barely able to get the words out. He didn't hesitate. "Come over. We'll figure this out." I drove straight there. When he opened the door, his face shifted from worry to alarm the moment he saw me. "You look like hell," he said. "There's something in my house," I whispered. He didn't question me this time. He grabbed his coat and keys, and within minutes we were back at my place, both of us standing in the cold November morning. "This time," he said, "I'm going up with backup." He called two of his buddies, retired deputies, and within half an hour they arrived. Together they searched the house top to bottom while I waited on the porch, shivering in the weak sunlight. When they came back out, their faces were grim. "There's something up there," one of them said. "But whatever it is, it's fast." "Fast?" I felt the ground tilt beneath me. "What do you mean, fast?" I asked. "We saw movement and we found these." He held out a handful of small items, buttons, hair ties, bits of cloth, kid things. Old by the look of them, dusty. My heart stopped. "A child?" "We don't know," another deputy added. "There was also this." He handed me a small notebook, its cover peeling, pages damp. I flipped it open. The first page held drawings, crude, childlike sketches of rooms, my rooms, the living room, the kitchen, the hallway, and me, always me, sometimes sleeping, sometimes eating, sometimes standing at the window. Page after page, all filled with drawings, each one more frantic than the last. On the final page, written in jagged letters, were 3 words. "I live here." I couldn't breathe. The deputies exchanged glances. "We think a kid may have been hiding in your house," Tom said gently. "Maybe for a long time." My hands shook violently. What kid lives in someone's attic for months without being seen? How is that even possible? No one answered. They stayed for hours, searching again and again, but found nothing else. By evening, they finally left, promising to return the next day with more help. I didn't stay there. I packed what I could and slept at a motel 10 miles away, leaving every light on. But even then, I heard things. Soft footsteps outside my door, the faint tap of knuckles on the wall. Breathing that wasn't mine. When dawn came, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. I returned home only because Tom insisted he'd meet me there. But when I arrived, his truck wasn't in the driveway. I called him. No answer. I waited. Another hour. Still no sign of him. Then I noticed something. The back door was open. Just a crack, barely visible. My stomach dropped. I called out softly, "Tom? Tom?" No reply. I stepped inside, every nerve in my body screaming for me to run. The house was dark, silent. Too silent. The metallic smell was back, stronger than ever. I walked down the hallway, each step feeling heavier than the last. A soft sound drifted from the attic overhead, whimpering. Then a voice, small, trembling, childlike. "Don't let him find me." My blood turned to ice. "Who?" I whispered. A moment of silence. Then, from right behind me, not above, the softest voice I've ever heard. "Me." I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The attic ladder creaked, slowly, deliberately, lowering itself. I ran. I don't remember reaching the car. I don't remember turning the key. I just remember the road blurring past as I sped out of town, tears streaming down my face. I never went back. I never retrieved my things. The house was eventually condemned after neighbors reported screams coming from inside at night. The official report said it was unsafe structurally. Mold, rotting beams. But the locals still talk. They say sometimes when the November storms roll in and the nights grow cold and long, you can hear tapping from inside the walls, footsteps in the attic, and a small voice whispering, "I live here." Story end. The rain came down in sheets, hammering the tin roof of the old farmhouse as though demanding entry. I pulled the collar of my coat closer to my face, listening to the soft drip when water raced down the eaves into the gutters. The November night was bone cold, and every breath I exhaled made a ghostly mist in the lantern's glow. I had never believed in ghosts. I was a realist, an engineer, someone who measured things, who calculated risk and probability. But when I stepped inside that creaking, rotting structure, something in the air changed. A weight, like the slow settling of a grave. I had agreed to house sit for my older friend, Marcus, who owned the carceral little parcel of land in western Massachusetts. The farm was more of a ruin, broken windows, sagging porches, walls half swallowed by vine and rot. He'd texted me before he left for Chicago. "Check in every night. Unplug stuff. Don't touch that old mirror." I hadn't asked why the mirror. I arrived just as dusk was fading, carrying my backpack, 2 weeks' worth of supplies, and that damn cheap lantern. The door creaked on rusted hinges. Inside, dust motes dancing in the pale light, a thick smell of mildew, half-eaten furniture rotting, and a great greenish damp. I dropped my bag in the hallway, flicked on the lights, the electricity was patchy, flickering, and made a quick inventory. The front parlor had a grand fireplace, though the brickwork was cracked and the hearth filled with ash and old kindling. The floorboards groaned underfoot. I set up my sleeping bag in the back room near the window so I could hear the rain and the wind. At first, the night passed quietly. I heard the rain, the wind rustling the trees, the occasional creak of the house adjusting to the cold. I tried to read, but my mind kept wandering to that mirror Marcus had warned me about. It stood in the corner of the parlor, tall, thin, with a gilded frame carved with twisting vines and strange faces that seemed almost alive. The glass was clouded as if coated in film, and it caught reflections unevenly. As I walked by, I could have sworn I saw movement in it, just the shifting shadows, or maybe something else. I dismissed it as exhaustion. House-sitting this ruin over November wouldn't be easy, but I was used to being alone. Then, about 2 a.m, something woke me, a distant scraping. At first, I thought it was just the wind or a branch hitting the window, but the sound repeated, a deliberate, dragging scrape like something being moved across the floor. My pulse shot up. I sat bolt upright, chest tightening. I stared into the darkness, listening. The noise came again, softer this time. Scrape, drag, coming from the parlor. I flicked on my flashlight and crept down the hallway, heart hammering in my ears. The beam quivered as I shone it into the parlor. The mirror stood just where I'd left it. I moved closer, the floorboards groaning under me. At first there was nothing, but then I leaned in, squinting at the glass. The reflection was off. It didn't reflect me completely, only part of me, maybe from the torso up. Then I saw something, a dark figure behind me, though when I spun around, the room was empty. I jerked back. My flashlight dropped for a second, but I regained control and blanketed the room in light. Nothing. I exhaled in relief, but the air felt thick, as though someone had been standing right behind me. Goosebumps rose on my arms. "Hello?" I said, voice cracking. "Is someone here?" No answered voice, no footstep, just the rain, muffled by the walls, and the intermittent drip of water somewhere upstairs. I backed away slowly, keeping my flight on the mirror. The frame seemed to pulse in the beam, shadows twisting in the carved faces. I felt drawn to it, as though something under its surface was alive. After a moment, I whirled and bolted back to my sleeping bag. I curled up, pulling the blanket tight, and waited. The noise didn't come again. Eventually, exhaustion swallowed me, and I drifted off with the lantern's glow trembling across the ceiling. In the morning, sunlight broke through dirty windows in pale shafts. The dampness in the air was heavier now, as though the house was breathing. I made coffee on the old stove, thick and bitter from cheap beans, and tried to calm myself. I found a broom and swept some ash from the hearth, piled kindling, and set up a fire. I burned what felt like half the woodpile, warming the drafty rooms until steam curled off my clothes. I kept thinking about the mirror. By daylight, it looked less foreboding. The faces carved into its frame were grotesque but ornamental, nothing special. The glass was still cloudy, though I cleaned it with an old rag. I saw myself clearly then, but for a moment my reflection seemed off, like someone else watching me from within. I shook it off. I had work to do. I needed to check the wiring, make sure the furnace worked, though I knew it didn't, the pipes froze long ago, and inspect the whole place. As the afternoon stretched on, I climbed upstairs. The second floor was worse, rotted floorboards, mildew, leaky roof. In one room, I found a chest fit for a child, covered in dust. I opened it, assuming there'd be old clothes or toys, but inside was nothing but a few yellowed letters and a small wooden box. I opened the box gingerly. Inside was a pocket watch, tarnished, silver, cracked glass over its face. There was also a photograph, a young girl in a white dress, grinning at the camera, her eyes unnervingly bright. I pocketed the watch, slipped the photograph inside my jacket, then closed everything carefully and locked the chest again. For no particular reason other than dread, I carried the box downstairs and sat it on a side table. That night, the wind howled even harder. Rain rattled the windows like something trying to break in. On my second night, I felt edgy, like I was being watched. About 11:30 p.m., the scraping sound returned, but this time from upstairs. I froze, listening. There it was again, Scratch, scratch, heavy footfalls. I swallowed hard, heart racing. I grabbed the flashlight again, creeping upward toward the stairway. My legs shook under me as I placed each foot carefully, afraid to make noise. At the top, I pointed the beam down the hallway. The door to the room where I had found the chest was slightly ajar. I crept closer. Then a whisper, "Help me." The voice was soft, childlike, terrified. I froze. My flashlight trembled in my hand. "Who's there?" I croaked. Silence. Only the whisper of rain outside and my own ragged breathing. I stepped forward and the door swung open suddenly, as though someone gave it a shove. The flashlight beam caught the room. It was empty. The chest, where I'd left it, was closed. The window curtains fluttered in a slight breeze, though there was no window open. I swallowed hard, but resolved to open the chest. My fingers trembled as I took the old key I'd found in the lid's ring and unlocked it. As the lid lifted, I half expected the ghost of the girl, but instead there was just the pocket watch, the photograph, and some letters. I pulled out another letter. It was fragile, the ink smudged. I read, "My dearest Margaret, I do not know how long I can keep her from seeing. She says she hears something in the walls. At night, she whispers about something behind the mirror. I think sometimes she may be imagining things, but I fear she is not. The house frightens her. I fear it frightens me too. Edgar." That letter sent a chill surging down my spine. I tucked it away, closed the chest, and stood still for a long moment. The air felt wrong, like the house was exhaling in a long, low sigh. I left the room, but as I passed the mirror in the hallway, I saw her, fleeting, standing behind me in the reflection. A small girl in a white dress, hair tangled, eyes sad but pleading. I spun around, empty hallway, cold sweat on my back. I fled downstairs. I paced the living room, clutching the pocket watch, feeling its weight in my hand. Somehow I was drawn to the mirror again, even though terror surprised me at the thought. I approached it slowly, state by state. My flashlight illuminated the frame. The carved faces glared, twisted. When I leaned in to look at the glass, I felt something brush the back of my neck. My breath caught. I jerked upright, heart pounding. But there was nothing, just the mirror, the wall behind it, the shadows playing tricks. "Is someone there?" I whispered. The reflection behind me trembled, and for a moment I caught the shape of the little girl's face in the glass. Then she stepped forward and out. She was no longer faint in the reflection. She stood in the room. Her dress was tattered, stained, damp. Her hair hung loose, stringy. Her eyes were huge, dark, hollowed. She stared at me. I recoiled. I gasped, stumbled backward. My flashlight dropped, hitting the floor with a clatter. The room went dark, but for the pale moonlight leaking through the windows. The girl tilted her head, lips parting as though to speak. But she made no sound. Instead, she raised a small hand and pointed at me, shaking. I stepped back again, fear rooting me to the spot, and then the daughter looked over her shoulder, as though listening. A second figure shimmered behind her in the mirror. A grown man. I recognized the face from the letters. Edgar. His expression was frantic, haunted, desperate. He opened his mouth, his lips moving, but no sound came out. Behind him, behind the two of them, something darker moved, a shifting blur in the glass's depths. I raised my voice. "What do you want?" The little girl's eyes glittered. Then she looked away and unexpectedly walked toward the chest. I watched, trembling, as she leaned down and traced the corner with her fingers. She lifted the lid of the chest, but when she looked inside, she recoiled, like she'd seen something terrible. I managed to stand, to take another step, though my legs were weak. I raised my flashlight, but still she stood frozen. Slowly I moved toward her, the beam of the light swinging. Suddenly the room shook, like a heavy foot had stomped inside the wall. The ash from the hearth spurted up in a thin cloud. The mirror trembled, and the carved faces seemed to twist deeper, more grotesque. I shouted, "Why are you here?" The little girl turned to me, her face twisting into a boundless sadness. Then she walked forward, arms outstretched, but she passed straight through me, like mist. My body gave no resistance. I felt nothing but a sudden gust of cold. I stumbled back, nearly tripping on a chair as she floated backward into the mirror. Edgar stepped forward too, expression pleading. His mouth moved, then his form flickered and began to crumble, like dust in a breeze. The mirror's glass cracked, spider-like fractures spreading across it. The room filled with a tremendous roaring sound, an unearthly moan echoing from deep within the frame. I braced myself as the crack grew, until, with a sharp snap, the mirror shattered. Glass flew outward, shards spinning in the air, raining like a fractured scream. One piece caught my arm. I felt a sharp prick as it sliced my sleeve, but didn't cut deeply. I stumbled back, shielding myself. And then, silence. The mirror lay in jagged ruins on the floor. The carved frame was empty, hollowed out where the glass once was, the carved faces twisted in agony. I backed away, heart pounding, eyes stinging from the cold light. Then, from the shards, I saw her one last time. The girl, floating above the broken mirror, tears in her eyes. She looked at me, mouth opening in a silent plea, and then she faded. The man, Edgar, leaned forward too. He watched me, sorrow in his hollow eyes, then dissolved like smoke. I dropped to my knees, gulping in air, watching until the last wisp of them disappeared. The only sound left was the rain, pattering on the roof, relentless and unmoved. I stayed down there for a long time, staring at the broken glass and the wood frame. Part of me expected them to return, to step back into the shards, but they didn't. The house seemed quiet now, as though it had paused, withdrawn, waiting. By morning, I was exhausted. I'd barely slept. My arm throbbed where the glass had grazed me. I didn't dare touch the shards. Instead, I used gloves from my bag and bagged the larger fragments. The little pieces I swept carefully into a dustpan and stuffed into a box. I thought about calling Marcus, telling him what happened. But what would I say? That a ghost girl and her father appeared and the mirror exploded? He'd think I was joking or crazy. Instead, I spent the morning cleaning up as best as I could, burying the frame pieces in heavy trash bags and putting them in the barn. I stacked the leftover wood, cleared some of the rotted furniture, tried to air out the place, but the smell of mildew stayed. I put the pocket watch and the photograph on the mantel, along with the letters. I couldn't bring myself to discard them. Something inside me felt they belonged there, that maybe leaving them behind would be disrespectful. But I tucked them neatly, resolved that once Marcus came back, I'd give them to him, and I'd tell him what I saw. When Marcus returned 2 days later, sunlight was bright across the fields, though the damp still clung to the house. I met him in the kitchen, hands trembling, voice unsteady. "Something happened," I blurted, "in that mirror." He stared at me, expression dark. "What kind of something?" I told him. Every detail, the whisper, the voice, the little girl, the man, the crack, the shattered glass. He nodded slowly. His face didn't show surprise. Instead, a grave sadness. "You weren't supposed to touch it," he said softly. "I told you not to." "I know," I said, "but I didn't believe. And then I saw her." Marcus exhaled, looking away. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a letter, similar to the ones I'd found. He opened it, then handed it to me. It read, "Margaret, the mirror must never be brought into the light. She will try to cross over. If you shatter it, there is risk. But if you don't, she will remain, and he with her. The glass is the barrier." He looked up. His eyes were red. That was my grandmother's family, Edgar and his little girl Annie. Their story, they died here long ago. The others in the town whispered about them. They were well-to-do. Edgar was a scholar. Annie, she was sickly, delicate. She loved playing in the halls, listening to the whispers in the walls. Then one November storm, the house caught fire. They tried to evacuate but got trapped. I don't know precisely what happened, but the mirror was broken afterwards. We buried what was left, but fragments always resurfaced. He looked at me. "I thought I had taken every piece, but I missed one." He swallowed. "And it must have gone back." I stared, heart pounding. There are things in this house, things people don't understand. The mirror was more than just glass. It was a psychic anchor. She clung to it. He clung to her. He paused. "When I inherited this place, I promised myself I'd repair it, but I couldn't. Something bad was tied here." I felt a wave of sympathy for him, but also fear. "So what now?" Marcus shook his head. "I don't know." He closed his eyes. "I think you did what needed to be done. Shattering it may have freed them, or at least released whatever force was binding them here." He stepped over, lifting the letters and the photograph. For a moment, sadness and regret flickered across his face. "I'll bury the pieces," he said quietly, "and maybe the house will be at peace." Over the next few days, Marcus and I boxed up the mirror's remains, loaded them into his truck, and carried them out to the woods. We found a spot beneath a mapled tree, its limbs bare in the late November wind, and dug a shallow grave. I handed him the photograph and the letters, and together we laid them gently into the earth, covering them with cold soil. The rain had stopped, but the ground was still damp. As we tamped down the dirt, Marcus made a makeshift cross with 2 sticks tied together. He placed it over the burial. He said a few words, more to himself than to me. He asked forgiveness, closure, something I couldn't quite hear. When we stood up, the forest was still. The wind had dropped. The sky, now clear, had turned a pale winter gray. We stared at the makeshift cross for a long moment, then we left. In the days afterward, I felt something lift. The weight in my mind, the pressure in the air around me, the constant sensation that I was being watched, it all faded. When I stayed in the parlor, it no longer felt oppressive. The house felt like just an old house again. But sometimes when I opened the gate to leave, I would glance back at the windows. In the corner of one pane, I thought I saw a face pressed against the glass. A little girl, her hair damp, her expression sad but peaceful. Then she'd vanish. I never told anyone else about what happened. It sounded too unreal, too much like a bad nightmare. But I carried the weight of it inside me. Every rainy November night since then, if I close my eyes too hard, I hear scratchings in the dark, the soft voice of a child whispering, "Help me." And sometimes, late at night, I wake up thinking I feel cold breath on the back of my neck, as though someone is standing just behind me. I turn over, heart pounding, but there is nothing, just darkness, and in my mind the echo of tiny footsteps on old floorboards and a voice so soft, so fragile, "Help me." Story the end. The rain fell in relentless sheets over the small town of Millersville, drumming against rooftops and slicking the streets with a mirror-like sheen. November nights here were notorious for their oppressive gloom, the kind that seeped into bones and made people clutch their jackets tighter. Amber Holloway's car slid down the slick pavement, tires groaning in protest as she navigated the back roads. She hated driving in the rain, hated the way the world seemed to shrink into puddles and shadows. But tonight, she had no choice. Amber worked late at the Millersville Public Library. The hours were long, the pay modest, but she loved the solitude of the place when it was empty. The quiet was comforting, though sometimes the quiet whispered things she'd rather not hear. On this particular night, she had stayed behind to catalog some old books that had been donated by an elderly patron who had passed away. The collection was strange, oddly specific, a lot of regional folklore, handwritten diaries, and something that looked almost ritualistic. She'd spent the evening thumbing through brittle pages, noting symbols she couldn't recognize, shivering as the wind rattled the windows. By the time she left, the storm had escalated. The streetlights flickered like dying fireflies. Amber's phone buzzed in her purse. A text from her friend Nate reminded her to drive carefully. She typed a quick reply, "Yeah, already slipping around," and tucked the phone away. As she turned onto a narrow road that cut through the woods, the beam of her headlights caught something. A figure, standing by the side of the road, soaked to the bone. She slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing slightly. The figure was a man, or at least it looked like one. His face was obscured by a soaked hood, hands thrust into pockets. Her heart pounded, a tight, painful rhythm, and she debated whether to stop. Part of her knew she shouldn't, but something in his stance, a kind of desperate stillness, made her slide the car into park. "Are you okay?" she called out, her voice barely audible over the rain. The figure didn't move at first. Then slowly he raised his head. Amber's stomach dropped. His eyes, they were black, or as close to black as human eyes could be, but she couldn't see any whites. The mouth stretched into a grin that didn't reach those eyes. I need a ride," he said, voice low and uneven. Amber's hands shook as she considered her options. Logic screamed at her to drive away, but something, an odd, icy fascination, made her unlock the door. He got in without another word, dripping water over the passenger seat. Amber tried to ignore it, focusing on the road. "Where to?" "Just follow the road," he said. They drove in silence, the only sounds the wipers and the rain, and Amber's thoughts twisting in knots. She wanted to turn back, to go to the nearest gas station or call the police, but something about him made her hesitate. There was a weight in the air, thick and suffocating, like the night itself was pressing down on her chest. After a few miles, the road narrowed, trees pressing in on both sides. Amber realized she didn't recognize the path. Her GPS was spinning, unable to lock a signal. Where are we?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "Does it matter?" he asked, still smiling, still looking at her with those unnerving eyes. Before she could respond, a flash of movement caught her attention in the rearview mirror. Another figure, crouched low to the ground, appeared between the trees, then another and another. They weren't running, they moved with a terrifying calm, sliding from shadow to shadow, merging with the darkness. Amber's breath caught in her throat. "Drive faster," she said, panic rising. The man in the passenger seat chuckled, soft and hollow. "No need to rush," he said. Her fingers gripped the wheel tighter. The trees seemed to twist around the car, closing in. The figures moved closer, now alongside the car, matching its speed. Amber's headlights illuminated them briefly, tall, thin, almost skeletal, faces pale and expressionless. Their eyes were empty sockets of blackness, mirroring the man beside her. Amber slammed her foot down on the accelerator. The tires screamed, hydroplaning across puddles. The figures fell back, vanishing into the darkness, but she knew they hadn't really gone. She didn't speak, didn't look at him, just drove. The storm roared around her, thunder shaking the car, rain blinding her through the windshield. After what felt like an eternity, the road opened into a small clearing. In the middle was a house, decrepit and abandoned. Windows dark, paint peeling. "Pull over," he said. Amber's stomach twisted. I don't know you. I can't." "You already chose," he said, and the words seemed to echo in the air, though his mouth barely moved. The car rolled to a stop. Amber's hands were numb around the steering wheel. The man opened the door before she could protest. He stepped out, disappearing into the shadows, but a part of her felt compelled to follow. Against all reason, she stepped out of the car, the wet leaves sucking at her shoes. The air was cold, metallic, smelling faintly of iron. The house was older than anything she had seen, the wood warped and cracked. The door creaked open before she even touched it. Inside it was dark, but not empty. Candles lined the walls, casting uneven shadows. There were symbols on the floor, drawn in a substance that glimmered wetly in the candlelight. Amber's eyes were drawn to a figure in the center, a woman, bound with ropes, head down. She looked alive, but her chest moved slowly, unnaturally. "You've come," the man said from the doorway, voice low, almost pleased. Amber stumbled back. What is this? Who are you?" He stepped closer, and the blackness in his eyes seemed to deepen. "We're waiting," he said simply. The air thickened, a heavy pulse like a heartbeat in her ears. Shadows shifted on their own, the candles flickering as if something unseen moved around her. Amber tried to run, but the floor seemed to cling to her, roots snaking up to trip her. The woman in the center lifted her head, eyes wide, pupils black and bottomless. A low, guttural moan escaped her throat. Amber's legs screamed in terror, and she fell backward, rolling across the floor. When she looked up, the man was right in front of her, smiling. "Stay with us," he said. "It's warmer here." And then the walls began to move. Not literally, but the room itself seemed to breathe, like inhaling and exhaling. Shadows stretched like long fingers, curling around her. Amber screamed, a raw, piercing sound, but it was swallowed instantly by the house. Her body felt heavy, her arms like lead, and the air grew thicker with every breath. Suddenly, she was outside. The storm had stopped. The rain fell in gentle taps now, the wind soft. The house was gone, and so was the man. Only the car remained, idling in the clearing, empty. Amber stumbled to it, hands shaking, chest heaving. She climbed in, locking the doors behind her. The engine roared to life, but the GPS was still spinning, unhelpful. She drove blindly, the road twisting impossibly, as though the forest itself had rearranged while she wasn't looking. After an hour, or maybe minutes, time felt meaningless. She found herself back at the edge of Millersville. The streetlights, the familiar signs, the smell of wet asphalt, normalcy pressed in, and her body sagged with relief. She never saw the man again or the figures in the woods. She never found the house. But sometimes when November rains pelt the streets and the wind rattles her windows, Amber swears she sees those eyes, black and endless, watching her from the shadows. And every time she remembers the way the air had thickened that night, the way the house had breathed, the way she had almost stayed. The town's residents sometimes joked about the Millersville woods being haunted. Children dared each other to walk the trails. Grown-ups laughed at the stories. Amber didn't tell anyone about that night. No one would believe her, and she wasn't sure she wanted them to, because deep down, she knew some things weren't stories. They were waiting. A week after the incident, she returned to the library to finish cataloging the collection. The books were still there, exactly where she had left them. But now, one book was open on the table, a page she was sure she hadn't read before. Symbols, just like the ones in the house, sprawled across the yellowed paper. The final words made her blood run cold. We watch and wait, and when the rain falls, we choose. Amber closed the book slowly, her hands trembling. She left the library and didn't look back. That night, the rain began again, gentle at first, then growing. She stayed inside, windows closed, curtains drawn, but she could hear it, the soft, steady tapping against glass. And in the back of her mind, she knew, no matter what she did, she had been chosen. Story the end. Rain fell in sheets against the windshield, thick and heavy. The kind of November rain that didn't so much fall as it slammed down, turning the world into a wet blur of gray. I kept both hands tight on the wheel, squinting past the frantic wipers that hesitated every time they swept across glass. The highway was nearly empty. Most people with common sense had gone home hours ago, but I had stayed late at my job in Southbridge, trying to finish paperwork before the holiday rush kicked in. By the time I finally stepped outside, the storm had already swallowed the sky. I told myself the drive home to Dudley would be quick, maybe 20 minutes if I was careful. But 10 minutes in, the GPS froze, blinked, and then died completely. I slapped the screen with the side of my hand, though I knew it was useless. My phone had already dropped to 1 bar of service. The storm was killing everything. I took the next exit, thinking I knew the back roads well enough, but the rain intensified, drowning any sense of direction, turning familiar landmarks into shadows. I must have taken the wrong turn somewhere, because soon the pavement narrowed and the trees hugged both sides of the road like a dark corridor. My headlights caught branches that bowed and shuddered under the force of the wind. Another mile ahead, the road dipped, and a wide pool of water spread across it. "Great," I muttered. I braked hard, staring at the flooded stretch. I didn't trust my little Honda to push through that. I shifted into reverse, ready to back up, when something caught my eye on the left. Light. A faint, warm glow tucked between the trees. A house. I don't know why I felt so relieved, but the sight of a house out there on that lonely, flooded road felt like a chance to breathe. Maybe someone inside could give directions, or at least confirm where the hell I was. I backed up several feet, eased onto what looked like a long gravel driveway, and crept toward the light. The house came into view slowly, revealed by my headlights. 2 stories, old, with chipped white paint and a sagging porch that looked tired from decades of weather. The light I saw came from a single lamp in an upstairs window. No other lights burned anywhere else. For a moment I considered turning around, but the rain hammered harder, rocking my car like something was tugging at it. I didn't have many options. I grabbed my jacket, took a deep breath, and made a run for the porch. By the time I reached the steps, I was soaked. Water streamed down my back, and my sneakers squished with every step. I reached the front door and knocked. I waited. No answer. I knocked again, harder this time, calling out, "Hello? I'm sorry to bother you. My car's stuck. I just need directions." Still nothing. I pressed my ear to the door and heard something faint on the other side. Not movement, not voices, more like tapping, a steady, deliberate tapping. It went on for maybe 3 seconds, then stopped. I should have walked away. But the rain was relentless, and desperation clouded judgment. I tried the doorknob. It turned easily. The door creaked open. The house smelled of damp wood and something old, like papers that had been left in an attic for years. The air felt colder than it should have been. My breath fogged slightly, which made no sense. It wasn't that cold outside. "Hello?" I called again. Silence answered. I stepped inside carefully, keeping one hand on the doorknob in case I needed to bolt. The hardwood floor creaked under my weight. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dim interior, lit only by the faint glow from the upstairs window. The living room stretched out in front of me, sparse, with a few pieces of furniture covered by dusty sheets. A wooden rocking chair sat near a window, unmoving, though the draft in the room brushed against the sheet draped over it. That tapping sound came again, clearer now. Tap, 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 tap. I turned to my right, toward a hallway that led deeper into the house. The tapping was coming from somewhere down there, rhythmic and patient, like someone tapping their nails on a table. I swallowed hard. Is someone there? The tapping stopped instantly. Everything went dead quiet again. I reminded myself I just needed directions. That was all. Maybe someone lived here and couldn't hear me over the rain. Maybe they were upstairs near the lit room. I stepped into the hallway. The floor groaned beneath me, long moaning creaks that seemed to echo down the corridor. There were doorways on either side, kitchen on the left, dark and cold, a dining room on the right with a long table and chairs still neatly arranged as if expecting dinner guests who never arrived. At the end of the hallway stood a wooden staircase leading up to the second floor. The glow from the lit window upstairs spilled faint light onto the staircase, and then, from upstairs, a sound drifted down. Footsteps. Slow, dragging footsteps. I froze. They moved across the ceiling above me, deliberate and heavy, though uneven, like one leg dragged slightly. The sound grew louder as it approached the top of the staircase. I backed up one step, not running yet, but instinct had snapped awake and was screaming. Then the footsteps stopped. The silence felt so sharp it was almost a pressure against my ears. My heartbeat thudded in my throat. Hello? I tried again, though my voice cracked. Nothing. Against every instinct screaming at me, I stepped toward the staircase. I didn't go up, not yet. I just reached the base and looked upward. The upper hallway was pitch dark. The only light came from that room at the far end. I gripped the railing, forcing myself to stay calm. Maybe someone was up there, but didn't want visitors. Maybe they thought I was dangerous. If I just explained, a sudden thud sounded upstairs, then another, then a scraping sound, as though something heavy was being dragged across the floor. That was enough. I turned back toward the front door, ready to get the hell out of the house and take my chances in the storm. But the front door was closed. Not just closed, latched. I hadn't latched it. My pulse hammered. I reached for the lock and fumbled with it, my hands shaking. I twisted the deadbolt, yanked the doorknob. The door didn't budge. I yanked harder. It refused to open, as if someone on the other side was holding it shut. No, come on, I muttered, pulling with both hands, jerking the door until my shoulder throbbed. Behind me a floorboard creaked. Slow, deliberate, very close. I pressed my forehead to the door, panic blooming through my chest. I didn't want to turn around, but something in the air shifted, a cold inhale brushing the back of my neck. I spun. The hallway behind me was empty, completely empty. But the sheet on the rocking chair in the living room was moving, gently swaying, back and forth, as if someone had just gotten up from it. I staggered back, hitting the door with my shoulder. My breath came too fast, too shallow. My vision blurred at the edges. The tapping sound started again. Tap, 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 tap. This time it was coming from upstairs and moving down the staircase. The sound echoed in the hollow space, each strike like bone hitting wood. Tap, tap, tap. I needed to get out. Now. I sprinted toward the kitchen, hoping for a back door. The darkness swallowed me as I entered the room, but my hand found a counter. I followed its edge, searching for a door handle. My fingers brushed something cold, metal. A doorknob. I twisted it and shoved the door open, expecting the backyard. Instead, I stepped into a pantry. Shelves lined the walls, holding jars filled with cloudy liquids and dark shapes floating inside. I recoiled, squinting. One jar held what looked like a small animal, its fur floating in clumps. Another held something pale with slender fingers curled inward. My stomach lurched. I tried to back out, but the pantry door slammed shut behind me, plunging me into absolute blackness. I grabbed the doorknob, twisting, pulling, nothing. I pounded on the wood. Let me out! Let me out! Something moved in the pantry, not on the floor, above me. A soft, shifting sound like skin brushing against wood. My throat closed. I squeezed back against the shelves, praying they wouldn't collapse. Then the tapping started again, right beside my ear. Tap! I flinched hard enough to slam my shoulder into a shelf, knocking jars over. Glass shattered at my feet, releasing a smell so foul I gagged. Tap, tap. I reached for my phone, thinking I could use its light. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I fished it out. The screen flickered, 1% battery. I tapped the flashlight icon. The phone died. Something cold brushed the top of my head. I screamed and lunged at the door, throwing my full weight against it. Once, twice. On the third hit, the latch snapped and the door burst open. I stumbled into the kitchen, panting, falling to my knees. The tapping changed locations. Now it came from the dining room. Tap, tap, tap. I crawled away, scrambling across the floor. I didn't dare stand. My legs felt useless, limp with fear. From the dark dining room, something shifted. A silhouette. No details, just a tall shape, crooked in posture, watching me. My mouth went dry. Every muscle in my body locked. Then it stepped forward. Its leg dragged. Hard. A long scraping across the floor. I forced myself up and bolted for the hallway. I didn't look behind me. I couldn't. I slammed into the staircase railing, gripping it as the house groaned and the rain battered the walls like fists. The front door. I could try again. I sprinted to it, grabbed the knob, twisted, pulled. It opened. Just like that. Wide open, as if nothing had ever been wrong. Cold air rushed in, rain blowing across the threshold. I didn't waste a second. I ran. My feet pounded down the porch steps, splashed across the driveway, slipped in mud. I heard movement behind me, fast, uneven, coming down the steps. I didn't look. I reached my car, yanked the door open, threw myself inside. My hands trembled violently as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice, then finally roared to life. The moment the headlights flashed on, I saw it, standing on the porch. A tall, gaunt figure with limbs too long and a head tilted sharply to one side as if its neck were broken. It leaned on the railing, one leg dragging behind like dead weight. It didn't have eyes, just dark hollows that seemed to pull the headlights inward. And its hand tapped the railing slowly. Tap! 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 The minute my tires tore down the driveway, the figure lunged forward with shocking speed, dragging that twisted leg behind it, arms outstretched. I tore onto the road so fast the car fishtailed, but I kept going. I didn't slow down. I didn't breathe. I didn't think. The storm swallowed everything behind me. After several panicked minutes, the GPS flickered back to life, showing I was only a few miles from town. When I finally saw lights, real lights, street lights, homes, cars, I nearly broke down sobbing. I didn't go home right away. I parked in a gas station lot and cried until my breathing was normal enough to drive. I told myself I imagined it all, that the storm played tricks on my senses, that fear turned shadows into monsters, that houses don't trap people and things don't move in the dark, that tapping, tapping, tapping. But 2 days later, when I drove back along the same route in daylight, desperate to convince myself the house wasn't real, there was nothing there. No driveway, no house, just trees. And hanging from a low branch near the road was a strip of torn, white, weather-beaten cloth, rocking gently in the wind. Story the end. The rain had already begun to seep through the window frame when I first heard the tapping, so faint I thought it was the gutters spitting out leaves. The house was old, a 1920s two-story in rural Pennsylvania, the kind of place with slanted floors and radiators that clanged like chains on bad nights. I'd only been living there for 3 weeks. It wasn't supposed to be long-term. Just a temporary place while my company transferred me to Pittsburgh. The rental was cheap, too cheap, and the landlord's eagerness made a lot more sense after that first week when the November storm swept in and revealed how many things were wrong with the house. Windows that didn't shut fully, a basement that smelled like something had died in the walls years ago, lights that flickered even when the power was steady. Still, the tapping was new. I muted the TV and listened. It was past midnight, the storm outside rumbling like a heavy engine. The tapping came again, a slow, deliberate rhythm. Not branches, not rain, more like knuckles on wood. I looked toward the front door. The porch light flickered behind the frosted glass pane, making the dark shape on the other side seem to swell and shrink like breathing. My pulse thumped hard, too hard for me to pretend I wasn't unnerved. I stood, glanced around for something to use as a weapon, and grabbed the metal flashlight I kept on the coffee table. The tapping came again, closer this time, like the knocking was right beside my ear. The sound wasn't from the door, it was from the side window, the one next to the couch I'd been sitting on for hours. I stepped back so fast my heel hit the rug and I stumbled. The tapping repeated, 3 measured knocks. I forced myself to move toward the window. The street lamp outside barely lit the overgrown yard, but I saw nothing near the glass, only the branches trembling in the wind. Then a smear appeared. A fingertip trace, long and slow, dragged across the fogged interior side of the window. My breath hitched. Someone had touched the glass from the inside. I spun, expecting someone to be behind me. Some pale face, some stranger who'd slipped inside without me noticing. Nothing. Just the creak of the house and the hum of the refrigerator. I leaned toward the smear and touched it with my flashlight. It was wet. I stepped away. There was nothing logical about a wet smear forming on the inside of a locked window. I checked the kitchen door, the back entrance, the basement door. All shut, all bolted. I even checked under the bed and inside the closets like a terrified child, but the house was empty. At least, that's what I told myself. Rain hammered harder. The wind moaned through the siding. I tried to return to the couch, but something in the air felt wrong. Thick. Expectant. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning smelled like wet leaves and earth. I walked to the convenience store 2 miles down the road for coffee. The cashier, a thin, gray-bearded man named Wallace, eyed me like I'd shown up with blood on my shirt. "You staying in that old Harper place?" he asked. I nodded, stirring sugar into my cup. "You hearing things yet?" I looked up. "What kind of things?" He shrugged, but there was something tight in his jaw. "That house has a way of making folks leave sooner than they plan to." "Why?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked out the rain-spotted window toward the direction of my rental. "People say it don't stay empty, even when nobody's living there." My fingers tightened around the coffee cup. "I heard tapping on the windows last night and something inside, like someone dragged a finger across the glass." Wallace's face paled. He leaned in close, lowering his voice. "Whatever you do, don't open the basement door after dark." I didn't ask why. Something in me already knew the answer wouldn't help. I left the store with a sick, crawling feeling under my skin. That night, the rain returned. Harder, colder, like the storm had been waiting for me to come home. I kept every light on. The tapping didn't start until after 11 p.m. This time, it was from upstairs. The first knock came from the ceiling above the kitchen. Then another, this time a softer, dragging sound, like fingertips sliding across the floorboards. I froze in the doorway. The house went silent. Then, footsteps. Slow, heavy, one step at a time, pacing the upstairs hallway. My brain fought the panic, shoving logic in front of terror like a shield. Maybe an animal got in. A raccoon or something. But no raccoon walked with deliberate, controlled steps. I crept up the stairs, each step groaning under my weight. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. At the top of the staircase, the hallway stretched out in front of me. Dark, except for the small nightlight glowing near the bathroom door. I waited. Nothing. I stepped forward, reached for the switch, and flipped the upstairs light on. Every door was closed except my bedroom. The bedroom door stood halfway open. Not how I left it. I swallowed, gripping my flashlight so tight the metal bit into my palm. I pushed the door fully open, and the window, my bedroom window, was wide open, curtains flapping like frantic arms. Cold rain blew inside, soaking the carpet. I could have sworn I locked it. I checked twice before bed. I rushed over, slammed it shut, and clicked the latch into place. Then I pulled at the window, trying to see if it had loosened. It stayed locked. Firmly. A rush of dread swept over me, so strong I had to sit on the edge of the bed until my breathing steadied. I didn't hear the footsteps again that night, but I heard something else. Around 3:20 a.m., a soft rustling from the hallway. Then the whisper of fabric, as though someone was standing outside my door, slowly shifting their weight. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The rustling went on for hours. The next day, I called my landlord. He answered on the third ring, sounding winded. "Everything all right in the house?" "No," I said bluntly. "Windows are opening on their own. I'm hearing footsteps. Someone touched the inside of the glass. Something's not right." He fell quiet. "Look," I said, "if you know something about this place, I need you to tell me." He cleared his throat. "I'll come by tomorrow. We'll talk." But he didn't come. He didn't even call back. Instead, around 5 p.m., someone knocked on my door. Not the landlord. A woman stood on my porch, soaked from the rain, clutching a canvas bag. She looked to be in her early 40s, short dark hair plastered to her forehead. She glanced over her shoulder before speaking. "You're renting the Harper house," she said. I didn't deny it. "Can I come in? This won't take long." I hesitated, but she looked more frightened than threatening. Inside, she paced the living room before stopping near the window with the smear still faintly visible. "My name's Miriam," she said. "I lived here 5 years ago." My stomach tightened. "You left suddenly?" Her eyes flicked to the hallway. "I left in the middle of the night with nothing but what I could carry." "What happened?" She swallowed. The same things you're seeing, windows opening, footsteps upstairs, tapping on the walls, but it escalated. My skin prickled. One night, she continued, voice cracking, I woke up and every door in the house was open. Front, back, bedroom, bathroom, all of them. And the basement door. She pointed toward it. The basement door was standing wide open, like someone had just gone down there. I stared at the basement door. I had kept it locked since moving in. What's down there? I whispered. I didn't stay long enough to find out. Her voice was trembling now. She backed away from the door like a magnet was drawing her toward it. I'm telling you this because the house doesn't stop. It pushes. It tests you. And if you ignore it... She didn't finish. The doorknob on the basement door rattled. Both of us froze. The rattling grew violent, the metal vibrating in its socket, as though someone were twisting it from the other side with desperate strength. I stepped back. Miriam grabbed her bag. You need to leave, she whispered, backing toward the front entrance. Tonight. Don't wait. She fled into the rain before I could say another word. The basement door fell silent. I decided she was right. I spent the next hour packing essentials, clothes, documents, everything I could shove into 2 duffel bags. I didn't care about losing the deposit. I didn't care about the unfinished rental contract. Around 11 p.m., I zipped the bags, slung one over my shoulder, and grabbed the other. The storm outside had reached a fever pitch, sheets of rain slamming the windows so hard they quivered. As I reached for the front door, the power went out. The house fell into a suffocating darkness. Then, from upstairs, thump. Another, and another. Heavy, dragging footfalls, like something enormous was moving across the floor. My pulse roared in my ears. I groped for my flashlight, clicked it on, and its narrow beam cut through the darkness. The footsteps grew louder. They were coming down the hallway, then toward the stairs, then down the stairs. I backed against the front door as the staircase groaned under a shifting weight, step by step. The flashlight trembled in my hand. The beam shook. When the footsteps reached the bottom landing, the house fell silent. I forced myself to lift the flashlight. Nothing was there, just the shadows of the banister. Then the basement door creaked open on its own. A cold draft spilled into the room. The flashlight flickered. I swallowed hard, gripping the doorknob behind me. The basement door opened wider. A wet, slapping sound emerged from the darkness beyond it, like bare feet on concrete. My lungs seized. Something began to climb the basement steps, slowly, deliberately. I didn't wait to see anything come into view. I tore the front door open and ran into the storm, leaving both duffel bags behind. I sprinted across the yard, down the long gravel driveway, slipping and nearly falling twice before reaching the road. Rain blinded me, soaked me to the bone, but I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I reached the gas station miles away. Wallace found me sitting under the flickering awning, shivering, mud up to my knees. You left, he said quietly. I had to. He nodded once, like he'd known this would happen. You're not the first, he said. I stared at him, shaking. What's in that house? He hesitated, then spoke. Not what? Who? My stomach twisted. That house was never empty, he said. Not even after the Harper family died in that basement. People say part of them stayed behind. His voice dropped lower. And they don't like being left alone. A chill crawled up my spine. You did the right thing, he said. The house, it chooses who it wants to keep. I never went back. The landlord didn't call, didn't ask about the bags I'd left behind. When I finally tried to reach him a week later, the number was disconnected. I reported the house to the real estate agency. They removed the listing. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear the tapping. On hotel windows, on car windows, on apartment walls. 3 slow knocks, just like before. As if something followed me from that house, something that wasn't done with me yet. And every November, when the rain begins, the tapping grows louder. Story the end. The rain had already been coming down for hours when I pulled off Route 2 and onto the narrow forest road that led toward my uncle's old cabin. I'd driven the stretch dozens of times growing up, but November weather had a way of turning familiar places into something darker, something hollowed out. The wipers struggled against the sheets of water, and every few seconds, the trees on either side flickered in and out of view, like they were alive and shifting closer. I wasn't going there for nostalgia. My Uncle Frank had passed away 2 weeks before. No warning, just didn't wake up one morning. I'd inherited the cabin by default since he had no children and my mother wanted nothing to do with the place. She told me I could sell it, but I felt obligated to check it out first. At least clean it up before calling a realtor. Frank had lived alone, didn't like visitors. The neighbors, if you could call the two houses within 5 miles neighbors, said he'd grown even more reclusive in the past year. Started hearing things, seeing things in the woods. That's what they said anyway. The road narrowed to gravel, that soft crunch under the tires the only sound besides the rain. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, my headlights revealed the same sagging porch and peeling green paint I remembered from childhood summers. Except now it felt different, like the forest behind it had crept forward a few extra feet in the years since I'd last been there, eager to swallow the place whole. I killed the engine and stepped out. The chill hit me instantly, cold enough that my breath looked like smoke. The rain wasn't heavy here. It fell in thin, steady lines through the trees, a soft hiss like someone whispering under their breath. The front door stuck, swollen with moisture, and when it finally gave way, it released a stale, earthy smell. Not rot exactly, but the kind of smell a room gets when it's been closed off for too long. I flicked the lights, surprised when they actually turned on. Dim yellow bulbs hummed overhead. The living room looked almost exactly as I remembered. Same old plaid couch, same gun rack over the fireplace, same crooked photo of my uncle holding a trout bigger than his torso, except for the floor. The boards near the hall were scratched up, deep grooves like something had been dragged across them. I stared at them for a moment. Could be a fallen branch he brought in for firewood. Could be anything. Still, the scratches were jagged, uneven, too chaotic for something like that. I tried to ignore the feeling that they resembled claw marks. I dropped my bag on the sofa and walked toward the kitchen. Everything was dusty, untouched. But the back door, the one that led to the woods, was unlocked. Slightly open. A sliver of cold air leaked in. I shut it quickly. Frank must have left it open. Or maybe the wind had blown it loose. But something about that explanation felt wrong. My uncle was obsessive about locking up. Always had been. Even in the middle of nowhere, he acted like someone was watching. I made myself busy cleaning the counters, unpacking a few essentials, trying to shake the uncomfortable tension that settled in my shoulders. When I finally stopped moving, that's when I heard it. A thump. Soft. Somewhere inside the cabin. I froze. The rain outside filled the silence like static. Another thump. Heavier this time. It was coming from down the hall. I told myself it could be anything. An animal trapped under the floorboards, a loose window shutter, the storm messing with the structure. But something about the sound made the hair on my arms lift. It wasn't random. It had weight. Intention. I grabbed the flashlight from my backpack. The hall was darker than I remembered, like the bulbs struggled more the farther back you went. I stepped slowly, flashlight beam bouncing off the framed pictures lining the walls. Most were hunting photos. A few were of my mother when she was young. I stopped at the last door at the end of the hall, my uncle's bedroom. I pushed it open. Empty. Just the unmade bed, the rusted nightstand, the steel safe he kept under the window, the smell of old blankets and cedar. Nothing else. I started to turn away when I noticed the closet door slightly ajar. For a moment, I considered just leaving it for the morning, but the memory of the scratches on the living room floor kept nagging at me, dragging my gaze back. I reached for the knob and pulled it open. Nothing. Just old jackets, boots, and a stack of newspapers. I exhaled shakily, a nervous laugh slipping out. I felt stupid for letting the place get to me. It was a lonely cabin in the woods during a storm. Of course it was going to feel off. I shut the door and walked back down the hall. But as I turned the corner, something made me stop. There were wet footprints on the wooden floor. Human footprints. Bare feet. They trailed from the front door to the middle of the living room, and then stopped. I stared at them, my breath catching. They were too large for my feet, too wide, and fresh enough that water still glistened around the edges. Someone had been inside. Maybe still was. I spun around quickly, scanning every corner. The cabin was small. There weren't many places to hide. I checked behind the couch, under the table, even the coat closet. Nothing. My heart was pounding now, loud enough I could hear it. I hurried to the front door, flipped the deadbolt, then checked the windows. All locked. I told myself the prints must have been old, maybe from earlier today, someone from the sheriff's office doing paperwork or cleanup, but the rain would have washed anything older than a few minutes away. I grabbed my phone, but of course there was no signal this deep in the woods. It figured. I needed to calm down. I needed to think logically. I went to the fireplace and started arranging logs to get a fire going. Something grounding. Something normal. That's when I saw the note. It was tucked in the corner of the mantel, folded in half. I didn't remember seeing it earlier. I picked it up. The paper was damp around the edges, as if it had been handled recently with wet fingers. My uncle's handwriting, shaky and uneven. If you're reading this, it means it found a way in again. Don't stay after dark. Don't listen when it calls your name. And whatever you do, don't open the bedroom closet. My stomach flipped. I had opened the closet. I rubbed my arms, suddenly freezing. I read the note again. Each pass made my pulse quicken. He must have been sick or confused or paranoid. Maybe dementia. Maybe loneliness had finally fried his nerves. But that didn't explain the footprints, or the scratches, or the closet door slowly creaking open behind me. I didn't move. Not at first. My body locked tight, like my brain couldn't decide whether to turn around or run. The closet door shouldn't have been open. I had shut it. I was sure of it. The creaking stopped. Silence, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. I forced myself to turn. The closet door was open about a foot. I stepped back involuntarily, bumping against the coffee table. My hand shook as I raised the flashlight, aiming it at the dark gap. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, but I could feel something inside. Not see it, feel it. A heaviness. A presence. Watching. I took another step back. My heel hit one of the footprints. It smeared across the wood. Then, from inside the hall behind me, I heard my uncle's voice. Soft. Raspy. A whisper. Close the door. I spun so fast my vision blurred. No one was there, just the dim hallway stretching into black. My breath hitched. Frank? I croaked, even though I knew it couldn't be him. The whisper came again, this time from the closet. Close the door. I ran. I didn't think about where I was going. My body took over. I sprinted down the hall toward the back door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slipping on the cold metal. The whispering grew louder behind me, too close, like someone was leaning over my shoulder. When I finally got the door open, I stumbled onto the porch, nearly slipping on the wet wood. Rain hammered down, blinding me. The trees swayed like tall shadows, shifting in unison. I bolted toward the truck. Halfway there, something moved at the tree line. A figure. Tall. Too tall. Its limbs were long and thin, bending at wrong angles. It didn't step out of the forest so much as uncoil from it, detaching from the darkness. Its head tilted slowly, impossibly, like it was studying me. Then it stepped forward. Its feet, bare feet, slapped against the wet ground. Footprints. My legs nearly gave out, but adrenaline kept me moving. I reached the truck, yanked the door open, jumped inside, slammed the lock. The figure drifted closer. I fumbled for the keys. My hands were shaking so violently I dropped them. They hit the floor with a metallic clink. I dove for them, gripping them just as the thing reached the edge of the driveway. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered. The headlights flicked on. In the beams, I saw it clearly. Pale skin stretched too thin across a long frame, fingers that nearly brushed the ground, a mouth that opened too wide, lips pulling back like wet fabric, revealing rows of teeth that didn't look human. It surged forward. The truck roared to life. I slammed my foot on the gas. Gravel sprayed behind me. The creature lunged, its hand slamming onto the tailgate with a heavy thud. The truck fishtailed. I screamed and floored the pedal. For several seconds it kept pace. Running. Its face illuminated in flashes by the headlights bouncing off wet branches. That impossible mouth widening. That whisper, my name, carrying even through the storm. Then, finally, it slipped back into the darkness, vanishing between the trees as the road straightened. I didn't stop driving until I reached the highway. Even then, I kept checking the rearview mirror every 5 seconds. I called the sheriff's office from the nearest gas station. I didn't tell them everything, just that someone had been inside the cabin, that I felt unsafe. They said they'd send a deputy to check it out. I didn't go back. A week later, they called me. The deputy said the cabin was empty. No signs of break-in. Nothing unusual. But then he paused and told me something that made my blood run cold. The back closet, the one in my uncle's room, was nailed shut from the inside. I never reclaimed the cabin. I transferred ownership to the county and didn't ask what they planned to do with it. But sometimes late at night, when it rains the way it did that November, I swear I hear that whisper again. My name, soft, insistent, like something still waiting in the dark. Story the end. The rain had already turned the asphalt into a dark mirror by the time I left my sister's house in rural Maryland that night. It was the second week of November, close enough to winter that every gust of wind had a blade edge to it. I should have stayed over, slept on her couch, ignored the early morning shift I had the next day. But I'd promised my supervisor weeks ago, and I was still new at the construction job. Showing up late wasn't an option. The road stretched ahead like a lonely river. Tall pines pressed in on both sides, branches shaking like restless hands. My wipers clicked back and forth, barely keeping up with the sheets of rain. Even with my high beams on, I could see maybe 10 yards ahead before the night swallowed everything again. I'd driven that rural route countless times visiting my sister, but the storm made the familiar feel foreign. I kept the radio off so I could listen to the tires cutting through pooled water. Something about hearing the environment calmed me when visibility got bad. When the first figure stepped into the road, I almost didn't register it as a person. It was so fast, just a pale blur in the rain, illuminated for a fraction of a second by my headlights. I slammed the brakes hard, the truck fishtailing as it skidded across the slick road. The seatbelt bit into my chest. The engine sputtered. My heart thrashed in my ribs. I sat there breathing hard, hands locked around the steering wheel. No impact. I replayed it in my head, trying to make sense of the shape I saw. A deer? A stray dog? An upright. Human height. Human form. But it wasn't running. It had only stood still, like it had been waiting for my truck to reach that exact spot. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The road ahead was empty. A cold tremor crawled across the back of my neck. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the rain distorted something. I reached for the gear shift to keep driving, but a soft tap sounded against the driver's side window. Not rain. 3 deliberate knocks. Knuckles. I jerked away from the door. Through the rivulets of water sliding down the glass, I saw nothing there. Just darkness and distorted pine needles. My breathing got faster. I told myself the wind had pushed a branch into the truck. That was all. I forced myself to roll forward again, slow at first, then faster as I put distance between myself and that spot. But the road stretched on, silent except for the storm. No oncoming headlights, no distant taillights, no houses, just trees and darkness. And the longer I drove, the more I became aware of the feeling, like something was behind me, in the back seat, watching. Every horror story I'd ever heard from coworkers or uncles around campfires flashed through my mind. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to confirm or dismiss the thought. So I kept my eyes forward, gripping the wheel so tightly my fingers stung. I tried turning the radio on to break the silence. Instead of music, all I got was static, loud, hissing static that filled the cab like a scream. I turned the knob to lower it, but nothing happened. The static stayed the same volume no matter what I did. My pulse hammered. I shut the radio off entirely. The static kept going. Louder. That was when I checked the back seat. Empty. But as I stared, I saw something dripping onto the middle seat from the ceiling. Thick drops. Not water. They were darker, heavier. I whipped around and focused on the road again, refusing to look back a second time. My mind tried to tell me it was just water leaking from an old seal, but I'd never had that issue. Not once. Mile markers passed, illuminated briefly by my headlights before disappearing behind me. The storm only worsened, the wind rattling the truck. I turned the heat up instinctively, but the vents blew cold air instead. My fingers felt numb on the steering wheel. I checked the dashboard. The temperature gauge had dropped below normal, something I'd never seen before. The static finally cut off. In its place came a faint voice, a whispering. Not coming from the radio, coming from all around me like the air itself had learned how to talk. I can't explain that sound. It wasn't English, or maybe it was, and I just couldn't understand it. It was like someone speaking underwater, yet too close to my ear. The whisper curled around the edges of my thoughts like smoke. I slammed my palm against the dash. Stop! The whispering ceased. The rain eased up for a moment, letting me see a little farther down the road. I spotted a light ahead. A single house porch light glowing through the downpour. I didn't remember any houses along this stretch, but the sight of it felt like salvation. My hands were shaking violently from fear and cold. I needed help. I needed warmth. I needed to get out of the truck. The gravel driveway was long, narrow, leading up to a small two-story home with dark windows and peeling paint. The porch light flickered. I put the truck in park, turned off the ignition, and sat there listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The rain softened to a drizzle. A strange, quiet stillness took its place. I forced myself out of the truck and jogged up to the porch. The boards creaked beneath me. The light buzzed overhead. I knocked on the door, a hesitant, uneven knock. I felt like an intruder, but also like I didn't have a choice. After a moment, I knocked again, louder. Footsteps shuffled inside. The door opened a crack, revealing an older man with sunken cheeks and weary eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His gray hair stuck out at odd angles, as if he'd run his hands through it over and over in frustration. "You shouldn't be out here," he said, voice rough. My truck, something happened. I don't know. I just need to warm up, maybe call someone." His eyes darted over my shoulder toward the road, then back to me. He hesitated, then opened the door wider. "Get inside. Quickly." The moment I stepped into the living room, warmth hit me. A fire crackled in a stone fireplace. The house smelled faintly of cedar and something else, something metallic I couldn't place. "Sit down," the man said, gesturing toward a faded couch. "Storm like this brings things out." I froze halfway to the couch. Things. He didn't answer right away. He stared into the fire like he was weighing whether to speak at all. "Did you see it?" he finally asked. My throat tightened. "I don't know what I saw." "That's how it starts," he murmured. I took a slow step back. "Sir, I appreciate you letting me in, but if this is some kind of joke—" "It's not a joke," he said sharply. "You think you're the first to come banging on my door on a night like this? You think you're the first one to see something standing in the road?" The room seemed to shrink around me. He continued, "It shows itself when the storm is heavy enough to hide footprints, when the wind's loud enough to drown out screams." I wanted to leave. I really did. But something in his voice, raw, terrified, kept me rooted. "What is it?" I asked. He rubbed a trembling hand across his face. "Something old. Something that doesn't like being seen. That's why it stands still. Lets the headlights hit it just once, just long enough for you to doubt what you saw." I swallowed. Hard. "What happens if you don't doubt it?" His eyes lifted to mine. There was a haunted emptiness in them. "It follows you." A violent crash shattered the moment. The sound came from the porch, wood splintering, the porch light snapping, glass scattering. The man's eyes widened. "It found you." My heart threatened to tear its way out of my chest. He grabbed my arm with surprising strength and dragged me toward the back of the house. "We have to go, now." We ran through a narrow hallway. The lights flickered overhead. The whispering returned, no longer distant but inside the house, slithering along the walls. I heard the front door creak open, slow and deliberate, as though something was pushing it with careful intent. The man shoved me toward a cellar door. "Down there." I hesitated. Cellars in horror stories never meant safety. But another sound pushed me forward, the unmistakable sound of something dragging its fingers along the walls in the front room. I descended the steps fast, nearly tripping. The man followed, slamming the door shut behind us. There was no lock, only darkness thick as tar until he flicked on a single bare bulb hanging overhead. The cellar was cramped, filled with old tools and half-rotted shelves. A damp smell clung to the air. The man pressed his ear to the door. Footsteps crossed the floor above us. Slow, intentional. They didn't sound like boots or shoes. They were too soft, too careful. The whispering grew louder. The man's voice trembled. "Don't look up." "What?" The bulb above us flickered wildly. Shadows twisted across the ceiling. He stepped closer to me, eyes wide with terror. "No matter what you hear," he whispered, "don't look up." Something creaked above us, wood bending under weight. Then, impossibly, fingers curled around the light bulb from the darkness above it, fingers emerging through the ceiling itself, as though it wasn't solid. The man grabbed my jacket. "Don't look." But I did. I tilted my head up, and I saw its face peering down through the ceiling, perfectly aligned with the bulb. Its skin was colorless, stretched too tight. Its eyes were black and wet, reflecting me upside down. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. It only watched. The bulb popped, plunging us into darkness. The man screamed, raw, primal. Something thrashed above us. I felt cold fingers brush my shoulder and bolted down the stairs toward the tiny cellar window. I didn't think. I didn't look back. I just ran. I smashed the window with my elbow, ignoring the glass, slicing my skin, and crawled through into the wet night air. I scrambled to my feet and ran faster than I had ever run in my life. Branches whipped my face. Rain soaked me instantly. Behind me, I heard the man's screams cut off, just cut off, like someone had hit a power switch. The whispering followed me into the trees, sliding between the trunks, chasing me through the dark. I didn't stop until I saw the faint glow of my truck's headlights in the distance. I stumbled toward it, threw myself inside, and locked the doors. My hands shook violently as I turned the key. The truck started on the first try. The radio was silent. The heat blew warm. No whispering. No cold. No figure in the road. I drove until I saw the first gas station far from the woods. I didn't stop until bright, fluorescent lights surrounded me. I never went back for the man. I never told anyone what happened, except now. And every year when November comes and the rain starts falling harder, I start hearing faint whispers again outside my window. I never look up anymore. Story the end. The rain didn't start until late afternoon, just as the sun sank below the horizon and the sky turned a bruised purple. I was driving back from a client meeting, tired, coffee-stained, and wishing I'd brought a coat. November in northern Ohio had that sharp, metallic smell that made lungs ache a little, and the wet roads reflected the few streetlights like puddles of molten silver. I was almost home when the first branch cracked against my windshield. I swerved, heart-hammering, and realized the storm had picked up suddenly. The wipers struggled, smearing rain across the glass instead of clearing it. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the wind had grown into a low, constant roar, rattling the gutters and snapping the trees outside like whip cracks. I grabbed my bag and unlocked the door to the house. The warmth hit me immediately. The smell of wood and old carpet and the faint, lingering trace of my roommate's cologne. The power had gone out somewhere down the street, so I pulled the flashlight from the drawer, flicked it on, and started to unpack. Nothing unusual at first. The house was quiet, except for the storm, which seemed to hammer harder the longer I stayed inside. I set down my bag in the living room, and the beam of the flashlight cut across the furniture. Couches draped with throws, the old rug still in the same place, the kitchen doorway dark. Then I heard it. A faint creak from upstairs. I froze. Not a loud noise, not a crash, just the slow shift of weight on wooden boards. I had the place to myself. My roommate wouldn't be back until tomorrow, and the neighbors were far enough away that I'd have heard them leave if someone was coming or going. I swallowed and tried to convince myself it was the storm. The old house groaned sometimes. Maybe a branch fell against the siding. Another creak, this one louder. Then a dragging sound, slow, deliberate, coming from the bedroom upstairs. I dropped the bag and tiptoed toward the stairs, trying to steady my breathing. My hand rested on the railing, the flashlight trembling slightly. Halfway up, I stopped. Something moved. Just at the corner of my vision, something crouched in the hallway, low to the ground, shifting just enough to make me catch the movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun the flashlight in that direction. Nothing. I laughed nervously, forcing a shake of my head. I was tired. My mind was playing tricks on me. I reached the top of the stairs. The hallway stretched ahead, dark and narrow. 3 doors, my roommate's, the guest room, my bedroom. The dragging sound had stopped. The smell hit me first, damp, like earth mixed with decay, stronger than anything I remembered from childhood, like the soil from the woods behind the house, only sour and metallic. I moved toward my bedroom. The door was closed. I always left it closed when I went out, but something in the air told me it wasn't shut properly. When I touched the knob, the door swung open. Nothing inside. Just the bed, neatly made, the dresser, untouched, the closet door slightly ajar. I stepped in, shining the flashlight across the room. The beam fell on a framed photo on the nightstand, my roommate and me at a Halloween party last year. The image seemed innocuous, but the shadows in the corners of the room felt heavy, like they were pressing in. Then I noticed the closet. The crack of darkness had widened slightly. Not by much, just enough to suggest movement. I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. Before I could rationalize, I heard it, a low, rasping breath from inside the closet. I stumbled back, heart racing. The phone buzzed in my pocket. My roommate. I forgot my charger. You there? I grabbed the phone with a trembling hand. Yeah, I'm home. Are you? Wait, don't come over. Just don't come over. The line went dead. I heard the breathing again, this time closer. Coming from under the bed, I stumbled backward, tripping over the rug and landing hard on my side. My flashlight rolled across the floor, its beam catching the edge of the closet. Something shifted inside. I scrambled up, grabbed the flashlight, and swung the door open fully. Nothing, just a pile of clothes and shoes. The smell was stronger now. I gagged, retching slightly, and stumbled back. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate thump behind me. I spun. The window was closed, the room empty. But the thump came again. From the door, I bolted out of the bedroom, down the hall, and toward the stairs. My foot caught on the last step, and I fell, sliding the rest of the way down. Pain shot up my leg, but I forced myself up and ran to the front door. Outside, the wind tore at me, but I didn't care. I fumbled with my keys, unlocked the car, and jumped inside, and slamming the doors and locking them immediately. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath, I glanced back at the house. The living room window, which should have been dark, was faintly illuminated. A silhouette moved across it, tall and misshapen, unnaturally long arms swinging slightly. I swallowed hard, my stomach tightening. I started the car and tore down the street, rain lashing against the windshield. My headlights caught something moving at the edge of the yard, another shape, crouched, watching, waiting. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 5 miles away. I ran inside, soaked, trembling, and told the attendant I needed the phone to call the police. Officers arrived an hour later. They searched the house, no signs of forced entry, no footprints, no displaced furniture, nothing at all, except the smell, still lingering in the bedroom, and the closet door. The scratches, deep, thin, and jagged, like long nails digging into the wood. The police took pictures, made a report, and left. I haven't gone back to the house since, but every November when the wind howls and the rain comes down in sheets, I can hear the scratching in my mind. Slow, patient, waiting. And I know, in a way I cannot explain, that whatever it was that night never left. Story the end. The wind had been howling all evening, whipping the tall pines around the old cabin like a pack of angry wolves. November rain fell in a steady, icy drizzle, soaking the ground and turning the dirt path to thick, sticky mud. Jeremy Collins gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to ignore the treacherous slick of the narrow forest road. The GPS had lost signal miles ago, leaving only the memory of an old map he'd printed weeks before. He'd promised himself this trip would be simple. A weekend getaway to sort through his grandfather's abandoned cabin in the North Carolina mountains, clear out a few things, and maybe enjoy a quiet night in front of the fireplace. But the deeper he drove into the woods, the heavier the air became, thick with mist and the smell of wet leaves and decaying wood. When he finally reached the cabin, it seemed smaller than he remembered. The roof sagged in the middle, shingles missing like broken teeth, and the windows were grimy with a film of years and neglect. A single metal mailbox creaked in the wind, swinging empty on its post. He parked, killed the engine, and sat there for a moment, letting the rain wash over the windshield. The only sound was the tapping of rain on the metal roof and the soft moan of the trees bending in the wind. He grabbed his duffel and flashlight and trudged to the front door. The lock gave under his old key with a satisfying click, but the door itself groaned like it resented being opened. Inside, the air was heavy, musty, and smelling faintly of something metallic. The cabin had been untouched for decades. Dust covered the furniture, spiderwebs hung in the corners, and the floorboards creaked alarmingly with each step. Jeremy set down his bag and went to the fireplace to inspect the old woodpile. He noticed something immediately, scorch marks on the mantel, as though a fire had burned there recently. Strange, he thought, since he remembered the cabin had been empty since his grandfather's passing. He shrugged it off. The wind was strong, probably blew embers out when he wasn't looking. As night fell, the storm intensified. Rain drummed on the roof so loudly it drowned out almost every other sound. Jeremy lit a few candles and settled in on the worn couch, the flickering light throwing jagged shadows across the walls. He tried to focus on a book, but the storm's rhythm made his eyelids heavy. That's when he heard it, a soft footstep, upstairs. Jeremy froze. He told himself it was impossible, The cabin had been empty. Maybe an animal had found its way in. But then came another sound, closer this time. Something dragging. A slow, deliberate shuffle across the upstairs floorboards. His heart hammered painfully in his chest. "Hello?" he called, trying to keep his voice steady. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the wind and rain. He grabbed his flashlight and slowly climbed the narrow stairs. Each step protested under his weight. At the top, the hallway stretched before him in darkness. The beam of light cut through the gloom, illuminating the faded wallpaper and crooked picture frames. That's when he saw it. One of the bedroom doors was ajar. He hadn't left it open. Jeremy's pulse spiked. He approached the door, flashlight trembling in his hand. Inside, the room was empty, but the air was different, colder, heavier, like the room itself was holding its breath. The bed was made as though someone had just left it, though the dust on the floor suggested otherwise. Then he noticed the closet door, slightly open, though he was certain he had closed it. He stepped closer, flashlight illuminating the dark gap. A foul, sweet smell wafted out, like rotting fruit mixed with damp earth. His stomach churned. Something moved inside. He froze. A shadow stretched along the back of the closet, too tall and too thin, limbs bending at impossible angles. No face, just the suggestion of a head turning toward him. Jeremy's mind screamed at him to run. He bolted from the room, down the stairs, crashing into the wall and sending a candle skittering across the floor. The flame guttered and died, plunging him into darkness. From the living room came a sound, slow, heavy footsteps, not his, not natural. They moved closer, deliberate, measured, like someone or something was stalking him through the cabin. He fumbled for the front door, locked, the back door, locked. He hadn't locked them. He was sure of it. Panic clawed at him. The steps stopped. Silence, then a whisper, soft and wet like air through decaying leaves. "Jeremy," his breath caught. The voice was his grandfather's. Or at least it sounded like him, low, gravelly, calling him from the dark. "Jeremy, come to me." He turned, shining the flashlight into the living room. Shadows twisted unnaturally along the walls. The fire in the fireplace suddenly flared up, illuminating a figure standing at the far end. Too tall, too thin, limbs bending at impossible angles, head tilted unnaturally to the side. Its face, if you could call it that, was featureless, smooth and dark, like burned wood. He backed away, tripping over a rug, falling hard. The figure glided forward, silent but somehow filling the room, moving impossibly fast. Jeremy scrambled to his feet and bolted for the kitchen. He yanked open a drawer and grabbed the largest knife he could find. Behind him, the house seemed to sigh. Floorboards groaned, the shadows lengthened and curled as if alive. The figure appeared in the doorway. Jeremy could feel its presence pressing down on him, suffocating, filling his senses with the cold stink of rot. He lunged, slashing blindly. The knife hit air, or maybe something more solid, but there was no sound, no resistance, just a shift in the darkness, and the shadow moved closer. Jeremy stumbled back, nearly losing his balance on the wet floor. His eyes darted to the back door. It had been locked all this time. Somehow, now it was slightly open. He ran. The rain slammed into him like needles as he burst from the cabin, mud sucking at his boots. He didn't stop running. Branches tore at his coat and face. He didn't dare look back. The cabin was behind him, looming in the storm, silent now. He ran until he found the old forest road, where headlights soon appeared. A couple driving home from a late dinner stopped, calling to him as he collapsed into their car, shivering and soaked. They drove him to the nearest town. When he returned with the sheriff the next day, the cabin was quiet, empty, lifeless. No signs of forced entry, no footprints except his own in the mud. Nothing. But Jeremy never forgot the shadow, the smell, or the voice. And sometimes when the wind howls through the trees in November, he swears he can hear footsteps following him, just behind. Story the end. The rain had already been falling for hours when Daniel Mercer took the exit toward Briar Creek, a small tree-choked town tucked deep into the Appalachian foothills. He hadn't planned on stopping there. He hadn't even intended to be on that highway. But the storm had grown too violent and the visibility too poor for him to continue driving safely. Sheets of rain hammered his windshield, the wipers swiping hopelessly fast, barely improving the view. He spotted the sign for Creekside Motel through the downpour, a flickering neon red that pulsed like a heartbeat through the storm. He pulled into the gravel lot, tires crunching as water pooled around them. The building was a long, sagging structure of weathered wood panels, with a metal roof that roared loudly under the rain's assault. Only 2 other cars were parked in the lot, both coated with wet leaves and mud. Daniel grabbed his duffel bag, locking the car behind him, and jogged toward the motel office. The wind whipped cold sheets of rain under the awning, soaking him within seconds. He tried the door. It creaked open, the bell above it jangling with an oddly hollow ring. The office smelled faintly of mildew and cigarettes, and a small television on the counter flickered with static. A thin man with wiry gray hair slipped through a bead curtain behind the desk. His eyes were dark and sunken, but alert. "Hell of a storm," the man said, voice dry as bone. "Yeah," Daniel replied, dripping on the linoleum floor. "Roads are rough. I need a room for the night." "You're just in time. We shut down early when the weather's like this. Power can be unreliable." The man tapped a key off a hook. "Room 9. Last one on the end. You pay in the morning when the weather clears." Daniel nodded, unwilling to challenge the strange hospitality. He took the key and stepped back into the storm, jogging down the row of doors. The dim bulbs above the walkway flickered, buzzing weakly. Room 9's paint peeled in long strips, and the door stuck before opening with a groan. Inside, the air felt stale and damp. A single lamp by the bed cast a warm but shaky glow. An outdated floral bedspread covered the sagging mattress, and a small table beneath the window held a Gideon Bible with pages warped by moisture. A faint smell, something earthy, almost metallic, clung to the room. Daniel locked the door, tossed his bag on the chair, and sat heavily on the bed. He rubbed his face, exhausted, listening to the rain hammer the roof and the wind moan through the gaps in the siding. But beneath the storm's noise, he heard something else. A scraping sound. Soft at first, then more distinct, like nails dragging across wood. He held his breath, listening. The sound came from the wall behind the bed, the wall shared with room 8. A slow, deliberate scrape that traveled along the baseboard. Mice, he told himself. Old building. Still the noise continued, too slow to be rodents, too intentional. Daniel stood and pressed his ear to the wall. The scraping paused. For a moment, all he heard was the storm outside. Then faintly, he heard a whisper. A voice, muffled, urgent. "Help!" Daniel jerked back, heart thudding. It had been a voice, definitely human. A woman's voice. He hesitated only a moment before grabbing his jacket and stepping back out into the rain, heading to room 8. The door was dark. No light seeped from the window. He knocked hard. "Hello? Are you all right?" No answer. He tried the handle. Locked. He knocked again, louder this time. "Ma'am? Do you need help?" Still nothing. Only the muffled roar of the storm. Uneasy and unsure, Daniel hurried back to the office. The old man was still inside, sitting behind the counter now, inandesmouth, the TV's static casting twitching shadows across his face. "There's someone in room 8? Daniel asked. The old man didn't look up immediately. "No. Been empty for weeks." Daniel's stomach tightened. "I heard something in there. A woman. She sounded like she needed help." Now the old man looked up, his expression unreadable. "Storm plays tricks on the ears out here. Wind blows strange in these hills." "It wasn't the wind," Daniel insisted. "There's someone. Room 8 is empty," the man said sharply, tapping a brittle finger on the desk. "No one's checked in for over a month." Daniel stared at him. The man's tone had changed. Cold, defensive. Not wanting to cause trouble or provoke him further, Daniel nodded slowly and backed out of the office. But the unease followed him. As he walked back toward room 9, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the trees that pressed in behind the motel. They swayed wildly, black silhouettes clawing at the sky. The scraping stopped when he returned to his room. But the smell, the metallic, earthy smell, seemed stronger. And when he sat down on the bed, he felt an odd vibration beneath the floorboards, like something moved beneath the room, deep in the ground. He tried to sleep. He really did. But the storm got worse. The wind screamed through the cracks. Thunder shook the walls. And somewhere outside, he heard something. No, someone walking through the rain. Slow, heavy footsteps sloshing through puddles. He sat upright, pulse hammering. The footsteps stopped right outside his window. Rain slapped the glass, trailing rivulets that distorted the silhouette standing behind it. Tall, still, watching. Daniel's breath caught. He inched toward the lamp, but before he could reach it, the bulb flared bright, then shattered. The room plunged into darkness. Daniel froze as he heard the unmistakable sound of fingers, long, wet fingers, raking across the window pane. The silhouette moved, slowly, ahead, tilting, as though listening. Then the whisper came, this time from inside the room, a breath behind his ear. You shouldn't have come here. Daniel spun, stumbling backward, tripping over his duffel bag. His hands scrambled along the floor until they found the door. He yanked it open, sprinting into the storm. He didn't care that he was barefoot. He didn't care that he had left his belongings. Something was in that room, something that knew he was there. He ran toward the office, yelling for help, slipping on the gravel. The neon sign flickered wildly. The door to the office swung open with the storm's force. Daniel rushed inside. The old man was gone. The TV was off. The bead curtain behind the desk waved gently, as though someone had just passed through it. Hello? Daniel called, voice cracking. No answer. Lightning flashed, and for a split second he saw it, reflected in the dusty motel office window. A woman behind him, hair dripping, face pale and sunken, eyes hollow pits. Her mouth hung open as though screaming without sound. Her fingers, long, thin, and twisted, reached toward him. Daniel spun, no one there. He bolted for the exit, skidding into the rain. He had only one thought left in his mind. Get to the car. Drive. Anywhere. The gravel crunched under his feet as he sprinted to his car. He grabbed the handle. Locked. His hands shook violently as he fumbled for the keys in his pocket. Gone. Thunder rolled overhead. And then he heard the scraping again. But this time it wasn't from a wall. It was from beneath the gravel, under his feet. Slow, deliberate scraping, rising through the ground as though something was tunneling upward. Daniel backed away from the spot, heart pounding. The rain washed mud from the gravel, exposing dark, wet soil. Something pressed against the surface, pushing upward. A hand broke through. Gray, slender fingers clawed into the air. Daniel screamed, stumbling backward as the rest of the figure writhed beneath the ground, trying to pull itself free. He ran toward the trees, desperate for escape, any escape. Branches whipped his face. Mud sucked at his feet. The storm raged harder, the wind screaming like something alive. Behind him, he heard multiple voices now, whispers carried on the storm. Stay, come back, join us. He didn't look back. He couldn't. He pushed deeper into the woods until he reached an old dirt road. Ahead, a faint porch light glowed through the rain. A house. He sprinted toward it, slipping in the mud, lungs burning. He crashed onto the porch and hammered on the door. Please, somebody, help me. After a moment, the door creaked open. An elderly woman with wide, fearful eyes stood inside. In the storm, she whispered. You shouldn't be out in the storm. Daniel staggered in. Please, there's something at the motel. Something. Under the ground. Her expression twisted with dread. You stayed at Creekside? Daniel nodded, trembling. The woman shut the door, locked it, then slid the deadbolt with shaking hands. You're not safe here. Not tonight. Not on a wet November night. Not after you heard them. Heard who? Daniel rasped. Them, she whispered. The ones buried in the flood. The ones the motel was built on. Their bodies were never removed. The owners, they lied. And when it rains, when the ground is soft, they wake. Daniel felt the blood drain from his face. There were voices. Something under my room. A woman. The old woman nodded grimly. They want company. They hunger for the living. And once you hear them, a scraping noise sounded on the porch. Slow. Deliberate. The woman's head snapped toward the door. They followed you. Daniel backed away as something dragged itself across the wood outside. The boards creaked, groaning under a shifting weight. A wet, rasping whisper seeped through the cracks around the door. Daniel. His breath stopped. They knew his name. The old woman grabbed his arm, shoving him toward the back of the house. You need to run. Now, she hissed. Go. Through the cellar, out the storm doors. Go to the highway. Don't stop. Daniel didn't question, didn't hesitate. He ran toward the cellar steps, the floor vibrating beneath him as something heavy moved across the porch. The front door rattled violently, hinges groaning. He reached the cellar, stumbling down the narrow steps. The darkness swallowed him, thick and suffocating. He felt along the wall until his hand found the metal storm doors. Rainwater leaked through, pooling around his feet. He pushed. The doors didn't budge. He pushed again, harder. Something slammed inside the house above him. A scream tore through the air, the old woman's voice, then abruptly cut off. Daniel shoved the doors with every ounce of strength he had. They burst open, rain pouring in. He scrambled up into the storm. The wind howled, thunder cracked. He ran. Branches tore at his clothes, mud splashed his legs. Behind him, the whispers followed. Closer, closer, closer. Stay with us. Join us. He reached the highway, nearly collapsing as he stumbled onto the asphalt. A single pair of headlights approached through the downpour. He waved frantically. The truck slowed. A middle-aged woman leaned out. You all right? You're soaked through. Please, get me out of here. Daniel gasped. The motel. There's something. Please just drive. Something moved in the woods behind him, shadows shifting unnaturally against the tree line, reaching, waiting. The woman unlocked the passenger door immediately. Get in. Daniel climbed inside, slamming the door shut. As the truck pulled away, he looked back. Through the rain, through the blur of headlights, he saw them, a cluster of pale, twisted figures standing at the edge of the woods, watching him leave, slowly sinking beneath the mud as the rain washed over them, not chasing, not angry, patient, waiting for the next storm, the next November night. And Daniel knew they would never stop looking for him, never stop whispering, never stop clawing their way up through the drenched earth, searching for the living. Some storms don't cleanse, some storms uncover, and some things buried by time do not stay buried at all. Story the end. The rain swept sideways across the two-lane highway, driven by a bitter November wind that seemed to whistle straight out of some far northern grave. The sky pressed low, a dark, swollen bruise over the rural stretch of northern Pennsylvania that Sam Whitaker had driven 1,000 times before. But tonight the world felt wrong, heavy, quiet in a way that didn't belong to any storm. He kept both hands tight around the wheel of his pickup, knuckles pale, windshield wipers struggling to keep up. The headlights barely cut 10 feet ahead, swallowed by the fog rolling across the asphalt like it had a mind of its own. Sam wasn't supposed to be on the road this late, but the overtime shift at the distribution warehouse had run longer than expected, and the supervisor insisted that inventory had to be finished. He'd needed the hours anyway. The mortgage hadn't paid itself these last few months. And now, all he wanted was to get back home to his wife, Jill, and crash. But the storm had other plans. He checked the radio for weather updates, but all he got were waves of static. The usual local stations were completely missing, replaced with empty white hiss that felt colder, somehow, than the air around him. Great, Sam muttered, leaning forward in his seat, squinting at the road. Thunder boomed somewhere beyond the fog. The trees lining the highway bent like they were being shoved around by something huge. For a second, Sam thought he saw a figure off to the right, standing at the tree line. But when he blinked, it was gone. Just shadows and rain. Still, the uneasy knot in his gut tightened. Another mile down the road, the fog thickened in unnerving pulses, rolling masses that almost looked like they were crawling across the pavement. His truck slowed as if the air around it grew heavy. Come on, baby, he whispered to the engine. Don't you do this to me tonight. He pressed the accelerator. The tires spun on slick asphalt. Lightning flashed. And that's when he saw it. A house. But there shouldn't have been any houses out here. Not on this isolated stretch between Mill Creek and Brighton. He knew this road like the back of his hand. There were only woods. Miles of them. But there it was, a 2-story farmhouse sitting about 30 yards off the road, lit from within by a warm, flickering glow. Lantern light? Fire? He didn't have time to wonder, because his truck stalled. Everything went black. The dashboard dimmed, the engine coughed once and died. Even the headlights sputtered out, leaving him surrounded by nothing but the storm. Sam cursed under his breath. He tried the ignition again. Click. Again. Click. Again. Nothing. He let his head fall against the steering wheel, exhaling hard. The house's glow flickered again through the fog. Hell, he muttered. I guess we're going to the creepy storm house. He pulled up his hood, grabbed his flashlight from the glove compartment, and stepped out into the night. The rain was colder than he expected. It pelted his jacket like shards of ice. The mud sucked at his boots with every step he took toward the faint light. Even the trees seemed to bow inward as if watching. When he reached the front door, he hesitated. The place looked old, weather-beaten white siding, shutters hanging crooked, porch boards warped by age, but the warm amber glow leaking through the windows felt inviting. Against all logic, the idea of stepping inside seemed safer than staying out in the storm. He knocked once. No answer. He knocked again. Still nothing. He tried the knob. It turned. Sam pushed the door open slowly. Warmth washed over him instantly, not the kind from a heater. This was like stepping close to a fireplace after being out in the snow too long. His cold fingers tingled painfully as blood returned. "Hello?" he called out. "My truck broke down out front. Is anyone home?" Only silence answered him. Silence and the soft flicker of candlelight. The interior was old-fashioned, faded wallpaper, dusty framed pictures on the walls, wooden furniture that looked handcrafted. A single oil lantern sat on a coffee table, its flame dancing quietly behind glass. Thunder shook the house. As Sam stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him. He spun around, heart hammering. The knob wouldn't turn, locked, from the outside. His breath clouded the air, not with cold, but with fear. Okay, maybe the wind caught it, he muttered, though it didn't sound like the wind. He moved farther into the living room. The air smelled faintly of smoke and something sweet, like old incense. On the wall, the framed pictures seemed wrong. Not obviously at first, just off. Dark, old portraits of men and women with pale faces and black, hollow eyes. Sam stared at one of them too long and swore the woman's head tilted a fraction of an inch. He blinked. It was normal again. "Get your head together," he told himself. "It's just a storm, an empty house, old pictures. Yeah, this is fine." He didn't believe himself for a second. Sam walked toward the lantern to get a better look around. That's when he heard it. Footsteps, upstairs. Slow, heavy, deliberate. He froze. "Hello?" he called out again. The footsteps stopped. His pulse thundered in his ears. "Look, I just need to use your phone, then I'll get out of your hair." Silence. He took a few cautious steps toward the staircase. The lantern flickered like it was responding to something unseen. As he lifted the light higher, shadows crawled across the walls in unnatural ways, stretching, twisting, bending forward like reaching hands. Another footstep echoed above him. Then another. Then a long, dragging sound. The hairs on Sam's arms rose. Someone or something was definitely upstairs. His instincts screamed at him to run, to kick the front door open and sprint into the storm. But another part of him, more rational, knew the storm was brutal and his truck was dead. If someone was here, maybe they could actually help. He swallowed hard and climbed the stairs. Each step groaned under his weight. At the top, the hallway stretched into darkness, lit only by the weak beam of his flashlight. There were 3 doors, one on each side, one at the end. Behind the nearest door came a faint whisper. Sam stopped breathing. The whisper grew louder, became a wet, broken sound, a kind of choking exhale. He reached for the doorknob. It was ice cold. "Are you hurt?" he asked, voice trembling. The whisper stopped abruptly. Then a hand slapped against the other side of the door with a violent thud. Sam stumbled back, nearly tripping over his own feet. The hand dragged downward, nails scraping the wood all the way to the floor. Then silence. He backed away, chest heaving, every nerve screaming. Whatever was behind that door wasn't someone who could help him. He shined his flashlight toward the door at the end of the hall. Unlike the others, this one was cracked open slightly. And a faint red glow pulsed from within, like the embers of a dying fire. "Okay, maybe this one," he whispered. He approached carefully. He pushed the door open. Inside was a study, or what had once been one. Shelves lined with dusty books, an old oak desk, and in the center of the room a circle carved into the floorboards filled with pitch-black ash. Candles sat at 5 points around it, all extinguished long ago, but a faint heat still radiated from the circle itself. Sam felt a pressure build behind his eyes, like something in the room was staring directly at him. He turned to leave, but the doorway was blocked. A woman stood there, skin pale as candle wax, hair soaked and clinging to her face, clothes dripping as though she'd just climbed out of a lake. Her head tilted unnaturally far to one side, neck bent wrong. Her eyes were dark, hollow pits. Sam staggered back. "What happened to you?" he choked out. Her mouth opened slowly, stretching wider than it should. She didn't speak. She inhaled. And when she did, the candles behind Sam flared to life, burning black. The carved circle ignited, flames licking upward without heat, casting shadows that writhed on the walls like living things. The woman took one step forward. Every light in the room died. Sam bolted toward the window. He didn't make it. Something grabbed his ankle, freezing cold fingers digging into his flesh. He hit the floor hard, while breath flying out of him. He kicked wildly, flashlight spinning across the room. It flickered once, illuminating not one figure, but several. pale faces emerging from the walls, the floors, the ceiling, dead eyes fixed on him. The woman dragged herself closer, bending unnaturally, joints cracking, limbs contorting. Sam clawed at the floor. He pulled himself up, scrambled to his feet, and ran, slamming the study door behind him. He sprinted down the stairs two at a time, the sound of wet, uneven footsteps chasing him. He reached the front door. It ripped open easily this time. He didn't question it. He ran into the storm. The rain hit him like needles, but he didn't stop. He sprinted across the yard toward his truck, only to skid to a halt. The truck wasn't where he'd left it, not even close. It was 20 yards farther down the road, lights on, engine running. His heart pounded. He ran toward it, splashing through puddles. Lightning cracked the sky open. In that blinding flash, he saw them. Hundreds. Figures standing in the field, men, women, children, soaked, twisted, broken, faces pale, eyes hollow, all staring at him with perfect stillness. The woman from the hallway stood closest. Her head twitched. Her mouth stretched into an impossible smile. Lightning flashed again, and they were closer. Another flash. Closer still. Sam screamed and sprinted toward his truck. He didn't look back. Didn't dare. He yanked the door open, threw himself inside, and slammed the lock down. The moment he did, the woman's face pressed against the window. Her hand slapped the glass. The window iced over instantly, spiderwebbing with cracks. Sam floored the gas. The truck shot forward. He heard screams behind him, hundreds of them, rising into the storm like a twisted choir. But he didn't stop. Not until he hit the main road again. Not until the fog cleared. Not until the lights of Brighton finally came into view. He burst into the gas station parking lot, shaking so hard he could barely turn off the engine. The clerk inside rushed over when he saw Sam's face. "Jesus, man," he said. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Sam didn't answer. He was staring through the windshield, where raindrops slid quietly down the glass. In each drop, for the faintest second, he saw a reflection. A woman's broken, hollow eyes. Watching. Waiting. He didn't go home that night. He didn't sleep. He didn't tell anyone what happened. But every time it rains now, every cold November night, the shadows near the trees seem to move wrong. The fog rolls in too quickly, and Sam swears he sees pale silhouettes at the edge of the fields, still watching, still waiting. And every night, just before sleep finally drags him under, he hears that wet, broken whisper from the hallway behind the locked door, still calling his name. Story the end. It was near midnight when the storm rolled in. Thick, heavy sheets of rain hammering the trees, drowning the road that wound through the forest like a dark, twisting tunnel. I gripped the steering wheel tighter than I meant to, my fingers stiff, my knuckles white. The wipers beat frantically, but the rain blurred everything anyway, turning headlights into weak smudges on a glossy black world. I was heading to my uncle's cabin deep in the northern Pennsylvania woods, a place I'd last visited when I was 11. Now, at 30, I barely remembered it, except for the smell of pine, the cold wooden floors, and the way my uncle always warned me never to wander outside after dark. I'd never asked why. Back then, adults said strange things all the time. I wouldn't have gone back at all if he hadn't died, and if his lawyer hadn't insisted on me signing a few property transfer papers in person. A stormy November night wasn't ideal, but I'd driven through worse in my life, or so I thought. When my car finally reached the cabin driveway, the trees loomed so close they nearly touched the roof. The gravel crunched under the tires, and through the rain-warped windshield, I saw it. The cabin, dimly lit, hunched under the storm like an old animal trying to keep warm. Inside, the place was exactly as I remembered, just older, darker, more brittle. Dust coated the mantel. The deer head mounted above the fireplace stared coldly at me, water dripping from its cracked nose. The wooden floor creaked even under my light steps. I tossed my bag onto the sofa, then found the envelope the lawyer said would be on the small kitchen table. It held forms, a pen, and a single sticky note in scrawled handwriting. "Check the back room. Make sure you close the door." I frowned at it. There was no signature. I didn't want to check the back room. I didn't even remember the cabin having a back room. My uncle always kept certain parts of his life private, weird furniture he locked away, rooms he insisted I not enter when I was a child. But that night, with the storm snarling outside and the wind clawing at the windows, the note felt like a command. When I reached the end of the narrow hallway, I saw it, a door I could have sworn wasn't there when I was younger. Old, splintered wood. A rusted iron handle. No light leaking through its cracks, no sounds behind it. My hand hesitated. Then, as if deciding for me, the door slowly pushed open on its own. A cold rush of damp air breathed across my face. The room beyond was narrow, windowless, and smelled like old stone. Shelves lined the walls, but they were empty, except for a few objects wrapped in yellowed cloth. In the center of the room was a long wooden chest, the kind meant to hold tools or maybe weapons or something worse. The moment I stepped inside, the door behind me creaked again. I turned quickly, too quickly, just in time to see it close by itself with a slow, deliberate thud. My heart pounded. Great, I muttered. Really great. I reached for the knob and froze. Something behind me moved. Not a footstep, more like fabric shifting, or wood groaning under a new weight. I turned back toward the chest. The lid was slightly ajar now, though I hadn't touched it. I didn't want to look inside. Everything in me screamed not to, but some morbid instinct pulled me closer. I lifted the lid. Inside lay a stack of taped cardboard boxes, old, water-stained, and marked in shaky handwriting. Do not open. AG. AG. My uncle's initials were RG. Who the hell was AG? One of the boxes shifted slightly, though I hadn't touched it. That was enough for me. I closed the chest, stepped back, and grabbed the doorknob. The door opened easily this time. I slammed it behind me. Something heavy thumped against it from inside. I stumbled backward, breathing hard. Then I heard it, a soft, thin voice coming from behind the door, so faint I thought I might be imagining it. Help. I froze. Please, don't leave. I backed down the hallway slowly, never taking my eyes off the door. The whispering didn't grow louder, but it grew more desperate. A soft scrape of a child's voice in pain. I didn't sleep that night. The voice went quiet eventually, but the feeling didn't. The air felt thicker. The shadows felt heavier. The wind sounded too much like words. Around 3 a.m., the power flickered. Once, twice, and then the lights went out completely. With only the dying fireplace to see by, I heard the unmistakable sound of tiny footsteps running down the hall. Light. Light. I needed light. I grabbed my phone. Dead. I grabbed the flashlight hanging by the door. The batteries rolled out as soon as I turned it on. Perfect. The footsteps stopped near the edge of the living room. I turned, slowly. A small shape stood there, faintly illuminated by the fire. A little girl, barefoot. Her hair clung to her face, dripping as if she'd just climbed out of a lake. Her dress was soaked and torn, and her eyes were wrong, black, bottomless, like two pits carved into her face. My legs wouldn't move. My lungs barely worked. She raised one trembling hand and pointed toward the back room. Then her jaw cracked open, wider than any jaw should, and a whisper leaked out. You opened it. My stomach flipped violently. I didn't. She shook her head slowly. Water dripped from her hair onto the wooden floor. Each drop hissed like acid. You let him out. My breath hitched. Who? Her voice trembled like wind through broken glass. The one who took me. My mouth went dry. Then she turned and walked backward down the hallway, her feet never lifting from the ground, sliding unnaturally smooth as if someone were pulling her with invisible strings. She stopped at the back room door, placed her small wet hand upon it, and whispered, He's still hungry. The door rattled violently. Something inside slammed against it, shaking the entire hallway. Bang! 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 I backed away slowly, eyes wide, the cabin walls pulsating with each hit. The girl's figure flickered. Once, twice, then blinked out, leaving only silence. No, not silence. Breathing. Deep, animalistic breathing on the other side of the door. I ran. I didn't care where. I just ran, fleeing into the storm. Rain soaked me instantly, blinding me as I scrambled toward the car. The trees groaned. The wind screamed. Branches cracked overhead like breaking bones. Behind me, the cabin door slammed open. Heavy footsteps pounded onto the porch. Not a child's. Not anything human. I didn't dare turn around. I reached the car and slammed my keys into the ignition and prayed. The engine sputtered. Once, twice, then roared to life. As I threw the car into reverse, lightning split the sky. In that brief, blinding flash, I saw him, a tall, gaunt figure standing in the cabin doorway. Limbs too long, head tilted unnaturally sideways, pale, dripping skin stretched tight over bones, eyes like starving black holes. He stepped forward, then another step, and another. I floored the gas, the car shot backward, fishtailed on wet gravel, then found the road. I didn't breathe until the cabin vanished in the rearview mirror, swallowed by trees and darkness. Even then, I didn't stop. Not until I reached the town 30 miles away, shaking so violently I could barely speak. When the sheriff went back with a small team the next morning, the cabin was silent, empty, abandoned, no sign of a man or a girl or any boxes in the back room, not even dust where the chest had been. But one thing was there, carved freshly into the back room door, AGG. The sheriff asked if it meant anything to me. I lied. I said no, because some part of me knows the truth. AG wasn't my uncle. AG wasn't anyone living. AG belonged to the thing sealed inside that chest. I don't know what it is. I don't know why my uncle kept it, and I don't want to know what would have happened if I hadn't run. I haven't been able to sleep since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see that little girl sliding backward down the hall, pointing with that trembling hand. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear faint dripping sounds, water on the floor, small wet footprints fading near my bedroom door. Sometimes I wake up at 3:07 a.m., always at 3:07, always to silence, too deep, too absolute. And sometimes in the dark reflection of my window, I see him standing behind me, just watching. Story the end. Rain clung to the night like a second skin, heavy and cold, turning the November air sharp enough to sting. The storm had blown in faster than any forecast predicted, swallowing the Illinois backroads in darkness. By 9 p.m., the streets were deserted, the only movement the trembling silhouettes of leafless trees thrashing against the wind. I was heading back from Champaign after spending the afternoon visiting my cousin. It should have been a 2-hour drive to my apartment in Danville, but a jackknifed semi sent traffic into chaos, forcing me off the interstate. My GPS rerouted me down a string of unfamiliar rural roads, narrow, bumpy stretches cutting through cornfields long since harvested for the season. The stalks were gone, leaving behind miles of black, empty soil that looked like a tilled graveyard. The longer I drove, the more unsettled I became. The storm whipped across the landscape with increasing fury. Rain battered my SUV so hard it sounded like handfuls of gravel thrown at the windows. The headlights barely penetrated the curtain of water. After 20 minutes of tense driving, I spotted a flickering neon sign ahead through the rain. Griffin's Gas and General Store, a tiny beacon in an ocean of darkness. I pulled into the lot, relieved to see any sign of civilization. The building was small and worn, like it hadn't been remodeled since the early 80s. A single gas pump sat out front under a rusted canopy. The light above it flickered wildly, casting long, jittery shadows. I parked and jogged toward the entrance, jacket pulled tight. My whole upper body was soaked by the time I reached the door. A bell jingled overhead as I stepped inside. Warmth hit me immediately, along with a faint smell of old wood and engine oil. The aisles were narrow, packed with dusty snacks, canned goods, and a surprising number of hunting magazines. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with a stiff posture. His skin was the grayish tone of someone who had lived a long time without seeing much sunlight. His wire-frame glasses sat crooked on his nose. "Evenin'," he said without smiling. "Evening," I replied, brushing rain from my sleeves. "Crazy storm out there." He nodded slowly. "Storm like this, roads don't behave normal. Folks get turned around." His eyes tracked me with unnerving stillness as I pretended to browse the aisles. "I just need directions," I said, stepping closer. "My GPS keeps freezing. I'm trying to get to Danville." His head tilted slightly. "Danville?" "Yes." He stared at me for several seconds longer than felt right. "You shouldn't be out there tonight," he said. "I won't be once I'm home." He shook his head slowly. "Storm's meaner down that way, takes things, keeps them." I laughed awkwardly, thinking he was being dramatic. "Okay, but which road do I take?" The old man sighed as if the question burdened him deeply. He pointed a shaking finger toward a bulletin board near the entrance. "Maps over there. Paper 1. GPS don't work on storm nights." His voice cracked on the last few words. I grabbed the laminated map, tracing the route with my finger. His directions seemed clear enough. Follow County Road 9 for 10 miles, turn at the old Miller barn, then head straight until the crossroads. "Thanks," I said, folding the map. He didn't look at me. "You hear something on that road tonight? You don't stop." That made me pause. "What do you mean?" I asked. He didn't answer. His gaze was fixed somewhere above me, unfocused. "Don't stop," he whispered. I left quickly after that. The storm was worse when I stepped back outside. Wind ripped the hood off my head. The neon sign crackled and buzzed, flickering wildly. For a brief second, the light died entirely, then sputtered back to life. I climbed into my SUV and took a shaky breath. Just get home. I pulled onto County Road 9. The road was narrow, hemmed in by empty fields that reflected the headlights like sheets of wet obsidian. Each gust of wind made the car swerve slightly, and I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. 5 minutes in, I passed the silhouette of a dilapidated barn. Then another. They looked skeletal and hollow, long abandoned. I glanced at the clock, 9:26 p.m. By 9:31 p.m., I felt eyes on me. Not in the paranoid way people sometimes feel watched at night. This was sharper, colder, deliberate. I scanned the rearview mirror, empty road, nothing but rain. I forced my attention back to the pavement. Then, up ahead, something flashed in my headlights. A figure. Standing on the shoulder, I slammed the brakes, heart vaulting into my throat. The SUV slowed just enough for me to see clearly. A woman, barefoot, wearing a thin, white nightgown soaked through, clinging to her body. Her long, black hair was plastered to her face, covering her eyes. She didn't move as the car approached, didn't flinch at the rain, just stood there, facing the road, facing me. My breath fogged the glass, my hands shook. Don't stop. The old man's warning hit me like a slap. I eased my foot off the brake and accelerated, keeping my eyes locked forward. As I passed her, she tilted her head slightly, following the movement of my car without turning her body. The gesture was so subtle, so unnatural, that I felt bile climb my throat. I pressed the gas harder. The GPS lit up suddenly, though no service bars were showing. The screen glitched, flickered, then displayed one line of text. She followed you. I choked on air. The screen blinked again. Do not look back. The GPS died. I gripped the wheel, tears stinging my eyes. Come on, come on, I whispered to the windshield. I kept driving, but the feeling of being watched intensified. A presence pressed against the back of my seat, too close, too heavy, as if something was leaning forward, inches from my neck. My skin crawled. I fought the urge, every primal instinct begging me to check the rearview mirror. Don't look back, don't look back, don't look. A thud slammed against the roof. I screamed, jerking the wheel. The SUV fishtailed violently on the slick pavement. I steadied it with both hands, chest heaving. Another thud. Heavier. Something was on the roof. Scraping, sliding, clawing. Rain blurred everything. My vision swam with panic. I hit 80, then 85, the SUV trembling. A third impact dented the metal above me. Get off! I shouted uselessly. The storm swallowed my voice. I swerved wildly, hoping to throw whatever it was off the roof. The scraping paused, then something long and thin like a pale arm swung down across the windshield. A hand, slapping wetly against the glass. 5 fingers spread wide, leaving smears as it dragged across, searching blindly for an opening. I screamed again, slamming my palm on the horn. The hand recoiled slightly, then slammed into the windshield harder than before, leaving a spiderweb crack dead center. My foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. The SUV roared down the road. Another barn flashed past. Then, the road ahead split into a T intersection with no warning. I slammed the brakes, but the tires couldn't grip the soaked pavement. The SUV skidded, spun. The hand vanished from the windshield. The world whipped sideways in a blur of mud, darkness, and water. I lost all sense of direction. The SUV crashed hard into a ditch, jarring my body forward violently. Pain exploded through my shoulder as airbags burst out, filling the cabin with burning chemical smell. When the SUV finally stopped moving, everything went quiet except the distant roar of the storm. I wheezed, vision swimming, ears ringing. Alive. I was alive. I fumbled for the seatbelt release and pushed the deflated airbag aside. The SUV was tilted sideways but stable. I reached for the door handle and froze, breathing. Behind me, slow, wet, rattling. I shut my eyes. Don't look back. But the breathing grew louder, closer. A soft drip hit the side of my neck. Warm. I didn't want to turn. I couldn't. But something inside me broke. Fear, logic, instinct, everything snapping at once, and I twisted around in the seat. She was inches from my face, the woman in the white nightgown, soaked, shivering, long black hair hanging like curtains. Her eyes, not eyes, holes, hollow, empty pits trailing streams of muddy rainwater down her cheeks. Her mouth opened slowly, impossibly wide, as if her jaw were unhinging. Water poured out, flooding her lap. She leaned in closer. I shoved the door with every ounce of strength I had. The latch gave way, and I tumbled into the mud outside, scrambling on hands and knees. I screamed and ran blindly toward the road, slipping, falling, getting up again. The wind howled. The rain felt like needles. Behind me came a sound I will never forget, a wet, dragging step. Then another, then the tapping. Tap, 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 tap. She was following. I sprinted down the road, lungs burning, legs screaming in pain. I didn't dare look behind me. The tapping grew louder. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, headlights burst around a curve ahead, bright, wide, cutting through the storm. A pickup truck. It slowed when the driver saw me. The brake lights glowed red. I ran toward it, waving frantically. The passenger door flew open and a man shouted, "Get in! Hurry!" I leapt inside. He floored the gas the second the door slammed shut. "You okay?" he shouted over the rain. "No, there's someone. She's." "I know," he said without turning his head. I stared at him. He kept his eyes on the road. "They're always out during storms like this," he muttered. "They?" He nodded tightly. "You weren't the first tonight." My voice broke. "Did the others make it?" He swallowed. Didn't answer. The road straightened. The storm softened slightly. My heartbeat slowly began to come down from a violent, dizzying high. After several minutes, the man said, "Gas station's just ahead. You can call for help from there." Griffin's. I recognized the sign glowing faintly through the sheets of rain. The truck rolled into the parking lot. Before he stopped completely, I pushed the door open and stumbled out. "Thank you," I panted. "Thank you so much." But the driver didn't respond, because the truck was empty. The headlights were on, the engine was running, but there was no one behind the wheel, no footprints in the mud. Nothing. The truck had delivered itself. I staggered backward, trembling violently. Then the bell above the gas station door jingled. The old man stood inside, staring at me, as if he'd been waiting. "You came back," he said softly. "Lucky. Storm didn't take you." His eyes shifted toward the darkness behind me. "Most don't get away." I turned slowly. Far at the edge of the lot, a woman in a white nightgown stood perfectly still. Her hair dripped in long black ropes. Her hollow eyes faced me. Tap, 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 tap. My knees buckled. The old man's voice trembled. "Don't look away from her now, not till she's gone, or she'll follow you home." The storm raged on. The woman didn't move, and I stared at her, too terrified to blink, too terrified to breathe as the night swallowed the world around us. Story the end. The wind had already blown half the dead leaves across the porch by the time I pulled into the driveway that November night. Cold rain sheeted across my windshield, blurry and relentless. I'd spent 12 hours driving from Ohio to a small town in southern Illinois, chasing down the only affordable rental I could find on short notice. I wasn't thinking about comfort or age or history. I just needed a place. I should have cared more about history. The house sat at the end of a dirt road, surrounded by mile after mile of bare cornfields. 2 stories, white paint peeling like sunburnt skin, a sagging porch, and a rusted wind vane squealing in the storm. I parked as close to the steps as I could. The moment I opened my car door, the cold punched through me. The landlord, a tall man named Avery, met me with a dim smile. His yellow raincoat hood hung low over his face. "Long drive," he said. "Let's get you inside." The living room already felt wrong. Not cold, not dark, just wrong. The air smelled faintly of wet concrete and something metallic. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots with every step. "Place has quirks," Avery said. "Drafty, old foundation, but it'll keep you dry." He handed me the keys, then added too quickly, "If you hear noises at night, it's the wind pushing through the vents." Before I could ask anything, he nearly jogged back to his truck and peeled away, tires spraying mud. I told myself it was nothing. By 10 p.m., I'd unpacked, heated some canned soup, and changed into sweatpants. The storm showed no sign of letting up. Rain hammered the siding. The gutters gurgled like someone drowning. I curled up on the sofa and tried to watch TV, but the signal kept cutting out. Screens flickered, pulsed, then displayed static. After a few minutes, I gave up. I stretched out, trying to shake the strange tension crawling up the back of my neck. Then the noises started. A long, low groan, like someone dragging furniture across the floor upstairs. I snapped upright. I was alone. Every door had been locked. The landlord said the house had quirks, old wood, swaying beams, drafts. But old houses didn't drag furniture. Another sound followed, a soft thump, then another, slow and rhythmic, as though someone were pacing the upstairs hallway. My heart hammered painfully in my chest. I stood, grabbed my flashlight, and forced myself to climb the staircase. The wooden steps whined under my weight. Halfway up, the air grew noticeably colder. My breath fogged. I reached the top landing and swung the light down the hall. All 3 bedroom doors were shut. I waited. Silence. I turned the knob on the guest room door and pushed it open. Empty. Next room. Empty. The third door, the one that led to the master bedroom, was stuck. Not locked, just stuck, as if something on the other side pressed against it. I pushed harder, shoulder leaning in. It suddenly gave way, sending me stumbling into the dark room. My flashlight flickered. Rain pounded against the window. The room was empty, except for the smell, a sour, stagnant odor, like soaked earth and rotting wood. I backed out slowly, shutting the door behind me. I slept downstairs on the couch, leaving every downstairs light on. Around 3 a.m., the pacing resumed. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, the storm only worsened. Thunder shook the house. The yard turned into a shallow lake. I spent the morning trying to work on my laptop, but the power kept flickering. By late afternoon, I heard something new. Knocking. But not from the front door or the back. It came from the floor. 3 knocks. Slow, hollow, directly beneath my feet. The basement. I froze. I hadn't even opened the basement door since arriving. The knocks came again, louder this time. I forced myself to the hallway. As I neared the basement door, I swore I heard breathing. Not mine. Something low and wet and too close. I placed my hand on the knob, ice cold. I twisted it. The door creaked open an inch. A wave of damp, moldy air spilled out. My stomach turned. Something shifted in the darkness at the bottom of the stairs. Not visible, just a movement of air. A presence. I shut the door and turned the lock. That night, the knocking didn't stop. It came in bursts, soft taps, then violent pounding. Something scratching at the underside of the floorboards, something dragging its nails across the basement walls. At one point, I thought I heard a voice. Not a whisper. A sob. I sat on the couch, knees pulled to my chest, waiting for sunrise. On the third day, I drove back to town. I found a small cafe and ordered coffee, trying to look less shaken than I felt. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, set the cup down and asked, "You staying in the Miller house?" My stomach dropped. Yeah, the rental at the end of the road. She exhaled sharply. "Honey, nobody stays in that place long." "Why?" She hesitated, then leaned in. "Family lived there years ago. Teenager went missing. They searched the fields for weeks." She lowered her voice. "Found her in the basement." A cold wave washed through me. She'd been down there for days before anyone realized she wasn't answering her phone. They said she must have fallen, maybe hit her head. But that wasn't the worst part. My throat tightened. What was? They found her fingernails embedded in the floorboards, like she'd been trying to claw her way up. I set my coffee down before I dropped it. "She died down there alone," the woman continued. "And some people say she never left." I left the cafe without finishing the drink. That night, the storm reached its peak. Wind screeched across the fields. Rain slammed the windows like fists. I packed. I didn't care about the week's rent. I didn't care about the contract. I just wanted out. I dragged my suitcase to the front hallway, grabbed my jacket, and reached for the doorknob. It wouldn't turn. I twisted harder. It refused to move. I checked the deadbolt. Unlocked. The knob, however, seemed jammed, like someone on the other side was holding it still. My pulse pounded in my ears. Behind me, a soft, wet footstep echoed across the living room. I didn't dare turn around. Another step, closer, and then another. I spun, swinging my flashlight beam wildly. No one. Just the wind howling through the chimney. I turned back to the door, ready to ram myself against it, when the basement door burst open behind me. The crack of the hinges echoed like a gunshot. Cold, damp air flooded the hallway. My flashlight flickered out. I heard breathing again, louder now, ragged, inches away. Then, fingers brushed my ankle. I screamed and stumbled forward, slamming into the front door. I clawed at the deadbolt, at the knob, at anything that might give. A noise rose behind me. Not a voice, not a sob, a shrill, guttural wail, full of pain so sharp it sliced through the storm itself. The knob suddenly turned freely. The door swung open with violent force that nearly threw me off balance. I didn't question it. I ran. I sprinted into the storm, across the flooded yard, through ankle-deep mud, until my legs burned and my lungs felt like they'd tear. I didn't look back, not once. I drove straight through the night, didn't stop until the next state line, didn't sleep until sunrise. I didn't return for my things. The landlord didn't call. He didn't ask why I'd left. The rental listing disappeared 2 days later. I found a small apartment in a nearby city, Safe, clean, quiet. And most nights, I sleep fine. But when November comes, when the rain hits the windows, when the wind crawls across the floorboards, sometimes I hear it again. 3 knocks. Slow, hollow, waiting. Story, the end. The wind was already rattling the loose panels on my apartment balcony by the time I left the city that night. I had stayed late at work, finishing a project, not realizing how fast the storm had rolled in. By the time I got to my car, the November sky was black, the rain falling in vicious diagonal streaks. It was the kind of night where the world felt half drowned, where streetlights looked blurred and lonely. I should have stayed home. I should have waited. But I had promised my old friend Mark that I'd come out to his family's cabin for a late birthday get-together. He'd been going through a rough patch, lost his job, went through a breakup, so I didn't want to let him down. The cabin was nearly an hour outside Pittsburgh, deep in the wooded hills with no streetlights, no neighbors, barely any cell reception. The perfect place for a quiet retreat. But as I drove farther into the dark, the storm seemed to get angrier, the roads slick with leaves and runoff. My high beams illuminated only sheets of rain and the occasional reflective eyes of animals darting through the underbrush. About 20 minutes from the cabin, my GPS signal dropped completely. My map froze, then vanished. I wasn't worried. I'd driven the route once before. But everything looked different under the storm. The branches drooped under the weight of rain, and the mist rising from the ground made the trees look like they were breathing. I slowed down as I rounded a curve. The road dipped into a small valley, and right there in the middle of it, someone stood. A figure. Still. Too still. I slammed the brakes, tires skidding. The car fishtailed before coming to a shaking stop. My breath fogged the windshield as I stared through the wavering rain. The figure didn't move. It was a woman, or at least shaped like one. She wore a long, sleeveless dress that clung to her like wet tissue. Her hair hung in tangled ropes down her chest. She stood barefoot on the road, her arms slack by her sides. I hit the horn. Once. Twice. Loud blasts cut through the storm, but she didn't react. Go around her, I told myself. Slow. Careful. Don't get out. I eased my foot off the brake and maneuvered around her, sticking close to the opposite edge of the road. As my headlights brushed across her face, I saw her eyes for the first time. They were open, wide, but empty. Not rolled back, not clouded, just empty. Like something was behind them, staring out through a borrowed window. A chill spread across my chest. Once I got past her, I checked my rearview mirror. She was standing in the same spot, but her head was turned, watching my car. I whipped my eyes back to the road and pressed the accelerator. The unease twisted into something sharper. I could feel her watching long after she was out of view. When I reached the cabin, Mark's truck was parked outside, lights off. The cabin itself was dark except for a faint orange glow from the fireplace flickering through the curtains. I practically jogged through the rain to the front porch and knocked hard. "Mark? Hey man, open up!" A moment passed before the door creaked open. Mark stood there looking exhausted, eyes sunken, cheeks drawn, hair damp as though he'd stepped outside not long ago. "Dude, thank God you're here," he said, dragging me inside. "Power's out. Been out for hours. Thought you weren't coming." I stepped inside, dripping water onto the wooden floor. The cabin smelled like burning pine and something metallic underneath. "You okay?" I asked. He nodded too quickly. Yeah, just weird night. Storm messed with the generator. I've been hearing stuff outside." "Hearing what?" He rubbed the back of his neck. Footsteps, maybe an animal, but he swallowed. It sounded like someone trying to walk quietly. A cold ripple slid through me. "Mark," I said carefully, "did anyone else come out here tonight?" "No, just me." "Why?" "Because I saw someone on the road." My voice was low, steady. "A woman. She didn't move, didn't react, just stood there." Mark's face drained of color. He slowly backed toward the fireplace, staring at the shadows behind me like he expected something to be there. "What?" I asked. "What is it?" He clenched his jaw. "I saw her too." My skin prickled. "When?" I asked. Mark lifted a shaking hand and pointed toward the living room window. "About an hour ago, right outside." My stomach dropped. "Did she knock? Try the door?" "No," he whispered. "She just watched, didn't blink." I shut the curtains. A sudden heavy thud hit the side of the cabin. Both of us jerked toward the sound. Rain hammered the roof. The wind howled through the trees. But beneath all that, something else. A scraping sound. like fingernails dragging slowly across the wooden siding. "No," Mark muttered. "Not again." He grabbed a fire poker, holding it close like a lifeline. I didn't have a weapon, but my adrenaline was spiking hard enough that anything felt possible. "Stay here," he whispered. "The hell I will," I hissed, grabbing his arm. But Mark shook me off and edged toward the front window. He pulled the curtain back a fraction of an inch. The scraping stopped. Then he stumbled away from the window, face white, breathing shallow. "What did you see?" I whispered. She was right there, staring into the window, barely an inch away. A sudden pounding rattled the front door. 3 heavy knocks. Slow, deliberate. My heart jumped to my throat. Mark backed away from the door, clutching the poker like he was about to pass out. The knocking came again, louder. Something in me shifted. I stepped forward, stopping a foot from the door. "Who's there?" I called out. Silence. Only the storm. Then a voice, soft, warped, like someone trying to copy human speech. "Let me in." The voice oozed through the wood. Every syllable sounded wrong, stretched like something learning the shape of the words instead of speaking them. Mark whispered, "Don't open it. Don't open it." Don't. I didn't, but whoever or whatever was outside didn't like that. The doorknob began to turn, slowly at first, then harder, rattling violently. "Back!" I yelled, dragging Mark toward the kitchen. We bolted through the dark, knocking into chairs and boxes. The storm screamed overhead as the front door shook on its hinges. We barricaded ourselves in the small pantry off the kitchen, closing the door quietly and pressing our backs against the shelves. The cabin went still. The doorknob outside clicked. Quiet footsteps moved through the living room. Wet footprints, heavy breathing. Every board creaked like something tall and weightless stalked across it. Then, tap, tap, tap on the pantry door. Mark covered his mouth to keep from making a sound. I held my breath until spots danced in my vision. After a long moment, the tapping stopped. Silence swallowed the cabin. I exhaled shakily. Mark's shoulders dropped in relief, and then the footsteps started climbing the stairs. They were slow at first, then faster, then almost running. I grabbed Mark's arm. "We need to get out, now." We slipped out of the pantry through the back door and sprinted into the storm. The wind tore at our clothes, rain stinging our skin. The woods behind the cabin rose like a wall of shadows. We ran. Branches whipped our faces. Mud sucked at our shoes. The path back to the road was barely visible under the storm, but we followed what we could. Halfway down the valley road, Mark yanked me to a stop. He was staring at something ahead of us. A figure stood in the middle of the road. The woman. But this time, she wasn't still. She moved. Her head twitched, snapping from one angle to another, like something inside her was learning how to use her body. Her arms dangled at incorrect angles, elbows bending the wrong way. Lightning flashed. Her eyes were not empty anymore. They were focused, on us. She took a step, another lightning flash, she was closer. Mark grabbed my wrist. "Run." We sprinted through the floodwater. I didn't dare look back. The sound behind us, my God, the sound of something too fast and too close tearing across the pavement. A wet, dragging sound, like feet and hands hitting the road at impossible angles. My car came into view through the rain, a dark shape in the storm. We forced ourselves faster, lungs burning. Mark reached the passenger side. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking uncontrollably. The footsteps behind us got louder, closer, hungry. The car beeped. We ripped the doors open and threw ourselves inside. I slammed the locks down. Then I looked up. She was inches from the windshield, soaking wet, hair hanging, eyes boring into mine with unnatural precision. Her jaw slowly unhinged, wider and wider, too wide for any human. The windshield cracked. I screamed and slammed my foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, throwing her off. She rolled into the darkness behind us, limbs bending unnaturally. We didn't stop driving until we reached the city, until we saw lights and people and certainty again. Mark never went back to his family cabin, and now whenever it rains in November, I see wet footprints outside my apartment window, facing the glass. Waiting. Story the end. The first thing I remember about that night was the color of the sky, an ugly, churning, bruised purple that promised a storm big enough to change your plans whether you wanted it to or not. I had just finished a lumber delivery in the far outskirts of Roanoke, Virginia, and I wanted nothing more than to get home, heat up some leftover stew, and fall asleep on the couch. But the November wind had other ideas, clawing at my jacket and hurling cold needles of rain across the gravel yard of the mill. My boss had warned me about staying late on this route. Takes longer in bad weather, he'd said. Those back roads flood fast. He wasn't wrong. By the time I pulled out onto the winding 2-lane road that snaked through the Blue Ridge foothills, the storm had matured into a full-blown tantrum. Sheets of rain hammered the windshield so hard the wipers seemed like a joke. Every dip in the road held water that made the truck slide, and the trees on either side leaned inward like they were plotting to collapse onto the asphalt. There were no houses out this far, just miles of forest, occasional deer crossing signs, and the occasional rusted barn sinking into itself. No streetlights, no cell reception, nothing but my headlights and the roar of the storm. It was around the third switchback when I saw the first sign something was wrong. A single orange traffic cone sat in the middle of the road, illuminated by my high beams. Just one. No construction equipment, no crew, no warning signs. I slowed to a crawl, rolling past it and checking my mirrors. That's when I saw the second cone. It was behind me. I hadn't passed 2 cones. I'd only passed 1. But now there were 2. I rubbed my eyes. "You're tired," I muttered to myself. Long shift. Bad weather. Focus. Just keep driving. But the deeper I went, the more I felt it. That heavy pressure you get when someone is standing too close behind you. The kind of instinct that doesn't go away, even when you tell yourself you're imagining things. I turned the radio on, hoping some noise would break the tension. Static. Not uncommon out here. I cycled through stations anyway. All static. Then, through the crackle, something like a voice. Not words, just a low murmur buried under the static, like someone whispering through cupped hands. I turned it off immediately. The storm swallowed the world again. About 10 minutes later, I spotted something ahead of me on the right side of the road. Something pale. A flash of skin. My foot eased onto the brake. As I got closer, I realized it was a person, a woman, standing in the grass just off the shoulder, completely still, head tilted slightly downward, long hair plastered to her shoulders by rain, jeans and a t-shirt, not nearly enough clothing for the cold. I rolled my window down just a crack. "Ma'am? You okay? You need help?" She didn't react. I hesitated. I wasn't about to get out of the truck, not in this storm, not with someone acting so strangely. Instead, I inched forward until the headlights lit her fully. That's when she lifted her face. Her skin was pale in a way I've only ever seen on the dead. Her eyes were wide, black in the low light, the pupils blown into huge circles. Her mouth hung slightly open as though she'd forgotten how to close it. But the worst part, the part that chilled my blood, was that her clothes weren't just wet, they were muddy, caked with dirt, as if she had just crawled out of the ground. My breath fogged the windshield. Something in me screamed to drive, to leave. I eased my foot onto the accelerator, but before the truck even moved, the woman stepped backward into the forest, not turning away, not breaking eye contact, just stepping backward until the trees swallowed her. Gone. The moment she vanished, the storm seemed to intensify, like it was reacting to her. I drove, fast, every instinct in me buzzed, sharp and alert, but the farther I went, the wronger everything felt. The temperature inside the cab dropped, my breath clouded in front of me, the headlights dimmed even though the battery was fine, and the sense of being watched only grew stronger. At the next straight stretch, I checked the rearview mirror. She was standing in the middle of the road behind me, just standing, facing me. My throat tightened. I slammed the accelerator and didn't let up until I reached a crossroads, a lonely intersection with a rusted stop sign barely visible in the downpour. That was when the truck died. No sputter, no warning lights, just silence. I tried the ignition once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. The rain pounded the roof like fists. I sat there, gripping the wheel, trying not to panic. "Okay," I said out loud to steady myself. "Okay, options. You can wait for the weather to die down. You can try to fix the truck even though you don't know what's wrong. You can..." A figure stepped into the beam of the headlights, not walking into frame, just appearing, the woman. Her hair hung down like seaweed, mud dripped from her elbows. Her skin looked even paler, almost luminescent under the flickering beam. She didn't blink, didn't shiver, didn't breathe. Then she took a step toward the truck. I scrambled for my phone even though I knew I had no service. The black no signal icon taunted me. The woman took another step. Mud streaks smeared the wet pavement behind her. She kept moving, slow and steady, until she reached the front of the truck. Then came a sound. So faint at first I wasn't sure I heard it. A tapping. Tap, tap, on the hood. My heart hammered in my ears. I fumbled blindly under the seat, trying to find the flashlight I kept there. My fingers brushed the metal cylinder just as the tapping grew louder. Tap, tap, tap. Then it moved. Across the hood. Onto the windshield. Tap, tap, tap. Her muddy fingers dragged down the glass, leaving streaks behind. And then she smiled. Not a normal smile. A slow, creeping, unnatural widening of her mouth that exposed teeth far too long and too many of them. Teeth that didn't belong in a human mouth. I froze. The truck suddenly jolted as if something heavy had landed on the roof. The metal dented inward above me. I ducked instinctively, flashlight falling from my hand. Something was crawling on top of the truck, scratching, dragging, circling. The woman outside began tapping faster, harder, her smile widening until her jaw looked unhinged. I couldn't breathe. Then everything stopped. The tapping, the crawling, the storm. Silence settled around the truck, thick and suffocating. I slowly lifted my head and forced myself to look through the windshield. The woman was gone. I didn't move for several minutes, just sat there listening to the unnatural stillness. Then the truck shuddered and the lights flickered back to life. The heater roared. The engine hummed like nothing had happened. I didn't question it. I put the truck in gear and drove, and kept driving, for miles, until I saw the first sign of civilization, a diner with bright neon lights cutting through the storm. I pulled in, shaking, drenched in sweat despite the cold. Inside, the warmth hit me, along with the smell of coffee and fried food. A waitress noticed me immediately. "Long night out there?" she asked gently. "You have no idea," I muttered. I sat at the counter and tried to calm down. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. A few minutes later, she came back with a mug of steaming coffee and a warm towel. "You look like you saw a ghost," she said, half joking. I stared into the coffee. "Something like that." The waitress hesitated, then leaned closer. "Off 901, about 10 miles east of the lumber mill?" My blood ran cold. Yeah, her eyes softened but filled with something else. Worry. Fear. Recognition. "You're not the first, sweetheart." "What do you mean?" I whispered. She swallowed. "A woman died out there about 15 years ago. Car slid off into the ravine during a storm just like this. They didn't find her for 3 days. She'd clawed her way halfway out of the mud trying to get help." A chill crawled down my spine. "She's been seen on nights like this ever since." I stared at her, heart pounding. "She didn't usually follow people home, though," the waitress added. My breath hitched. "What?" She nodded toward the window. Rain streaked down the glass. There, in the reflection, stood a pale figure, mud-streaked, smiling, right behind me. I turned. Nothing there, just the empty diner, the hum of the neon sign, the storm outside. But the waitress was staring at the window, pale as chalk. I didn't finish my coffee. I didn't stay another second. When I got home, soaked and terrified, I triple-locked every door and closed every curtain. But the next morning, I found muddy footprints on my porch, bare footprints, leading up to my door, and stopping there. They return every November storm, always stopping just outside, always patient, always waiting. Story the end. The rain was falling so hard it felt like the sky was trying to crush the earth. I'd been on the road for nearly 7 hours, most of it through backcountry highways in western Pennsylvania, when the storm rolled in without warning. The temperature dropped, the wind picked up, and suddenly the trees along the road bent like they were bowing toward something unseen in the distance. My phone buzzed with a weather alert. Flash flood warning. Great. I was headed to a small rental house near the outskirts of a town called Lawson Ridge. I'd taken a temporary assignment working for a survey company, cataloging land parcels for a state project. They'd set me up with a cheap place to stay. I figured it couldn't be too bad. I'd lived in worse. But when I pulled into the gravel driveway just after 9 at night, the place looked like a house that had been forgotten by everyone who'd ever lived in it. Peeling white paint, wooden steps sagging under the weight of rainwater, a porch light flicking like someone was playing with the switch inside. The woods pressed in tight around the house, dark, thick, and impossibly quiet under the roar of the storm. I grabbed my duffel bag from the passenger seat, hunched my shoulders against the downpour, and ran for the front door. My boots splashed through muddy puddles deep enough to swallow my ankles. The porch boards groaned under my weight. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Old wood, mildew, damp earth. The house felt colder than outside. I flicked the lights, and a single bulb hanging from the ceiling buzzed to life. The living room was sparsely furnished. A lopsided sofa, a scratched coffee table, a single armchair pushed toward the window like someone had been sitting there, waiting for something in the dark woods beyond. I shut the door behind me and shook the rain from my jacket. The place had that hollow feeling like nobody had lived there for decades, but it still held the residue of someone who had. I dropped my bag, flicked on the hallway light, and froze. There were wet footprints on the wooden floor, small ones, child-sized. They led from the far end of the hall, directly toward where I was standing. I stared at them, my throat tightening. They were fresh, still glistening. Rainwater pooled in the little grooves where toes had pressed. "Hello," I called, trying to sound calm. My voice echoed through the empty house like I was shouting inside a cave. Nothing answered. I followed the footprints slowly, each step feeling heavier than the last. The hall was narrow, lined with old wallpaper that was peeling at the edges. The air grew colder the deeper I went, as though the house breathed out icy air with each of my movements. The footprints led to a bedroom door slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was empty, just a metal bed frame, no mattress, dust coating everything like frost. Cobwebs hung in thick strands from the ceiling corners. But the footprints stopped at the center of the room. No exit, no retreat. They just ended. I stepped back into the hall, my heart hammering. This wasn't right. No one said anything about a child living here. No one should have been here at all. I heard a creak behind me. I spun. The bedroom door was closing. Slowly. Smoothly. On its own. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own boots. It shut with a soft click that echoed much too loudly in the narrow hall. I didn't go back to check it. I went straight to the kitchen, grabbed my phone, and checked for service. No bars. Of course. The rain hit the windows harder now, almost like fists pounding against the glass. The house groaned under the pressure of wind. The lights flickered, and for a moment the kitchen plunged into heavy darkness before the bulbs buzzed on again. As they steadied, I caught something in the corner of my eye. Movement behind me. I turned sharply. Nothing. Just shadows. But the back door was open. Just an inch. Rain sprayed in, leaving a small puddle by the threshold. I knew, absolutely knew, I had closed it when I came in. I forced myself forward and pushed it shut again, sliding the bolt into place. The metal was icy under my fingers. I turned to walk back to the living room and froze. A small child was standing at the end of the hall, barefoot, soaking wet. A girl, maybe 9 or 10, long dark hair stuck to her face, clothes clinging to her skin like she'd climbed out of a lake. Her head hung forward, eyes hidden behind her hair. My body locked up, my tongue turned to stone. Are you okay?" I managed to say, though my voice cracked. She didn't move, just stood there like a broken doll propped upright. "I didn't mean to scare you. Do you live here?" I tried again, slowly, so slowly it made my stomach churn. She lifted her head. Her eyes were pale, not blue or gray, pale, like cloudy marbles. Her skin had the same color as the footprints, cold, translucent. She opened her mouth like she wanted to speak, but instead a soft sound escaped her, a sob, wet, gentle, heartbreaking. My instincts screamed at me to get out, to run into the storm, to drive away and never look back. But I took one step toward her, compelled by something I couldn't explain. "Hey, it's okay," I whispered. "I won't hurt you." Her sobbing stopped instantly, her head tilted, her wet hair sliding over one shoulder. The angle was wrong, too sharp, too far. Then, in a voice so faint it barely rose above the storm, she whispered, "Don't stay here." A chill crawled up my spine. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely a breath. Her pale eyes widened, suddenly filled with something like terror. "He's in the house." I didn't even have time to process what she meant because a deep thud echoed from the living room. Heavy, deliberate, like someone had dropped a large piece of furniture or taken a step too big for any human. The girl backed away, her small feet leaving fresh puddles on the wood. "He's awake," she whispered. Another thud. Closer. Then the floorboards behind me groaned. Someone was standing directly behind me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but turn around, even though every part of my brain begged me not to. I turned. There was a man towering over me, or something shaped like a man. His skin was gray and waxy, stretched too thin, every bone sharp beneath it. His eyes were wide, empty sockets with the faintest shimmer of movement deep inside, like something crawling in the darkness behind them. His mouth opened, and a deep, rattling growl escaped, a sound like a storm drain sucking in floodwater. I staggered back, my shoulder slamming into the wall. The girl was gone. Vanished. The thing stepped forward, its long fingers dragging across the wall, leaving deep scratches. The wood curled under its nails. I bolted for the front door. My boots slipped on the wet floor, but adrenaline forced me upright. I grabbed the doorknob, twisted, locked. I'd locked it. My hands shook violently as I fumbled for the deadbolt. Behind me, the sound of those long, dragging steps grew closer. I threw the bolt, yanked the door open, and ran into the storm. I didn't look back, not even when I heard the thing hit the doorway behind me, the wood splintering under its weight. I sprinted through the rain, slipping through mud and roots, crashing toward my truck like a crazed animal fleeing a predator. I could feel it behind me, the ground shaking under its uneven steps. I reached the truck, ripped the door open, dove inside, slammed the lock. Something hit the side of the truck. Hard. The metal caved inward with a sickening crunch. I jammed the keys into the ignition, my breaths coming in short, hysterical gasps. The engine sputtered. Failed. I tried again and again. Each second felt like death, waiting with its hand on my shoulder. On the fourth try, the engine roared. I floored it. The tires spun in the mud before catching traction. The truck lurched forward, and I didn't stop. Not when I hit the road, not when the trees blurred past, not even when I reached the main highway miles later. I drove until sunrise. The next day, I called the company and told them I quit. I left Lawson Ridge behind and never returned. But sometimes, on cold nights when it rains hard enough to rattle the windows, I hear something faint beneath the storm. A soft sob, a child's footsteps, and something large moving behind them. Story, the end. The rain started just as I was leaving work, a steady drizzle that quickly turned into a sharp, cold November downpour. It was the kind of rain that seeps through coats and chills the bones, and by the time I reached my car, I was already soaked. The streets of upstate New York were slick and shining under the dim streetlights, reflecting the occasional passing headlights in liquid silver. I was exhausted, drained from a week of late nights at the office and looking forward to nothing more than curling up on the couch and watching TV. My apartment was on the second floor of an old brick building, the kind with creaking floors and drafty windows, and I had always hated the way the wind whistled through the cracks on stormy nights. Tonight, though, it felt worse. The elevator was out of service, so I trudged up the stairs, each step creaking loudly in the dark. The hallway smelled of damp carpet and mildew, and the dim emergency light flickered like it was struggling to stay on. By the time I reached my door, my fingers were numb, and I fumbled with the keys. The moment I stepped inside, I noticed the temperature drop sharply, even compared to the rainy chill outside. The air smelled faintly of wet soil, strange and sour, and for a moment I swore I heard the faintest whisper, like someone exhaling my name. I shook my head. I was tired. My imagination was overactive, fueled by exhaustion in the storm. I dropped my bag, kicked off my wet shoes, and headed for the kitchen to pour a cup of tea. I had just turned on the kettle when I heard it, a soft, deliberate thump from the bedroom. The apartment was small, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. No pets, no roommates. No one should be there. I froze, my heart hammering. The sound came again, heavier this time, like someone stepping across the floor with careful, measured weight. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe the building settling. But the thumping didn't come from the walls, it came from the floor. I grabbed my phone, flashlight on, and crept toward the bedroom door. My pulse was in my throat, and every nerve in my body screamed to turn back. When I reached the door, the sound stopped. Dead silence, except for the rain hammering against the windows. I turned the knob slowly, opened the door. Nothing. The room looked normal. The bed was neatly made. The closet doors closed, my dresser untouched. Then I smelled it, a damp, earthy stench that made me gag slightly, stronger than anything I'd smelled before, like the soil in the woods behind the apartment building, but rotting. I shined the flashlight across the room, but then I noticed the closet. The handle was wet, moist, and there were scratches on the wood, long, thin marks that hadn't been there before. My stomach dropped. I took a cautious step back, then another. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number. I answered, voice trembling. Silence. Then a rasping breath, deep, slow, deliberate. I slammed the phone down, my hand shaking. The sound moved from the closet to behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I backed into the hallway, flashlight shaking, every instinct screaming at me to run. My apartment door was just a few feet away. As I reached for the doorknob, I heard it, a soft dragging noise, from the bedroom. I didn't stop. I flung the door open, sprinted down the stairs, and out into the rain. The wind slammed against my face, stinging like needles. I didn't look back. I didn't care if I slipped. I ran to my car, fumbled with the keys, and tore down the street, tires spraying water everywhere. I called 911 from the road, still trembling, trying to explain what happened. The dispatcher said officers would check the apartment, but the storm made response slow. Hours later, when I returned, the police had searched the place thoroughly. No forced entry, no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. But the closet door in my bedroom was wide open, and the scratches on the wood were deeper than before. Even now, months later, every rainy November night, I feel it. The presence waiting, patient, watching. Sometimes when the wind howls just right, I hear scratching on my walls, slow and deliberate. I haven't stayed in that apartment during a storm since. I don't know what lives there or why it waits. All I know is that some things in the dark are patient and some things never leave. Story, the end. Rain rolled in from the coast like a slow-moving wall, drenching the old county highway and swallowing the surrounding woods in a dark, shifting haze. It was the third week of November, that bleak stretch of the year when everything feels just a little off. Too quiet, too cold, too heavy. The kind of time when the sun seems embarrassed to show itself and the nights stretch on forever like a dare. I'd been back in my hometown of Wallace, Maine for only 6 weeks, living temporarily in my late uncle's house while I figured out my next steps. The place sat off an old logging road, miles from anything. One grocery store, one gas station, one bar with a jukebox that only played songs older than 1985. Compared to Boston, the silence was suffocating at first. Then I started to appreciate it. Quiet meant no sirens, no midnight shouting matches, no construction noise at dawn. Just the creaking of pine branches and the distant low groan of the ocean. At least that was how it was supposed to be. Because on the night it happened, the silence broke in a way I still can't explain, a way I wish more than anything I could forget. It started the night before Thanksgiving. I'd spent the afternoon patching a leak in the roof, another one of the many problems my uncle had either ignored or forgotten to mention before passing. And by the time I came inside, soaked and freezing, the rain had begun again. Not gentle, not rhythmic, but pounding. Violent. It rattled the old windows and turned the gutters into small waterfalls. I heated a can of chili, ate it on the couch, and listened to the storm batter the house like it wanted inside. Around 9:30, the power flickered. Once. Twice. Then died completely. I sighed, already knowing what had happened. The maple tree out front liked to lean a little closer each year, like it was waiting for the perfect storm to slam into the overhead lines. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and made my way downstairs to the fuse box, even though I knew it wasn't a breaker issue. The basement of that house always unsettled me. It was too tall, too narrow, and too cold, with exposed pipes that groaned when the wind blew. My uncle had used the place to store old fishing equipment, tarps, broken furniture, and a handful of dusty boxes I hadn't worked up the courage to open yet. As I stepped onto the basement floor, something felt wrong immediately. The air was colder than usual. Not basement cold, not drafty cold. Freezing. My breath fogged the air in front of me. The flashlight flickered once, but stayed on. I scanned the room. Everything looked normal, except the back door, the one that led outside, the one no one used, the one I had personally locked earlier that evening when I checked the yard, was standing slightly open, only an inch or two, enough for cold air and rain to slip through. I stared at it, trying to swallow the sudden knot of fear in my chest. The wind, I told myself. The storm probably shook it loose. Maybe the latch wasn't fully set. Old houses do weird things in storms. I walked toward the door slowly, holding the flashlight steady, even though my hand had begun to shake. The closer I got, the more icy air poured in. I reached out, and the door slowly creaked inward, on its own. I stumbled back, hitting the corner of a workbench. The flashlight beam jerked wildly as I pointed it at the doorway. Nothing. Just rain pouring into the dark yard. The dim line of tree trunks swaying outside. No person, no animal, nothing. I stepped forward slowly and grabbed the cold metal handle. I pulled the door shut firmly, checking the lock twice. The deadbolt slid into place solidly. Whatever had opened it, it wasn't the wind. Not that forcefully, not that slowly, not like that. I went upstairs fast, locking the basement door behind me and double-checking all the windows. The house felt too big suddenly, the shadows too deep. The beam of my flashlight seemed too small to fight off the dark. Around 10:30, my phone battery dipped low, so I plugged it into the small backup generator charger I kept for outages. The signal was weak because of the storm, but I managed to pull up a weather update. Then the phone buzzed again. But this time, it wasn't a weather alert. It was a message from a number I didn't recognize. A simple text, "Do not go outside tonight." The hairs on my arms rose instantly. I stared at the screen. No name, no explanation, no follow-up. Just that one line. I didn't respond. Probably someone's stupid prank, I told myself. Some wrong number, some glitch. I went to block it, but something made me hesitate. Something in me registered fear before reason. I set the phone aside and went into the living room, lighting a couple candles. The rain kept pounding. The wind howled. The house creaked and sighed like it was bracing itself. And then, very faintly at first, I heard something hit the front porch. A soft, wet sound. Like a footstep. I froze. Another sound. Heavier this time. I stood, heart hammering hard, and turned off the flashlight, letting the candlelight be my only illumination. I moved toward the window by the front door, staying low, peeking through the curtain. The porch was dark. The rain blurred everything. But something was moving. Slowly. Deliberately. A shape, tall, hunched slightly, hard to make out through the curtain of rain, stood at the edge of the porch steps. It wasn't facing the street, it was facing the house. Facing me. A flash of lightning illuminated the yard for less than a second. In that brief slice of light, I saw more. The figure's head was tilted sharply to one side. Its shoulders were wrong. Too long, too narrow, too uneven, and its arms hung in a way no human arms should hang. I stumbled backward, nearly knocking over a candle. My breath stuttered in my throat. My hands shook uncontrollably. The house creaked again. And then the doorknob rattled. Slowly. I pressed a hand over my mouth to stop from screaming. The rattling continued, soft but unmistakable. Something was trying the handle, testing it. Then came a sound I will never unhear, a long, slow inhale. Right on the other side of the door, like something was smelling the air, smelling me. I backed up further, staring wide-eyed at the knob as it turned slightly. Only a fraction. Thank God the deadbolt was in place. But enough to make my knees buckle. Another inhale. Wet. Ragged. Wrong. I turned and bolted down the hallway. I ducked into the bathroom, locked the door, and crouched behind the tub, phone clutched in my shaking hands. I typed 911 and hit call. Nothing. No signal. The storm had knocked it out completely. I tried again, and again. Nothing. Outside the bathroom door, the floorboards creaked. Soft. Slow. Moving through the living room. Then toward the hallway, I slapped a hand over my mouth again. The footsteps stopped right outside the bathroom. Then 3 gentle taps on the door. Not loud. Not forceful, soft, as if whatever was out there was being polite. I started crying silently, shoulders shaking, knees pressed against my chest. Another tap, then a voice, but not a human voice, not speaking, more like humming, low, vibrating, almost curious, a rhythmic guttural sound that made my stomach twist. Then the humming stopped. Silence. Long, awful silence. Until something scraped across the bathroom door, upward. Slowly, like long nails tracing the wood grain. I almost fainted. Then the footsteps retreated, farther and farther, until I couldn't hear them anymore. I stayed in that bathroom for nearly an hour, shaking so violently my teeth chattered. Finally, I forced myself to stand, unlock the door, and step into the hallway. The house was quiet. Too quiet. I moved slowly toward the living room. The front door remained shut, deadbolt in place. Nothing was broken, nothing disturbed. Except on the glass pane of the door, faint and fogged, were the marks of a handprint. Massive. 5 long streaks pressed in condensation. Too long for any person. I backed away slowly, grabbed my keys, and ran out the back door, sprinting through the rain to my car. I didn't stop until I reached the lit parking lot of the gas station downtown. I stayed there until sunrise. I didn't go back until I had 2 deputies with me. They found nothing. No footprints. No damage. No sign of forced entry. The handprint on the window had faded in the morning light, leaving only my memory of it. Still, I packed every belonging I had that afternoon and left Wallace for good. I moved 2 states away, changed jobs, changed phone numbers. For almost a year, I convinced myself the storm had played tricks on my senses. That fear made me hallucinate. That exhaustion made my imagination run wild. Until last night. The power in my new apartment flickered, and for the first time since that night, the memory returned in full force. I laughed it off nervously, told myself it was just a storm, until, at 11:42 p.m., my phone buzzed. A text. From that same number I had long since blocked. I hadn't used that phone number in months. Yet, the message appeared. Just one line. You left the door unlocked this time. A second message followed immediately. I'm already inside. And as I read it, something tapped softly on my bedroom door. 3 gentle taps. The same rhythm I will hear until the day I die. Tap, tap, tap. Story the end. Rain pelted the asphalt with a relentless rhythm, drumming against the windshield of Rachel Meyer's old Ford like tiny fists. The November night had swallowed the small Pennsylvania town whole, leaving her alone on the winding back roads that led to her grandmother's farmhouse. Her grandmother had died 2 months prior, leaving Rachel the house and an inheritance she hadn't expected. The lawyer's instructions were clear. Sort through the property, make an inventory, and lock up anything of value. Easy, she thought, until she reached the gravel driveway, slick with mud and strewn with fallen leaves that clung like wet rags to her tires. The farmhouse loomed through the fog like a forgotten relic. Its white paint had peeled into long, curling strips. The porch sagged under decades of neglect, and the shutters hung crooked from their hinges. A single dim light flickered inside, as if the house itself were breathing. Rachel shivered and clutched her coat tighter, trying to shake the unease that had settled over her like a second skin. Inside, the house smelled of old wood and damp earth. Dust motes danced in the narrow beams of her flashlight as she navigated the familiar hallway. Everything seemed frozen in time. The floral wallpaper peeling at the corners, the small table with a vase of dusty artificial flowers, the heavy armchair near the fireplace that her grandmother used to sit in for hours. Rachel set down her bag and lit a candle she found on the mantel. Its flickering flame cast long, jittering shadows across the room. She heard it almost immediately, a soft thump from upstairs. Her stomach tightened. She told herself it was the storm, the wind rattling the loose shutters, or maybe the house settling. But the sound came again. Deliberate, slow, footsteps, upstairs. She froze, straining to listen. Another thump, this one closer. She swallowed and whispered, "Hello?" No answer. The footsteps continued, pacing the upper hallway. They stopped. Rachel felt a cold draft brush her neck, making the hair on her arms stand on end. Against her better judgment, she climbed the stairs. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory. Never linger in the dark alone. She ignored it. The hallway stretched before her, shadows pooling in the corners. One of the bedroom doors at the far end was slightly ajar. She hadn't left it open. Rachel's pulse hammered as she approached. She shined the flashlight into the room. Empty. But something was off. The air felt thick, heavy, unnatural. She noticed the closet door had moved. Slightly open, though she was sure it had been closed before. A smell drifted out, sickly sweet and rotting, like decayed fruit left too long in the sun. Her stomach turned. Something inside moved, slowly, almost lazily. She could hear the faint scrape of nails against wood. She stumbled backward. The candle she had placed on the dresser toppled, extinguishing its flame. Darkness engulfed the room. Footsteps again, behind her, but not on the floorboards she was standing on. They moved closer, soft and deliberate. Then a voice, low and wet, whispered from the shadows, "Rachel." Her blood ran cold. Her grandmother had been gentle, kind, and soft-spoken. This voice was wrong, hollow, distorted, almost snapping with a wetness that made her stomach heave. Rachel spun, flashlight trembling in her hands. Shadows shifted along the walls unnaturally, as if alive. The figure emerged, or rather the darkness took shape, a tall, thin silhouette, limbs bending in unnatural angles, the head cocked sideways like it was watching her struggle. No face, just a void. Panic seized her. She ran for the stairs, stumbling, Crashing into the railing, the figure moved silently behind her, gliding like a predator. She reached the living room, grabbed the only object she could, an old fireplace poker, and swung wildly, hitting nothing. The darkness shifted closer, and Rachel could feel it pressing against her senses, suffocating, twisting the air around her. She bolted for the front door. It wouldn't open. Locked. Not from the inside. She tried the back door, also locked. Fear clawed at her throat as the whispering voice came again, echoing from every corner of the house. "Come to me." Rachel screamed and ran upstairs again, towards the small attic she used to hide in as a child. She locked the door behind her and sank to the floor, clutching the poker like a lifeline. Rain hammered the roof, mixing with the pounding of her own heart. Through the thin walls, she could hear the steps below, deliberate and slow. The house seemed to breathe around her, alive with the presence of something unnatural. Then came the scratching, right beneath the floorboards, something moving beneath her, trying to rise. She curled into herself, praying for dawn, praying for escape. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt meaningless in the oppressive darkness. Finally, the storm lessened. A tentative ray of morning light filtered through the attic window. Rachel didn't wait. She unlocked the attic door and fled the house, the cold mud sucking at her boots. She didn't look back until she reached the main road, where a passing car slowed, its driver staring in alarm. She climbed in without explanation, shivering and soaked. When the sheriff returned later, the farmhouse was silent and empty. No footprints except her own, no sign of anyone or anything. The scent she had described was gone. The doors were unlocked, the interior untouched, but Rachel never returned. And on stormy November nights, she swears she can still hear the soft thud of footsteps upstairs, the hollow whisper calling her name just beyond the reach of light. Story the end. The wind howled through the abandoned streets of Rockford, a small Pennsylvania town where most residents had fled the encroaching November cold. Rain beat against the roofs, pooling in gutters until it cascaded in thin waterfalls to the cracked sidewalks below. Nate Calloway hugged his jacket tighter as he navigated his beat-up sedan through the desolate town. He had grown up here, but the place had changed. Empty storefronts gaped like open mouths, and the streetlights flickered like dying fireflies. Tonight, though, it wasn't just the weather that made him uneasy. He had been called in to check on a report at the old St. Mary's Asylum. It had been abandoned for decades, but locals claimed strange lights sometimes flickered through the broken windows. Nate didn't believe in ghosts, never had, but something about the call made his gut twist. "Just another vagrant, probably," he muttered to himself. The asylum loomed ahead, a hulking silhouette against the dark sky. Its stone walls were slick with rain, and jagged window panes glinted like shards of teeth. He parked his car a few yards away, the tires slipping on the wet ground. A broken chain-link fence swayed in the wind. Nate grabbed his flashlight and walked up the cracked path toward the main entrance. The door was half open, not broken, just ajar, as though it had been left that way deliberately. Nate pushed it gently, and it swung inward with a long, eerie creak. The air inside smelled of rot, mold, and something metallic he couldn't place. He switched on his flashlight and swept the beam across the entry hall. Tiles cracked underfoot, peeling wallpaper flapped like old wings, and discarded furniture was stacked haphazardly against the walls. He stepped cautiously. "Hello? Anybody here?" His voice echoed unnaturally through the empty halls. Only the sound of dripping water answered him. Nate's flashlight flickered, and he tapped it. When it came back, the hallway ahead looked wrong. Not structurally wrong, but the shadows, elongated, sharp, stretched and shifted like living things. He shook his head. "It's just the angle of the light," he whispered, moving forward. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Frosty patches formed on the floor, though the building wasn't connected to any heat. Doors lined the corridor, some hanging crookedly, some missing entirely. Nate's heart began to race. Something felt alive in the walls, watching. A soft sound reached his ears, high-pitched, almost childlike, echoing from somewhere above. Nate froze. It didn't sound like any laugh he knew. It was jagged, broken, almost too sharp to be real. "Hello," he called again, more firmly. Silence, then another laugh, closer this time. Nate climbed the main staircase slowly. The wood creaked under his weight. At the top, the hallway stretched into darkness, broken only by faint, flickering lights from the ceiling. Doors lined the corridor, each slightly ajar, each darker than the space between them. He stepped past one and something moved inside. A figure. Small, hunched, shaking. Nate aimed his flashlight. The beam illuminated a boy, or what looked like a boy. Pale skin, wet hair plastered to his head, dark circles under hollow eyes. He didn't speak, didn't move, just stared. Nate took a cautious step forward. "Hey, kid, you okay?" The boy tilted his head unnaturally, and that's when Nate saw it. His mouth stretched too wide, impossibly wide, teeth too small, too sharp. The boy's eyes were completely black. Nate stumbled backward, tripping over debris. The boy didn't follow, didn't chase. He simply tilted his head again like an animal observing prey. A sudden noise from the end of the hallway made Nate whip around. More figures were emerging. Children. Pale, thin, eyes black, smiles too wide. They shuffled forward slowly, dragging limbs as though the floor was pulling at them. Nate's flashlight flickered. In that split second, the children vanished. When the light steadied, the hallway seemed empty. "Focus," he muttered. "It's just shadows. Old building. Get your head together." But then he heard footsteps behind him, slow, wet, deliberate. He spun, flashlight catching only darkness. "Get out!" A whisper hissed, close to his ear. Nate ran, stumbling down the stairs. Chest had water and debris spraying around him. He reached the lobby, the faint lantern glow of the emergency lights flickering weakly. The main entrance door was gone, replaced by a solid, featureless wall. He pounded on it. "Open up, somebody!" Silence, then laughter again. Nate whirled around, flashlight sweeping the room. The shadows pooled in corners, stretching, curling toward him. From each corner, figures emerged, tall, thin, pale. Their eyes were black, their mouths stretched wide. No words, just soft, wet breathing. He backed up against the wall, realizing he was trapped. The flashlight's beam trembled in his shaking hand. Behind the figures, in the far shadows, something moved larger. A woman, or something shaped like a woman, stepped forward. Skin gray, wet, hair like seaweed, mouth wide, eyes voids. She reached out with thin, elongated fingers. Nate screamed and bolted. The building seemed to change as he ran. Hallways twisted impossibly. Doors led to rooms that hadn't existed a second ago. He could hear hundreds of whispers, hundreds of wet, uneven footfalls closing in. He ran into a small room, a former office. Papers were scattered on the floor. The desk had a single journal on it, leather-bound, soaked from the rain that seemed to seep through the walls themselves. Nate opened it. Scribbled handwriting filled every page. Notes, warnings, and then lists of names, hundreds of them, his own name included. He dropped the journal. The whispers swelled into shrieks. The children's laughter echoed through the building. The pale woman appeared at the door. The black-eyed figures surrounded him from all sides. He backed into the corner, shaking, breath ragged. They reached for him. Fingers like ice, nails like knives. Nate felt himself being lifted, not by hands, but by some unseen force. The walls twisted, the ceiling fell away, the room spun into black. Hours or minutes passed. He couldn't tell. The storm outside had quieted, but he wasn't outside. He was in darkness, weightless, surrounded by whispers. Names over and over, repeated endlessly, drowned out only by laughter that ripped through the silence like shattered glass. Then abruptly, he was on the highway. The rain had stopped. The streetlights of Rockford glimmered through a fog that wasn't there before. His hands were scratched and bruised, his clothes torn. His truck was parked exactly where he had left it. Nothing else. No building, no children, no woman. Nate never spoke about that night. He never returned to Rockford, never looked at the asylum from the road. But every November, when the rain hits hard and the wind shrieks through the trees, he swears he sees black shapes in the fog. He hears wet footsteps behind him, whispers calling his name, and he knows the names in that journal are never finished. Waiting. Always waiting. Story the end. The rain had been falling for hours, turning the streets of upstate Vermont into rivers of dark water. I was driving home from a late shift at the hospital, the kind of night where every shadow seemed too deep, every tree too close. November nights here were cold, wet, and relentless, and the storm made the familiar roads feel alien. My windshield wipers struggled to keep up, and the air inside the car was thick with the smell of wet leaves and exhaust. I had just passed the small town of Bellevue when something caught my eye, a movement on the side of the road. At first I thought it was a deer, but as I drew closer, I realized it was a man. He was standing perfectly still in the shoulder rain, soaked through, his coat dark and clinging to him. I hit the brakes instinctively. The tires hissed over the wet asphalt, and my heart hammered in my chest. He didn't move. He didn't wave or call out, just stared. His face was pale, expressionless, but I could feel his eyes, somehow, even from inside the car. I tried to focus on the road and drive past him slowly, but as I passed, I saw him tilt his head, not like a human, more like something examining a toy. I glanced in the rearview mirror. He was gone. I exhaled sharply, telling myself it was a trick of the storm. Maybe he had stepped off the road, ducked behind a tree. But the unease didn't leave. Something felt wrong, like the air had shifted, like the storm was heavier on one side of the car. A soft tapping sound broke the tense silence. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the back window. I froze. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I told myself it was the rain hitting something loose on the car, a branch maybe. But then I heard it again, 3 deliberate taps, knuckle against glass. I swung the car to the shoulder and rolled down the windows. Nothing. Just rain, dark trees, and the wind bending the branches. My stomach churned. I wanted to leave, to get as far away from this road as possible. But when I started driving again, the tapping returned, only now from inside the car. I couldn't see anything in the back seat. The rain and darkness made it impossible. I reached slowly to the glove compartment, trying not to breathe too loudly, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. But my hand didn't find anything. The taps stopped. The silence was suffocating. Then I saw it in the corner of my eye, a figure reflected in the rearview mirror, standing behind the seats. Wet, featureless, tall. I spun around, but the back seat was empty. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me, terrified and pale. I told myself I was imagining things, but the feeling didn't go away. It sat on my shoulders like a weight I couldn't shake. I pulled into a gas station as soon as I saw one. The fluorescent lights were a relief, bright and ordinary. I ran inside, dripping wet, and told the attendant I needed help. My voice was shaking. He looked at me strangely, but offered coffee. I stayed there for nearly an hour, trying to calm down, convincing myself that I had imagined the man, the taps, the figure in the car. I finally drove the last 20 minutes home. By the time I reached my apartment, the rain had lessened to a drizzle. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, shaking, wet, exhausted. Then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. I saw you too. No sender name, no number, just those words. I dropped the phone. My blood ran cold. I sat on the floor, staring at the screen. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to run somewhere, anywhere. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I went to the car to inspect it. The interior was normal, dry in the places the rain hadn't reached. Nothing unusual in the back seat. But when I looked closer at the rearview mirror, I noticed faint smudges across it, streaks as if something had pressed wet hands against the glass. I cleaned it, trying to shake the image from my mind. But I couldn't. Weeks later, when the weather turned colder and the November rains came again, I noticed footprints in the wet mud near my apartment. No doors or windows had been open. The prints were small, barefoot, leading up to the building and stopping just outside my door. And sometimes late at night, when the storm rages, I hear it tapping on the window, slow, methodical, waiting. I never look outside because I know she's there. Story the end. The rain had already turned the streets into rivers by the time I reached the cabin. A coworker had recommended it. Cheap place for a weekend getaway, he'd said. But the moment my headlights swept across the sagging porch and the moss-covered roof, I knew something wasn't right. The trees leaned too close, branches clawing the siding. The windows were so dirty, they looked blind. But I was exhausted. I'd driven nearly 5 hours through the worst November storm in years. All I wanted was to sleep. The cabin sat deep in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania, far from town, far from cell service, far from anyone who could hear me scream if something went wrong. I told myself the isolation was peaceful, that I needed quiet. I should have trusted the knot forming in my stomach. Inside, the place smelled like old wood and colder nights. Dust floated in the air like ash. The living room had a small fireplace, a couch with stuffing poking out, and a single wooden rocking chair in the corner. The chair faced a window, and for some reason, that unsettled me. It felt like someone had been sitting there minutes before I arrived. I flipped on a lamp. The bulb buzzed angrily, then steadied into a dull glow. I set my bag down and noticed a framed picture on the wall. A black and white photo of a family, parents and two children, standing in front of the same cabin. The father's smile looked forced, the mother's eyes wide and tired, the little boy awkwardly clutching his sister's hand. The girl, maybe 7 or 8, wasn't smiling at all. She stared directly at the camera, expression blank, as if she knew something the rest of them didn't. I looked away quickly. Rain hammered the window. The wind pushed against the cabin like it wanted in. I heated a can of soup, ate, and settled onto the couch with a blanket. The storm outside had turned into a ceaseless roar. My eyes grew heavy. I must have dozed for an hour before the first sound woke me. A single creak from the floorboards upstairs, slow, heavy. Not the groan of a shifting house, but the weighted step of something moving. I held my breath. Another step, and another. Someone was walking on the second floor. I sat up, every nerve on fire. The realtor told me the cabin had been empty for years. No tenants, no squatters, and even if someone had broken in, I would have noticed when I arrived. But the footsteps continued, soft, deliberate, pacing from one side of the room to the other. I grabbed my flashlight, pulse pounding. The staircase loomed in the dark corner of the living room, the top swallowed in shadow. I considered calling the police, but my phone had died earlier, and I hadn't brought a charger. The footsteps stopped. The silence was worse. I forced myself to stand, moving toward the stairs. The cabin seemed to hold its breath with me. I switched off the lamp so I wouldn't blind myself going upstairs, leaving only the flashlight's beam to cut through the darkness. The first stair creaked under my weight, then the next. Halfway up, a cold draft swept down from above, carrying the scent of damp earth. I reached the top landing. There were 3 doors, one slightly open, one shut, and one with a large crack running down the middle like it had been punched from the other side. The slightly open door was first. With trembling fingers, I pushed it open. The room was empty, no furniture, no footprints, just peeling wallpaper and a single cracked window letting in tiny droplets of rain. I swung the flashlight across the floor. No dust disturbance, no sign of anyone. I swallowed and backed away. The second door was the one with the crack down the middle. The wood looked splintered like it had been forced outward by someone or something trying to escape. My hand hovered over the knob. A soft thump came from inside. I jerked my hand away. The thump came again, then a dragging sound. Something moving across the floor. "Hello?" I whispered, instantly regretting it. Silence. Then, something pressed against the other side of the door, hard enough to bow the wood. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. I didn't wait to find out what was inside. I backed slowly down the stairs, flashlight shaking in my hand. The cabin groaned with the wind by the old beams straining under the storm. Halfway down, another sound echoed from the room above. A giggle. High-pitched, childlike, and twisted. My blood turned to ice. I ran the rest of the way down, nearly falling as I hit the first floor. I turned every light on and backed into the living room, staring at the silhouette of the staircase. The giggling stopped, but a new noise replaced it. Soft, rapid footsteps darting from one room to another upstairs, like something was running, playing, hunting. I didn't sleep that night. I paced until dawn, eyes on the staircase, ears straining for every sound. When morning finally came, the storm eased. I threw my things into my bag, determined to leave immediately. As I stepped outside, a voice called from behind me. "You stayed the night?" I spun. A woman stood at the tree line, her coat pulled tight around her, rain dripping from her hood. Her face was pale. "Are you the owner?" I asked. She shook her head. "My brother was." "Was?" She hesitated. "He died 2 years ago." I swallowed. "In the cabin?" Her eyes flicked to the upstairs window. "The police said he fell down the basement stairs. Broke his neck. But he wasn't the first." A knot formed in my throat. "There was a family here before him," she said quietly. "You might have seen their photo inside." I nodded slowly. "The father killed the children," she said bluntly. "Then himself. They said he'd gone mad, but I know he didn't start that way. Something in that house changed him." I stepped back. "The children," her voice cracked. "They say the girl still walks upstairs. People hear her running at night, laughing." She stared at me with hollow eyes. "Once she starts playing with you, she doesn't stop." A cold wind swept between us. "You need to go," she whispered, "before it decides you belong." I didn't need more convincing. I got in my car, locked the doors, and sped down the mud-slick road. The cabin grew smaller in my rearview mirror until the trees finally swallowed it. That night, in the safety of my apartment hours away, I tried to convince myself it had been a nightmare, an overactive imagination, a storm playing tricks on an old building. But when I emptied my bag, something fell out that made my blood run cold. A small wooden block, old, worn, hand-painted with a faded letter L. I hadn't packed it. I didn't own it. And when I lifted it, the faint smell of damp earth clung to my fingers, the same smell from the upstairs hallway. I felt the air shift behind me. Then a soft giggle echoed from the darkness of my bedroom. High-pitched, playful, and terribly familiar. Story the end. The rain had already been falling for hours by the time I turned off County Road 12 and began the long, winding stretch toward the northern edge of Lake Marston. The wipers slapped the windshield uselessly as the November storm thickened, turning the world outside into a smear of gray and shadow. I could feel the vibration of the wind through the steering wheel, strong enough to push my old Ford sideways every few minutes. I told myself it didn't matter. I'd made this drive before several times, but there was a knot deep in my stomach I couldn't quite explain. I wasn't heading to a cabin or to see a friend. I wasn't even from that part of Michigan. I was going there because of a voicemail. A voicemail from a number I didn't recognize left just after midnight a day earlier. A woman's voice, trembling, breathless, barely above a whisper. Sam, it's Emily. I need you, please. I'm at the lake house. He's back. I can hear him. I don't know what to do. Please, I'm scared. The message ended with a thud, like the phone dropping, followed by distant footsteps and then a long, hollow tone. Emily had been my ex-girlfriend, but ex didn't cover it. We dated only a few months 5 years prior, back when we were both 22 and convinced we could fix each other's broken pieces. The relationship fizzled when she moved back to her hometown to help her grandmother, and though we texted for a while, life pushed us in different directions. We hadn't spoken in nearly 4 years. But her voice in that message, raw fear, a quivering desperation, cut through me. I called back. No answer. I called again and again until the line went straight to voicemail. I tried looking up her new number online. Nothing. Her social media was inactive. Her old mutual friends didn't know anything. But I remembered vaguely that her family owned a lake house near Marston. One Google search later confirmed the address. I should have called the police. I know that now. But at the time, something made me feel like I had to go there myself, like she had called me for a reason, like I owed her this. It was almost 9 p.m. when I finally reached the dark, narrow gravel road leading to the lake house. The trees arched overhead like skeletal arms, branches slapping the roof as I crawled forward. My headlights illuminated only a few feet of the road before the rain swallowed the light. Every so often, I'd see the glint of water through the trees, the black sheet of Lake Marston, rippling under the storm. I didn't realize I'd slowed nearly to a stop until I felt my tires skid slightly on the mud. I forced myself to keep going. At last, the house came into view. A single-story structure with peeling white paint, perched on the slope leading down to the water. The windows were all dark. The porch light flickered, buzzing against the wind. I pulled up beside the house and killed the engine. For a few moments, I just sat there, listening to the storm hammering the truck. My heart thudded against my ribs. Then I stepped out. Rain slammed into me instantly. Cold needles pierced my skin as I jogged up the porch steps, my boots slipping on the slick wood. The front door was closed, but something was off. Deep scratches scarred the wood, long and jagged, like someone had dragged a rake across it. Or claws. That was stupid. Animals didn't scratch doors like that. It must have been vandalism or old damage. I knocked loudly. "Emily?" I shouted over the storm. "It's Sam! You called me!" No answer. I waited. The wind howled. Something creaked inside the house. I tried the handle. The door opened easily. Inside, the house was pitch black, except for the faint green glow of a digital clock somewhere deeper in the hall. The air smelled like damp wood and something faintly metallic. I stepped inside and called out again. Still nothing. I fumbled for a light switch, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. Power must have gone out. I pulled out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and the narrow beam cut through the dark. The living room looked just as I remembered from the one time Emily had shown me pictures years ago. Old plaid sofa, fireplace full of ash, bookshelf with her grandmother's ceramic owls on top. But everything was coated in a fine layer of dust, like no one had used the place in months. I stepped forward and my shoe stuck briefly. Looking down, I saw a dark smear on the hardwood. Water? No, it was too thick. My light passed over more spots streaked toward the hallway. A strange sinking feeling tightened in my chest. Emily? I called again, softer this time. A sound answered, not a voice. Something like metal tapping against wood. Rhythmic. Farther in the house. I tightened my grip on the phone and slowly followed the hall. Each creak of the floorboards echoed too loudly. The tapping grew louder, coming from the kitchen. When I reached the doorway, I froze. The back door stood open, swinging slightly in the storm wind. Rain blew in, puddling on the tile. The tapping was the lock clicking repeatedly as the door bounced against the frame. Emily? My voice cracked. I stepped closer, scanning the room. Dishes on the counter, cabinets open, a shattered glass on the floor. It looked like someone had been making tea or something, then suddenly fled or was dragged. My eyes landed on a message scrawled in condensation on the refrigerator door. He's in the walls. My skin prickled. I backed away instinctively, my breath quickening, and the beam of my light trembled. I needed to call someone, anyone. I pulled out my phone, but before I could dial, something clattered behind me. I spun. Nothing was there. But the hall behind me was darker now, like the shadows had thickened. My light barely penetrated beyond a few feet. Okay, I whispered to myself, get a grip. I forced myself forward, checking each room one by one. Bathroom, empty. Linen closet, empty. Guest room, empty. But I noticed something as I walked. The temperature dropped sharply the farther I went. My breath fogged in the air. Then I reached the bedroom at the end of the hall, Emily's room. The door was half open. I nudged it with my toe, and it creaked inward. Inside, the room looked normal. Bed neatly made, nightstand lamp dark, a picture of Emily and her grandmother on the dresser. But something had been carved into the wall above the headboard. Not written. Carved. Help me. My stomach dropped. The message wasn't old. It wasn't even dry. Wood shavings still dusted the pillow. Suddenly, a loud thudding knock shook the house. Not from the front door, from somewhere inside the walls. I stumbled back so fast I hit the dresser. My phone light flickered. Another knock, closer, then dragging, slow, scraping, dragging, from behind the wall of Emily's room. No, I whispered. No, no. What the hell? Something hit the wall again, harder this time, like a fist pounding to get out. The wood flexed visibly, indenting for a fraction of a second. I bolted from the room, nearly tripping in the hallway. My pulse hammered against my skull. The storm outside roared like it was trying to drown out the sounds inside the house. I headed toward the living room, desperate to get out, when a faint noise stopped me in my tracks. A voice. A woman's voice. Sam? My whole body went cold. Sam, help, please. It was Emily. But it didn't sound like her talking from another room. It sounded like her talking from inside the house structure, inside the walls. I pressed my back against the wall, panic flooding my veins. Emily? I croaked. Her voice came again, shaky, muffled. He's here. The wall behind me shuddered with a dull thud, and I lurched forward. Something scraped its way upward inside the wall, like long fingers dragging along wooden beams. I staggered to the door and grabbed the knob. It wouldn't turn. Locked. But I hadn't locked it. I twisted harder. The knob jerked, but didn't give. The wood of the door frame creaked like pressure was being applied from the other side. From inside. No, let me out! I slammed my shoulder against the door. Still nothing. Behind me, a series of knocks traveled down the hallway, fast, purposeful, inhumanly quick, like something was crawling through the walls, following me. I ran to the window and tried to open it. It barely budged. The old frame was swollen from the rain. I shoved it upward with every ounce of strength until it screeched open. I was halfway through when a sound rose behind me, a sound I still can't fully describe. It wasn't a growl, it wasn't a scream, it was something between the two. A distorted, wet, gargling noise, mixed with a sharp clicking like someone snapping their teeth rapidly. I didn't look back. I threw myself out the window into the freezing rain, landing hard on my shoulder in the mud. I scrambled to my feet and ran toward the truck. Thunder cracked overhead. The porch light flickered wildly. I hit the truck door handle, and the world tilted. The truck door was covered in wet handprints, small handprints. Dozens, children's hands. I stumbled back, horrified. The storm wind wailed through the trees, and for a moment I thought I saw something moving near the side of the house, a hunched shape, too tall and too thin, its limbs crooked like it had been broken and reassembled wrong. Lightning flashed. The thing froze. Or maybe the lightning made me imagine it wrong. But I swear I saw long fingers spread across the siding, nails curled and hooked, scratches gouged deep around the window I'd escaped from. I didn't wait to confirm. I yanked the truck door open, jumped in, and slammed the lock button. My hands trembled so badly I could barely get the keys into the ignition. The engine coughed twice before finally roaring to life. I peeled out, gravel spraying behind me as I tore down the road, the trees blurring past. But just as I reached the main road, my phone lit up on the passenger seat. Unknown number, the same number as the voicemail. I stared at it, frozen, as rain hammered the windshield. It rang and rang. On the fourth ring, it stopped. Then a voicemail notification appeared. I didn't want to listen. God, I didn't. But my thumb moved anyway. The message began with heavy breathing. Wet, ragged breathing, like someone drowning in air. Then a voice, Emily's voice, whispered, "You shouldn't have left me." A scraping sound followed, nails on wood, and a second voice joined hers. Low. Guttural. Wrong. "He knows your name now." The message ended. The road ahead blurred as my eyes stung with cold sweat and shock. I was still driving, still fleeing, but it felt like the storm swallowed the rest of the world. I got home hours later and didn't sleep at all. I tried calling the number again. It didn't exist. I emailed old acquaintances asking about Emily, but no one had heard from her in years. Some said she'd moved outstate. One thought she'd gotten married. One thought she'd died in an accident, but couldn't remember details. No one knew anything for sure. The police later checked the lake house. They said it was vacant. No signs of struggle, no messages carved into walls. No broken glass, no footprints, no blood, no scratch marks. They said I must have imagined it in the storm. They asked if I'd been drinking, if I'd been under stress, if I was sure Emily had even called me. They didn't believe me when I replayed the voicemail because the message wasn't there anymore. Gone, deleted somehow. No record of the number ever calling me, but I know what I heard, what I saw, what chased me through that house. Now, on rainy nights just like that one, I sometimes hear knocks in my walls. Soft, intentional. And sometimes late at night, my phone lights up with a call from that same unknown number. I never answer. I never will. Because I know if I do, I'll hear her voice again. And I'm terrified of what she'll say next. Story the end. The rain came down in thick sheets, turning the winding roads of Vermont into rivers of black water under the dull glare of streetlights. November nights were always early, the sky closing in as if to swallow the world whole. Kelly Anders gripped the steering wheel of her old Honda Civic, knuckles white. The headlights barely cut through the sheets of rain, reflecting off the slick asphalt and the slick, wet trees that lined the road. She hated driving in this weather, but the office closure had forced her to make the 2-hour drive home. The road had been empty for miles, save for the occasional sign warning of sharp curves and wildlife. Kelly tried to focus on the rhythm of the windshield wipers, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Her stomach churned, a deep unease she could neither explain nor ignore. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A figure standing on the shoulder of the road. At first, she thought it was someone hitchhiking. She slowed, squinting through the rain, and her heart sank. The figure didn't wave, didn't move, just stood there, soaked, shoulders slumped, face hidden beneath a hood. She hesitated. Part of her screamed to keep driving, to leave this phantom in the rain, but the instinct to help overrode the fear. She pulled over, the tires slipping on wet asphalt. "Hey, do you need a ride?" she called, rolling down the window. The figure didn't respond. Kelly stepped out, heart thumping, and realized it was a man, tall, thin, clothes clinging to him, completely drenched. His face was pale, almost gray, but the rain obscured his features. "You're lucky I stopped," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I can take you somewhere warm." The man didn't answer. Instead, he moved closer, and she noticed his eyes, or the absence of them. They were black, endless voids staring into her soul. Kelly froze. Get in the car," she said, trying to mask the tremor in her voice. He stepped inside without another word, leaving a trail of water across the seat. Kelly climbed in, slamming the door. The warmth of the heater barely touched the icy chill that seemed to radiate from him. "Where are you headed?" she asked, trying to keep the small talk alive. "Follow the road," he said, voice low and gravelly. She obeyed, though her gut screamed at her to turn around. The road twisted into dense forest, like trees pressing in on both sides, the rain hammering down as if it wanted to erase the world. Kelly's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, and she nearly lost control. More figures had appeared, standing in the trees, pale and thin, completely motionless, their black eyes fixed on the car. There were at least a dozen, maybe more, and they moved unnaturally, stepping silently through the rain toward the road. "Drive faster!" she shouted. The man said nothing. His eyes, those empty pits, remained locked on hers, unblinking. Kelly's hands shook as she pressed the accelerator. The figures fell back, disappearing momentarily, but she could feel them in the air, closing in, watching, waiting. The road narrowed, twisted, and she barely managed to keep the car on the slick asphalt. Ahead, she saw lights, a small cabin, dimly lit, standing alone among the trees. Relief hit her, though she didn't understand why she felt compelled to stop there. The man spoke for the first time. "Pull over," he said. Kelly's mouth went dry. I don't know you. I shouldn't." "You don't have a choice," he said simply. The car slid to a stop. Kelly's eyes darted around, and she saw them, the figures from the woods, forming a loose circle around the cabin, their heads tilted unnaturally, black eyes locked on her. She opened the door, but the rain made the air sharp, painful. Mud clung to her shoes as she approached the cabin. The door creaked open on its own, revealing a dim interior. Candles flickered on the walls, casting grotesque shadows. Inside, there was a woman tied to a chair in the center of the room. Her head hung low, her body trembling. Kelly's stomach churned. "You've come," the man said from the doorway. Kelly stepped back. What is this? Who are you?" The man's grin widened, stretching inhumanly across his face. "We are waiting, and now you are here." The air thickened, heavy and suffocating, as if the cabin itself were alive. Shadows stretched along the walls, curling and twisting, moving with intent. Kelly tried to run, but her feet felt rooted. The woman in the chair lifted her head. Her eyes were black, mouth stretched into a silent scream. Kelly screamed in terror, finally breaking free of the cabin's grip and running into the rain. The figures didn't pursue, but their eyes followed her as she stumbled back to her car. The man remained at the doorway, smiling, watching. Kelly threw herself into the car, locked the doors, and floored the accelerator. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, slick and empty, but she didn't stop driving until she reached the edge of town. The storm had passed, the sky clearing, leaving only a cold wind and the scent of wet earth. The cabin and the figures were gone, as if they had never existed. Kelly never returned to that road. But when November rains fall heavy and the wind whistles through the trees, she swears she sees black eyes in the shadows, waiting at the edge of the forest, remembering her. And sometimes, in the reflection of her rearview mirror, she thinks she sees him, the man with the endless black eyes, sitting silently in the passenger seat, smiling. Story the end. The rain had already swallowed the entire town by the time I left the grocery store. Not a gentle rain. This was the kind that poured in angry waves, turning the world into a smear of gray. My shoes were soaked within seconds, and the parking lot lights flickered like they were struggling to stay alive. It was the first Friday of November in a small Ohio town where nothing exciting ever happened. But that night would become the exception, one that people would whisper about for years afterward if they talked about it at all. I loaded the last bag into my trunk and slammed it shut. As soon as I turned, the rain froze me where I stood. Not because it was cold, because I thought I saw someone standing on the far end of the lot. A man. Just standing. Not moving. Not walking toward the store. Just facing me. I blinked hard, rain pounding my eyelids, and when I looked again, he was gone. The space where he stood was empty, except for a shopping cart slowly rolling backward in the wind. I told myself I imagined him, a trick of rain and light. A long day at work. Nothing more. But deep in my gut, something twisted, something old and instinctive. I got in my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. The wipers struggled to keep up as I pulled out of the lot and joined the empty road. As I drove, the storm only worsened. The GPS on my dashboard flickered. My phone lost service. The streetlights were gone miles behind me. The world outside my windows was nothing but wind, rain, and an endless stretch of darkness. About 10 minutes into the drive, something appeared on the side of the road. Something so sudden I nearly swerved into a ditch. A person. Standing on the shoulder, wearing a black raincoat with the hood pulled low. Motionless. I passed him so fast I barely got a good look, but enough to see his face wasn't visible, just a void where features should be. My fingers tightened on the wheel. My breath grew shallow. A few minutes later, another one, a woman this time. Same black coat, same hidden face. I sped up, but soon, a third, then a fourth. Each one standing closer to the road, closer to my car, their heads tilted slightly as if listening or watching or waiting. My heart started to race. The storm outside seemed to thicken, swallowing sound. The engine felt quieter, subdued, as if the rain was pressing on the car from all sides. By the time I reached the old steel bridge that crossed the river, my nerves were shot. The bridge loomed ahead, barely visible through the sheets of rain, its rusted beams groaning as the wind shoved against it. I slowed, and that's when I saw him, standing dead center on the bridge. Black raincoat, hood up, face hidden in shadow. He didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't react to the headlights blinding him. I sat frozen behind the wheel, the engine idling like a held breath. A long, cold minute stretched by. Then his head twitched, not turned, twitched, a sharp, unnatural movement. He lifted his hand and beckoned, a slow curl of 2 fingers. My stomach dropped. Every hair on my arms rose. Something inside me screamed that if I drove forward, if I crossed that bridge, I wouldn't come out the other side. I threw the car into reverse and nearly screamed when someone slammed their hand against my rear window. I jerked forward, gripping the wheel as rainwater dripped from the glass where the handprint had been left. Someone had been standing behind me. Someone close enough to touch the car. Close enough to touch me. I slammed my foot on the gas and swerved off the road, cutting through the grass and back toward the nearest turnoff. The car bounced violently over the uneven ground, groceries spilling onto the back seat. At one point, the tires skidded in the mud, and for a split second, I thought I'd get stuck. But then the wheels caught, and I shot forward, back onto the road. I didn't stop driving until I saw the lights of town again. When I pulled into my driveway, shaking and soaked in adrenaline, I bolted straight inside, double locking every door and drawing every curtain. Thunder shook the house. I made my way to the living room window and parted the curtain a tiny bit, just enough to check the street. No raincoats, no faceless figures, no sign of anything except the storm. I let the curtain fall and backed away, but then a sound came from the front porch. A soft, deliberate tap, 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 tap. My throat tightened, my knees weakened. I moved toward the peephole slowly, each step feeling like a mistake. The porch light flickered. The tapping stopped. I looked and saw nothing but darkness, no one there, just rain. I exhaled shakily and backed away again until I noticed the floor beneath my feet was wet. A small puddle had formed in the middle of the hallway. I reached down, touching it with trembling fingers. Cold. Rainwater. I looked up. Water dripped from the ceiling. Drip, 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 landing in the exact pattern of the tapping. Tap, 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 tap. I backed away as the dripping grew heavier, spreading across the ceiling in a long, dark stain, like water seeping from something resting directly above, something waiting, something patient. The lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely. And in the darkness overhead, a soft voice whispered my name. Story the end. Rain hammered the windshield so hard it looked like the glass itself was trembling. Evan kept both hands tight on the steering wheel as he followed the narrow 2-lane strip that wound through the backwoods of western Pennsylvania. The wipers slapped back and forth, fast enough to squeal. He leaned close to the wheel, squinting through the watery blur ahead. His phone had lost signal 20 minutes back. The GPS froze on the screen, showing the blue dot floating somewhere between nowhere and nothing. All he'd wanted was to shave off an hour on his way home from visiting his sister in Erie. One wrong turn onto a strangely narrow state highway, and now he was in the middle of an unlit forest as a November storm turned the world black and formless. He saw no mile markers, no gas stations, not a single other car, just endless trees towering over the road like dark, dripping skeletons. He kept telling himself he wasn't lost, just temporarily misplaced. But the longer he drove, the more a tight coil of unease tightened in his chest. The storm wasn't letting up either. The rain had become a curtain of silver stabbing down through the dark, and thunder cracked so hard the steering wheel vibrated. Then, through the blur of rain, he finally saw something. A light. Not headlights. No movement, no silhouette of a vehicle. It was a faint yellow glow off in the trees, pulsing like a lantern or an old bulb hanging from a porch. He slowed the car, heart knocking against his ribs. Maybe a house, maybe someone could give him directions, or at least a phone charger. His battery was down to 4%. Evan eased onto the gravel shoulder. The tires crunched to a stop. For a moment, he just sat there, listening to rain hammer the roof and trying to decide if getting out was a good idea. Anyone living this far from the main road on a night like this was either very friendly or very much not. But he didn't really have a choice. He grabbed his jacket, shoved open the driver's door, and was instantly stabbed by cold rain. It soaked him in seconds. He slung the hood up and trudged toward the light, boots sucking into the mud with each step. The forest was almost pitch black. He had to shield his eyes from the rain just to see. The light flickered between the trees, further than he'd thought, maybe a few hundred feet off the road. As he drew closer, he realized it wasn't a porch light. It was a window. A single, square, yellow-lit window shining from what looked like a large two-story farmhouse. He hadn't expected anything this big or this old. The wood siding looked gray and warped by decades of weather. The roof sat low, sagging slightly. There were no vehicles out front. The porch railing was broken in 2 places, but the window glowed warmly, like someone was inside. He stepped onto the porch. The boards creaked so sharply he froze, half expecting them to cave. The front door was warped and half-rotted, with peeling green paint clinging to the wood like dead skin. He knocked on the frame, firm but not too loud. No answer. He knocked again. Nothing. But the light was definitely on. He tried the door. It stuck for a moment, then groaned inward several inches, leaving a gap just wide enough to see inside. "Hello?" he called. "Sorry to bother you. My car's stuck on the road and I don't have service. Is anyone—" Rain hissed behind him. Thunder cracked again. Still no answer. He pushed the door the rest of the way open and stepped into the entryway. Warmth washed over him immediately. The house smelled like dust and old wood, but also like something boiling, something metallic and faintly sweet. He couldn't place it. Inside, the house was dimly lit by a single lamp on a small table in the living room. The furniture was old, 1950s-style upholstery, faded floral patterns, a wooden rocker in the corner. Family photos hung crookedly on the wall, but the faces in them were blurred or faded from age. But no people. "Hello?" he called again, louder this time. A sound answered him, not a voice, something like a soft scrape, as though something heavy was being dragged across the floor upstairs. Evan froze. Maybe someone was home, maybe they were coming down, maybe they just hadn't heard him with the storm. "Sorry," he said, trying to sound harmless. "I didn't mean to just walk in. I just need a phone or directions." Silence again. Then another sound, lighter this time. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from directly above him. "Hello?" he repeated, more hesitantly. The steps stopped, right over his head. His pulse hammered. Maybe someone elderly lived here. Maybe they had trouble getting downstairs. Maybe. The lamp flickered. Evan almost jumped. The bulb buzzed softly, the light dimming and brightening again as though a power surge had rippled through the house. Something in his instincts whispered that he shouldn't be here. But the storm outside raged, and the house at least offered shelter and the chance of help. He stepped toward the staircase at the far end of the living room. The rug beneath his feet squished slightly, as if water had seeped into it long ago and never fully dried. Halfway across the room, he noticed something. The framed picture nearest the stairs wasn't faded like the others. The glass was cracked, but the photo inside was clear. It was a family portrait. A mother, father, and 2 children standing in front of the very same house. But their expressions... Evan stepped closer. All 4 of them looked terrified. Their smiles were too wide, forced, and their eyes were wide as if someone had threatened them. The mother's hand, gripping the youngest child's shoulder, was tense. The father's jaw was clenched. The children's eyes glistened like they'd been crying. And behind them, barely visible in the shadow under the porch roof, someone else stood. A tall, thin figure looming in the background, mostly hidden with only the outline of a long face and shoulders visible. Evan's breath trembled. He swallowed and forced himself to look away. The footsteps upstairs had resumed again, slow, shuffling, dragging. Just then, a sudden metallic clang echoed from the kitchen behind him. He spun around. "Hello?" His voice cracked. He stepped toward the sound. The kitchen doorway yawned open, swallowed in darkness, except for the faint reflection of the lamp across the room. The boiling metallic smell grew stronger. He fumbled for the kitchen light switch. It clicked, but nothing happened. The room remained pitch black. He stepped inside anyway. His wet boots squeaked against the linoleum. He walked forward, hands outstretched until he touched the counter. Then a soft creak directly behind him made him whirl around. The kitchen door had swung shut. He grabbed it and yanked, but it resisted as though someone was holding it from the other side. His heart lurched. "Hey, hello? I'm not trying to break in. I just need help." No answer. He pulled harder. The door suddenly gave way, swinging open so fast he stumbled backward. The living room was empty. The stairs were still. The lamp buzzed, the bulb flickering. His breath felt thin and shaky. He needed to leave. He took one step toward the front door. A soft tap, tap, tap echoed from upstairs, like someone knocking on the floor directly above him. He froze mid-step. Tap, tap, tap. 3 slow knocks. Then another series. Faster. Harder, like fists pounding the floorboards. Then a dragging sound again. Heavy, shuffling, moving toward the staircase. Evan backed toward the door, hand shaking as he grabbed the knob. He yanked it open. Rain and wind exploded inward. He stepped out onto the porch, and something slammed the porch door shut from behind him so hard it shook the entire frame. He stumbled forward into the mud, slipping and catching himself with his hands. He scrambled upright and sprinted toward the road. By the time he reached his car, he was drenched and shaking. He yanked the door open, jumped inside, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine clicked. Didn't start. He tried again. Click, click, click. No, 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 come on. The car refused to turn over. He hit the steering wheel with his palm, panic rising like bile. Outside, the rain poured harder than before, cascading down the windshield. Evan looked back toward the house. The light in the window had gone out. The house stood completely dark, as if no one was there at all, as if no one had ever been there. He fumbled for his phone. Maybe he could get a signal if he walked back up the road. Anything was better than being trapped in his dead car. But his phone screen stayed black. Battery 0%. He slammed it down on the seat and ran both hands through his dripping hair. Think. Just think. He could walk. It'd be miles, but eventually he'd hit a gas station or a house. People lived out here, just not in that house. He grabbed his jacket and shoved the door open again. Cold rain stabbed against him as he stepped onto the road. He had only walked about 10 feet when a voice called out behind him. "Where are you going?" Evan spun so fast he nearly slipped. A man stood beside his car. Tall, thin, wearing a long dark coat that stuck to his body in the rain. His hair was plastered to his skull. His face was gaunt, almost sharp, and his eyes were so dark they looked like holes carved into his face. Evan's breath caught. My car died," Evan stammered. "Do you live up the road?" The man didn't blink at all, except his lips, which curled into a strange, stiff smile. "You shouldn't have gone in the house." Evan's blood ran cold. "What?" he whispered. The man took a single step closer. Rain poured down his face, but his expression didn't change. His voice, when he spoke again, was even quieter, almost drowned by the storm. "They don't like visitors." Evan felt the air leave his lungs. "Who?" he rasped. The man tilted his head slightly, too smoothly, like his neck wasn't quite attached right. "They've been in that house for a long time, long before the road was built, long before people forgot what lived in those woods." Evan stumbled back a step. I don't know what you're talking about. I just need to get to town." The man stepped closer again, and closer, until he was only a few feet away. Evan could see his skin now, thin, almost translucent, stretched tight over bones that seemed too long, too sharp. His voice came out in a hoarse, whispering rasp. "They know you're sent now." Evan turned and ran. He sprinted through the downpour, feet slipping, heart hammering. He didn't care where he went, as long as it was away from that man, that house, those footsteps upstairs. Branches slapped his face as he stumbled off the road and into the trees. He could barely see. The storm roared in his ears. He didn't know how long he ran before he collapsed beside a fallen log, gasping for breath, lungs burning. He turned back toward the road, expecting to see the man chasing him, but the road was empty. He strained to hear anything over the storm. Nothing. For a moment, he allowed himself to hope he had imagined it all. Maybe the rain had warped shadows, maybe he'd been exhausted and panicked. Then he heard it. Not from the road, not from behind him, but from the trees ahead, a soft, dragging sound, like feet sliding slowly across soaked earth. Evan's stomach twisted. He backed against the log, scrambling to his feet. Lightning flashed, and in that split second he saw them. 4 figures standing between the trees. The family from the photo. Sodden clothes hanging off their skeletal frames, skin gray and sunken, eyes dark pits. Their mouths were fixed in the same wide, stretched smiles as the picture. Rain poured straight through their hair and clothes as though they were hollow. Lightning flashed again. They were closer. The mother's head tilted to one side, the crack in her jawline widening as if her skin were splitting. The father's arms hung abnormally long at his sides. The children twitched as their heads jerked toward him. Thunder boomed. Evan turned and ran again. Branches clawed at him. His boots slid in the mud. He tripped, caught himself, kept running. Behind him, the footsteps multiplied. Light, rapid, unnatural. The trees thinned. He burst out onto a dirt driveway that led toward a highway he didn't recognize, but he didn't care. He ran down it, slipping and stumbling, lungs burning like fire. Up ahead, headlights cut through the storm. A car. A real car. He screamed and waved his arms wildly, stumbling toward the light. The vehicle screeched to a stop, and a woman rolled down the window, staring at him in shock. "Oh my God, are you okay? What happened?" Evan collapsed against the door, shaking uncontrollably. "Drive," he gasped. "Please, drive!" She didn't ask again. She slammed the car into gear and sped away from the woods, tires kicking up mud. Evan looked back through the rear window. For a second, just a second, he saw 4 silhouettes standing at the edge of the trees, watching. Then they vanished into the darkness. It took over an hour before he could speak clearly enough to tell the woman what happened. And even then, he left out details. He said he'd gotten lost, found an abandoned house, heard noises. Nothing more. She drove him to the nearest hospital. They checked him for hypothermia, treated his cuts, asked the usual questions. He didn't tell them about the man, or the family, or the dragging footsteps. Some things he already knew, no one would believe. His car was never found. A tow truck driver searched the entire stretch of road Evan described. They found disturbed mud where something large might have been dragged. But no vehicle, no house, not even a foundation. The police chalked it up to shock, exhaustion, disorientation. But Evan knew what he'd seen. Some nights he wakes up in the dark, sure he hears something moving in the hallway. A soft, dragging sound. Slow footsteps, a faint knock from somewhere above him. He lies still, barely breathing, waiting for morning. And whenever it rains in November, hard rain, the kind that pounds the windows, he swears that for a moment he can smell that metallic sweetness again. He has moved 3 times since that night. It doesn't matter. They always find him. And every year as autumn turns cold and the storms roll in, the knocking gets a little louder. Story the end. The rain had already turned the fields into shallow, rippling lakes by the time I left my uncle's place that night. It was late November in rural Indiana, cold enough that the water felt like needles whenever it splashed up against the truck, but still warm enough that the ground was soft and shifting. The sky hung low and heavy, the clouds swollen and gray, sagging like they were ready to burst even more. I had driven that road 100 times before, but something felt different that night. Maybe it was the storm, maybe the way the wind carried the smell of wet, rotting leaves, or maybe it was the fact that my uncle had brought up the Stinson Hollow stories again, old local tales I'd heard all my life but never paid much attention to. The kind of stories old men whispered after dark, strange things seen in the cornfields, people going missing in the rain, shapes watching from the old forest edge. Stuff I always brushed off as rural folklore. But that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The wipers kept scraping uselessly across the windshield, smearing the water more than clearing it. I leaned forward, squinting through the blur of rainfall and headlights as the truck rolled slowly down County Road 47. On either side, bare corn stalks rustled in the wind, bending and swaying like brittle fingers. My phone buzzed in my lap. I picked it up at a stop sign. No service. One new voicemail. That didn't make sense. You can't get new voicemails without service, and I hadn't missed any calls. I frowned and hit play. At first, there was nothing but static, wet, crackling static, like rainfall recorded up close. I turned up the volume, then a voice broke through. Not a voice I recognized. Hoarse. Breathless. Desperate. "Don't drive that road tonight." I froze. The voicemail cut out abruptly, replaced by a screech of distorted noise, so sharp and metallic it felt like it stabbed straight into my ears. I dropped the phone, heart hammering. The storm howled harder outside, as if reacting to the message. I tried to shake it off, probably a prank or some glitch or maybe the storm messing with the signal. But my hands were trembling as I picked up the phone again. I put it face down on the seat and pressed harder on the gas. I just wanted to get home. A mile later, I saw something lying in the road. A deer, maybe, or a fallen branch. Hard to tell through the rain. But as I got closer, the shape sharpened into something far worse. It was a person. A man, sprawled face down on the slick pavement, clothes soaked and clinging to him, one arm twisted under his body at an unnatural angle. His boots were muddy, his jeans torn like he'd been dragged. I slammed the brakes, the truck skidding slightly before stopping a few feet from him. For a few seconds, all I heard was my own breathing and the violent drumming of rain on the roof. Then, movement. He lifted his head, slowly, weakly, and even through the downpour, I saw the terror in his eyes. He tried to mouth something. His lips trembled around the shape of words that didn't quite form. I unbuckled my seatbelt and grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment. When I opened the door, the wind nearly ripped it from my hand. Rain soaked me instantly, cold enough to steal my breath. I ran over, crouched beside him. Hey, you okay? Can you hear me?" His fingers twitched. His mouth moved again. "Run." I leaned closer. "What?" His eyes widened, then darted past me over my shoulder toward the cornfields. "Run!" he croaked, suddenly louder than before, raw panic in his voice. A sound rose above the wind, a low, dragging shuffle, wevy. Coming from the corn, my flashlight beam shook as I turned it toward the rows of stalks. I didn't see anything at first, just rain and shadows. Then one of the stalks moved, not from wind, from something pushing through. A tall, pale shape drifted between the rows, almost blending with the gray of the storm. Something about it was wrong, its limbs too long, its posture too slack. It swayed as it walked, like its bones weren't connected right. Its head hung forward, hair plastered to its face. My pulse kicked into overdrive. Another step. Another. Getting closer. The man on the ground clawed weakly at my arm. "It follows. The storm. Look at it." I grabbed him under the shoulders, trying to lift him. He screamed, a choked, broken sound, his injured leg dragging uselessly. He couldn't stand, could barely move. Panic clawed up my throat. The pale shape stepped out of the corn. Its head snapped upward, too fast, like a glitching video. And for the first time, I saw its face. Or rather, I didn't. It had no features. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, white skin stretching wrong across a skull-like shape. Yet, I could feel it looking at me. A pressure. A weight. A suffocating sense of being seen. I dragged the man toward the truck. Come on, move!" He was sobbing now, begging me to leave him. I ignored him, heaving him up enough to push him into the passenger seat. I ran to the driver's side, slipping on the wet pavement, nearly falling. The pale figure didn't rush. It just moved. Slowly. Purposefully. Like it knew I couldn't escape. When the doors slammed shut, I jammed the keys into the ignition with shaking hands. The truck didn't start. I turned the key again. Click. Again. Click, click. The pale figure stopped directly in front of the headlights. Its body twitched, as if adjusting itself. The man beside me whimpered, curling into the seat. "Don't look at it. Don't look at it." I slammed the heel of my palm against the steering wheel. "Come on." On the fourth try, the engine roared to life. Relief flooded me so fast I almost sobbed. I threw the truck into reverse, fishtailing, nearly spinning out. When I shifted into drive, the headlights caught the figure again, except now it was pressed against the hood. Closer. Much closer. Too close. Its faceless head tilted sideways like it was studying me. Its impossibly long fingers rested lightly on the metal, stretching toward the windshield. I screamed and floored the gas. The truck lurched forward. The figure slid off the hood and disappeared beneath the beam of the headlights. But I didn't slow down. Not even when something slammed against the rear window hard enough to rattle the frame. Not even when the man beside me started crying again. Not even when the storm swallowed the road so completely I could barely see 5 feet ahead. I didn't stop until we reached the gas station 20 miles away, the first place with lights and people. When I looked at the passenger seat, it was empty. Just wet footprints on the floor mat and the faint indentation of someone having sat there. I stumbled inside the gas station, shaking, dripping, hysterical. The clerk called the sheriff. They found my truck still running outside, but no footprints around it except mine. No sign of the man. No sign of anything in the road where I'd found him. No disturbances in the cornfields. Nothing on the dash cam except static, and no record of a voicemail ever being left on my phone. That night still haunts me, not because of the pale, faceless thing in the road, though that image burns behind my eyelids every time it rains, but because every November storm since then, I have gotten a voicemail, always from an unknown number, always during heavy rain, and every time the same hoarse, terrified whisper, "Don't drive that road tonight." Story the end. Rain hammered the windshield in sheets so thick the wipers barely kept up, smearing the darkness instead of clearing it. The highway looked like a black river swallowing everything ahead. I leaned forward in the driver's seat, squinting past the streaked glass, trying to make out the white lines shimmering under the flood of November rain. It was the kind of night where the world felt smaller, boxed in by weather and shadow, the air heavy with something unnamed. Miles of forest flanked both sides of the road, branches sagging under the weight of water, leaves plastered to the pavement like wilted skin. My phone buzzed in the cup holder with a weak vibration. No signal. Again. I was about 2 hours outside Scranton, heading home from a late shift at the small manufacturing plant where I'd picked up extra hours for the holiday season. The plan was simple. Get home, warm up last night's leftovers, and fall asleep to the quiet hum of my apartment heater. But nothing about that night had been simple. The radio had cut out an hour earlier, stuck on static no matter how many times I turned the dial. Then the fog rolled in, thick enough to make the beams of my headlights look like pale ghosts drifting in front of the car. The rain intensified, and the silence, aside from water pounding metal, felt too absolute, too wrong. I was alone on Route 191, a 2-lane stretch that wound through the wooded backroads of Pennsylvania. Locals called it the Long Bend, a route travelers avoided when they could. Too many accidents, stories of strange sightings, strange sounds. I'd laughed those off all my life. Rural myths, people spooking themselves. But that night, the dark pressed too close. The road seemed narrower, and something in my chest tightened. A pressure, like my body understood something my mind didn't. I turned the heat up. I was freezing, despite the car's engine running hot. My hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. A sudden flash of movement in the headlights made me slam the brakes. The car fishtailed on the slick pavement, tires screeching against water. My heart thudded in my throat as I braced myself. But there was nothing, just the road stretching ahead, glistening like polished obsidian. I pulled over onto the narrow shoulder, breathing hard. Rain hammered the roof hard enough to sound like gravel being thrown. My pulse drummed in my ears. I told myself it had been a deer or a branch, or my own tired eyes playing tricks. But the feeling that I'd almost hit someone, wouldn't leave. I reached for my phone again. Still no signal. A tiny bar blinked, then disappeared. I took a moment to steady my breath before pulling back onto the road. For a few minutes, everything was normal, or as normal as it could be on a storm-lashed November night in the middle of nowhere. Trees blurred by on both sides, and the road stretched on, endlessly winding. I tried to think about anything other than the strange movement I'd seen. Maybe I was just exhausted. Maybe the stories locals whispered in diners had gotten under my skin without me realizing. The ones about people disappearing on this road. Figures seen walking in the rain. Cars found abandoned without explanation. I'd heard them all. I'd never believed any. But then the headlights flickered. Just once. Then again. Then they died altogether, plunging me into black. "Come on," I hissed, hitting the dashboard as if that would help. The engine still hummed, but without headlights, the night outside became a void. I couldn't see the road, the trees, anything. I coasted blindly forward for a few terrifying seconds before guiding the car to a stop. Rain hammered harder, somehow louder now, like it was trying to drown everything else out. I grabbed my phone again. Dead. Not just no signal, no battery, despite it being at 70% earlier. My breath fogged the interior of the car. My heart thumped painfully. I tried to start the headlights again. Nothing. Just the suffocating dark pressing against every window. I let my head fall back against the seat. Great. Perfect. The storm rattled the car, wind screaming through the trees outside. The temperature inside felt like it dropped 10 degrees in seconds. I rubbed my arms, trying to push away a deep chill sinking into my bones. Then I saw it. A figure. It appeared in the rearview mirror, faint, distorted by the rain-streaked glass, standing behind the car, motionless. At first, I thought it was just the way the rain refracted the light from the dashboard. Just a trick of my panicked brain. But the shape sharpened, human height, human outline. Standing upright in the middle of the road, facing my car, I froze. My breath caught somewhere between my lungs and my throat. My fingers clenched the steering wheel involuntarily, knuckles white. The rain blurred everything, but I could tell the figure wasn't holding an umbrella, wasn't wearing a coat, wasn't reacting to the storm at all. It didn't move. I wiped the mirror with my sleeve. Still there, closer, just slightly, like it had taken a single step forward. I swallowed hard. My tongue felt thick. My limbs felt heavy. Okay, I whispered. Okay, you're tired. You're seeing things. My breath fogged the mirror faster now. I wiped it again with shaking fingers. The figure was gone, completely. I let out a shaky exhale. My heart was still hammering, but relief seeped in. Until I saw movement in my peripheral vision, something passing by the driver's side window, just a shadow, quick enough to make me question it. I turned toward the glass, but again, nothing. Just rain. Just the storm. I decided I couldn't sit there anymore. I needed help. I needed to find a house, a gas station, anywhere with a working phone. I grabbed my coat from the back seat, hesitating before I put it on. Something felt wrong. Something in the air felt thick, like the weight of being watched. But staying in the car felt worse. I pushed the door open. A blast of cold rain slapped my face. Wind tore at my hood as I stepped out. My boots splashed into freezing puddles almost up to my ankles. The forest felt alive in the darkness. Branches swayed violently, scraping against each other like bones. Leaves whipped across the asphalt. I turned on my phone's flashlight, but it stayed black, dead as stone. The only light came from the faint glow of my car's dashboard behind me. Just walk, I muttered to myself. Just find help. I started moving along the side of the road, head down against the rain, footsteps muffled by the storm. My breath came out in clouds. The cold sank into me almost immediately, like the temperature was dropping every second. For several minutes, I heard nothing but the storm. Then I heard footsteps, not mine. Behind me, soft, steady. I stopped. They stopped. My breath hitched. I slowly turned, peering into the darkness behind me, rain stinging my eyes. Nothing, just blackness and rain. I stepped forward again. The footsteps started again. I stopped. They stopped. My skin crawled. Every hair on my arms stood on end. My breath came out ragged. I turned, shining an imaginary beam of my dead phone's light into the trees. "Hello?" I shouted, my voice almost lost in the storm. No answer, just storm. Thunder rolled across the sky, a deep growl vibrating through my ribs. I swallowed and kept walking. The footsteps followed, steady, patient. I broke into a brisk walk. So did they. I didn't run yet, because some instinct told me running would make things worse, that whatever was behind me didn't need to rush. Something moved in the trees beside me, a shape too tall, too thin. It glided between trunks, keeping pace. My breath came faster, my footsteps quickened. Lightning cracked, illuminating the forest in a brilliant silver flash. I saw it, a human figure, but wrong. Stretched, limbs too long, head tilted in an unnatural angle, pale skin glistening in the rain, eyes black, reflecting nothing, and it was staring right at me. The thunder boomed over my scream. I ran harder than I ever had, splashing through puddles, slipping, catching myself, pushing forward. My lungs burned in the freezing air. The rain slapped my face like needles. The footsteps behind me sped up, not running, not walking, something in between. A smooth, gliding pursuit that defied logic. Lightning flashed again. It was closer. I could see its face now, blank, colorless, but the eyes, deep, hollow pits, were filled with something ancient, something hungry. I stumbled, falling to my knees in a puddle. Mud soaked my jeans. Pain shot up my leg. I scrambled to my feet, slipping, clawing at the wet ground. The figure moved closer, its limbs bending with unnatural fluidity. No, no, I gasped, backing away. The road curved, and through the sheets of rain, I saw it, a faint glow. A house. A porch light flickering like a dying star. Hope surged through me. I sprinted toward it, the shape behind me closing the distance. The porch light flickered again, then steadied. I reached the steps, grabbed the railing, hauled myself up. My legs shook violently, threatening to give out beneath me. I pounded on the door, breathless, drenched. "Please," I shouted. "Please open up! Someone! Anyone!" Behind me, the footsteps stopped at the edge of the porch. I didn't dare look. I kept pounding, screaming over the storm. A latch clicked. The door creaked open. An elderly man with deep-set eyes and a weathered face stared at me. He looked me up and down slowly, his expression unreadable. "I need help," I gasped. Someone was following me. His gaze shifted past me over my shoulder toward the darkness beyond the steps. "You need to get inside," he said, voice low. He pulled the door open wider. I stumbled in, collapsing onto the wooden floor. The man shut the door quickly, sliding a heavy bolt into place. The instant the door clicked shut, the sound outside changed. The footsteps stopped. The rain didn't. But something pressed against the other side of the door, lightly, almost curiously. The man held up a hand silently, motioning me not to speak. I covered my mouth, breathing through my nose in quick, terrified bursts. The shape outside didn't knock. It didn't scratch. It just stood there, listening, breathing. Except it didn't sound like breathing, more like a wet exhale, a sound of water being pushed through something that wasn't lungs. The man waited, frozen in place. Finally, after a long minute, the sound faded. The presence receded. The air outside shifted, like something enormous had moved away into the woods. The man let out a slow breath. I did too. What was that?" I whispered, voice trembling. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned and walked deeper into the house. "Come," he said, "you're soaked." I followed him, my legs still shaking. The house smelled like old wood and damp earth. Only a few dim lamps lit the space, casting long shadows across the floor. The man handed me a blanket. I wrapped it around myself, my hands trembling as I tried to regain warmth. "What you saw out there," he said eventually, "wasn't meant to be seen." I blinked. "What does that mean?" He sat across from me, leaning forward. "You're not the first to come running here on a night like this." My stomach dropped. "What is it?" He hesitated. "A leftover," he finally said, "from before this land was settled. Something old, something that doesn't belong on this side anymore." My throat tightened. "Why was it following me?" His eyes flicked toward the front door. "They follow whoever sees them. Once they know you can see, they don't stop." Every part of me went cold. I tightened the blanket around myself. "So what do I do? How do I stop it?" "You don't," he said softly. "You wait. You stay indoors until dawn." A cup of tea steamed between his hands, though he hadn't taken a sip. "If you're lucky," he continued, "it'll lose your scent when the sun rises." "And if I'm not lucky?" He looked down, avoiding my eyes. Then I heard it. A soft tapping on the window. I turned slowly. There, behind the fogged glass, a pale face pressed lightly against the pane, eyes black and unblinking. Water dripped from its chin, its mouth slightly open as if whispering. I recoiled, dropping the blanket. The man's face drained of color. "It shouldn't be able to," he started. But another tap interrupted him. Then another. On the opposite window, then on the wall, then footsteps on the roof. Slow, deliberate. The house groaned as something heavy shifted its weight above us. The man rose slowly, motioning me back. "Don't move," he whispered. "Don't even breathe too loudly." But the thing on the roof moved again, faster this time, dragging something across the shingles. The tapping turned into pounding. The lights flickered. The house shuddered under the weight. The storm roared. And the presence, whatever it was, seemed to push from all sides, pressing closer, surrounding the house entirely. The man stepped back toward me, his face pale with fear. "It's never done this before," he whispered. Another heavy thud hit the roof. Then another. Then something large slid down the side of the house, claws scraping the wood. The doorknob rattled. The bolt trembled in place. I grabbed the man's arm. "What do we do?" Before he could answer, the back window shattered. Cold wind exploded into the room, rain sprayed across the floor, and in the darkness outside the broken frame, the shape began to crawl in, long limbs bending like a spider, head tilted, eyes locked on me. The man grabbed my hand. Run! We sprinted down the hall, the creature crawling through the window with unnatural speed. Wood creaked. Glass crunched under its weight. We reached a narrow staircase. The man shoved me up the steps first. I'll hold it off, he hissed. Go! No! Go! His voice cracked with desperation. I ran up the stairs, heart pounding so violently I felt dizzy. Behind me I heard him grab something metal, maybe a fire poker, and raise it. Then the wet, sickening thud of impact. Then silence. Then the sound of something dragging. I reached the top of the stairs and pushed myself into the attic, slamming the door behind me. I braced my body against it, my chest heaving. The house groaned beneath me as something massive moved inside it. The storm screamed through the broken window downstairs. Then, slowly, the stairs creaked, footsteps, one by one, slow, measured, coming up. I held the doorknob, my hands slick with sweat. The footsteps stopped on the other side. A moment of silence stretched so long it felt like my heart would give out. Then a soft, deliberate tap on the attic door. I swallowed a scream. Another tap. Then the doorknob began to turn. I pressed my weight harder against the door, whispering, please, no, please. The knob turned further. Then it stopped. The footsteps retreated. I waited, breath held painfully in my chest. Minutes crawled by. Eventually, the storm eased. The wind faded. The pounding rain softened into a steady patter. Dawn crept slowly across the horizon, bleeding pale light through the cracks in the attic boards. I stayed pressed against the door for hours, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. When the light finally felt strong enough, I opened the attic door slowly, inch by inch. The house was silent, too silent. I descended the stairs, expecting to see the man. Instead, I found blood smeared across the floorboards. A trail led from the broken window through the center of the room, leading out the front door, which was wide open. The storm had ended. The forest was quiet. I stepped outside, the morning air cold against my skin. There was no sign of the man, no sign of the creature, no footprints in the mud, no broken branches. The world looked normal again, peaceful. But as I started down the road toward town, I realized something. My car was gone. Not stolen. Not broken. Gone. No tire tracks. No scratches. No sign it had ever been there. Only the empty road stretching endlessly in both directions. I walked for hours until I reached a small diner on the outskirts of a town I didn't recognize. The people there looked at me strangely when I tried to explain what had happened. They gave me dry clothes, hot coffee, and quiet reassurances that I'd probably gotten stranded and confused in the storm. But their eyes said something different. Fear. Pity. Recognition. One woman whispered to another one. When I asked what she meant, she shook her head and refused to speak. Eventually, a sheriff gave me a ride home. He told me my story didn't make sense, that storms play tricks on the mind, that people panic and imagine things. But he said it too quickly, too rehearsed. I didn't push. When he dropped me off, he said, if you know what's good for you, don't drive that road again, and don't go out on stormy November nights. I nodded. But that night, as I sat in my apartment trying to convince myself I was safe, I felt something shift in the air, a chill, a whisper of cold wind brushing my neck, and through the window, across the street, partially hidden under the shadow of a street lamp, a figure stood, tall, thin, head tilted, watching, waiting. I shut the curtains, but I knew it wouldn't change anything. Once they know you see them, they never stop watching. Story. The end. The rain had already soaked through my jacket by the time I stepped off the bus, and the wind shoved the icy November droplets sideways, stinging the skin around my eyes. The driver didn't wait for me to clear the curb. He shut the doors and rolled off into the darkness, taillights smearing like blood through the sheets of rain. I stood alone at the edge of the empty rural road, the kind with no sidewalks, no street lamps, not even reflective markers, just dark woods, darker sky, and the faint, muffled rush of water hitting everything. I pulled my bag tighter to my side and started walking toward my aunt and uncle's old farmhouse, the place where I'd spent a handful of childhood summers, the place I hadn't seen in almost 15 years. I'd taken the weekend off with the intention of surprising them, but really I'd wanted to escape the city, the noise, the pressure, the feeling that something had been closing in on me for weeks. I couldn't shake the sense I was being watched everywhere I went. Chalk it up to stress. At least that's what I told myself. The house sat about half a mile from the bus stop. It would have been an easy walk in the daytime, in good weather. But tonight the world was nothing but pitch black shadows, slick pavement, and the kind of rain that sucked the heat out of your bones. My flashlight flickered as soon as I turned it on. Cheap batteries. Figures. I began walking anyway, one slow step after another, the muddy shoulder sucking at my boots. With each passing minute, the darkness around me seemed to congeal, as if the woods themselves were leaning in to watch. Rain hissed through the evergreens like whispered voices. By the time I saw the faint glow of the farmhouse porch light, I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The place looked the same as when I was a kid. 2 stories, pale siding, a porch that wrapped halfway around the front, and a long gravel driveway full of potholes. But something about it felt heavier now, as if the house had aged not just in years but in spirit. My aunt's car wasn't in the driveway. My uncle's truck wasn't there either. A weird pinprick of unease burrowed into my throat. I knocked hard on the door, calling out. No answer. I tried the handle. It turned easily. Inside, the house was quiet. Too quiet, except for the rain hammering the roof and the faint creaks in the old wood. I flipped the light switch. The living room warmed with a yellow glow. Same floral couch, same wooden rocking chair, same faded rug. Everything looked like it had been sitting untouched for decades. Aunt Marie? I called. Uncle Rob? The only response was distant thunder. I set my bag down and went room to room. Kitchen. Empty. Bathroom. Empty. Upstairs bedrooms. Empty. No note, no signs of an emergency, and no signs of them leaving in a hurry. Everything looked perfectly normal, except they weren't there. A cold shiver crawled up my spine. I debated calling them, but before I could reach for my phone, something moved outside. Just a quick flicker of motion through the rain-blurred window. I froze. It had been near the tree line, human-sized. But with the storm, the shadows, and my jittery nerves, I couldn't be sure. The power flickered. The lights dimmed. The house groaned like a living thing. I found myself locking the front door without even thinking. I made myself some tea, more for the ritual than the warmth, and sat in the living room, listening to the storm deepen. Rain pounded the roof so hard it sounded like fists. Wind screamed through the old window frames. The trees outside rocked violently, their branches scraping against the siding like claws. At some point, I heard something I couldn't immediately categorize. Not the storm, not the creaking house, something else. A rhythmic tapping on the porch steps. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, deliberate, too steady to be debris or wind. Then a pause. Then 2 more taps. I set the tea down, my hands trembling. My mind jumped to the figure I thought I'd seen earlier. I turned off the lamp, plunging the living room into darkness except for the occasional flash of lightning. I stepped toward the window carefully, making sure to stay just slightly back from the glass. I peered out through the curtains. At first, I saw only the porch, wet and shining like black marble under the storm's assault. Empty. But then, lightning illuminated the yard, and in that brief, blinding flash, I saw something standing near the edge of the driveway. A tall shape. Still, watching the house. The light vanished, and so did the figure. I stumbled backward, pulse hammering. I grabbed my phone and tried calling my aunt. Straight to voicemail. Uncle Rob. Same. My nerves crawled like static under my skin. The power flickered again, and this time the lights went out entirely. The house plunged into total darkness. I stood completely still, listening to the storm, listening for footsteps, listening for anything that would tell me I wasn't imagining what I'd just seen. The tapping started again. But this time, it wasn't on the steps. It was on the porch itself. Slow, intentional. Tap, 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 as if someone was dragging their fingers along the wood. I backed away from the front door and grabbed the heaviest object within reach, the old cast-iron fireplace poker. My hands were slick with sweat despite the cold. And then came the knock. One single, thunderous knock. Right at the door. My lungs froze. I didn't approach. I didn't make a sound. I just stood there, clutching the poker like it was the only thing keeping me anchored to reality. The knock came again and again, 3 times, spaced perfectly apart, deliberate, calm, as if whoever or whatever was outside wasn't in any hurry. I forced myself to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. Who's there? Silence. Not even the wind for a moment, just a thick, crushing quiet that felt unnatural. Then a voice. But it didn't come from outside the door. It came from the side window, to my left. Too close. It whispered my name. My real name, the one my family used when I was little, the one nobody outside of them would know. Lena. My whole body locked up. Lightning flashed again, but this time it illuminated something directly outside the window. A figure standing impossibly close to the glass. Its face was blank, not featureless, just wrong, like the features were blurred by motion even though it wasn't moving. The proportions were slightly off. Something about the jaw was too long, the eyes too far apart, the skin too pale, almost gray in the flash of light, and it was smiling. A stretched, unnatural smile. The light vanished, and it was gone. I staggered back, heart smashing inside my ribs. My breath came fast and shallow. I reached blindly behind me for my bag, grabbed the flashlight, and flicked it on. The weak beam cut through the dark like a dull knife. Everything in me screamed that I needed to get upstairs, lock myself in a room and wait out the night, or call for help, call anyone, run if I had to. But before I could decide, the back door slammed open. The wind howled through the house, knocking over chairs and scattering papers. The flashlight jerked in my hand as I spun toward the kitchen. Someone was inside. I heard footsteps, wet, heavy footsteps, walking on the linoleum, not hurried, not frantic, just steady, slow steps moving deeper into the house. I raised the poker with both hands, trying to convince myself to move, to act, to run, but terror froze me where I stood. The footsteps stopped just past the kitchen doorway, around the corner where I couldn't see. Then something breathed. Long, low, wet. My survival instinct finally kicked in. I bolted for the stairs, nearly slipping in the dark. I scrambled upward, slamming the bedroom door shut behind me and turning the lock 3 times. I shoved a dresser against it for good measure. The footsteps followed, up the stairs, one slow step at a time. The breathing came closer. I stumbled back until I hit the far wall. My flashlight flickered, then steadied weakly. The house creaked around me like it was groaning under the weight of some invisible presence. The thing stopped directly outside the door. I could hear it breathing inches away. And then it whispered again. "Lena, let me in." The voice was wrong, like it was trying to mimic a human tone but couldn't quite get the rhythm right. A throat gurgling on the edges of the words, a faint clicking between syllables. I pressed a hand over my mouth to stop from crying out. The doorknob twitched, rattled, turned slowly. Even with the lock engaged, it pushed harder and harder. The wood groaned. The dresser legs scraped. The whole doorframe shook as if the thing outside was testing how much pressure it needed to break through. I braced my hands against the dresser, shoving my weight into it, tears streaming down my face. "Please," I croaked. "Please go away." The pressure suddenly stopped. Silence. No breathing, no footsteps. Nothing. I didn't trust it. Not for a second. I waited, shaking, holding the dresser in place with every ounce of strength I had left. Minutes crawled by, maybe 10, maybe 30. My perception had splintered into raw fear. At some point, I realized I couldn't hear the storm anymore. No rain, no wind, just dead, unnatural quiet. And then something tapped the window behind me. I gasped, spinning around. My flashlight swung wildly across the dark room and landed on the curtains. The tapping came again, light but insistent. I stepped closer, shaking uncontrollably. The tapping stopped. I hesitated, just long enough to make the worst decision I've ever made. I pulled the curtain back. Lightning illuminated the yard. The figure stood inches from the glass, eyes level with mine, smiling its wrong, stretched smile. Rain slid down its face but didn't change the expression. Its lower jaw hung slightly open, as if dislocated. Something like black mud dripped from the corners of its mouth. It lifted its hand and tapped the glass with one elongated finger. Tap, tap, tap. I screamed and stumbled backward, tripping over the bed frame and crashing onto the floor. The flashlight clattered away and rolled under the dresser. The room plunged into darkness again. I scrambled blindly to my feet, grabbed the lamp cord, and yanked the lamp off the nightstand. The bulb flickered but stayed dead. Power was still out. Then I heard the window frame strain, wood cracking, glass warping, not breaking, but bending. The house moaned under the force. Whatever it was trying to push the window inward. I heard the nails ripping from the frame. That broke something inside me. I bolted for the closet and climbed inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I curled into the corner behind the hanging coats, pulling them over me like a shield. My breath rasped in my chest. I clamped my hand over my mouth. The window finally gave way with a sickening crack. not quite shattering, but bursting inward with a dull, wet sound. Cold air washed into the room, and then the footsteps returned. Slow, deliberate, coming toward the closet. It stopped inches from the door. Silence again, for a long time. I didn't know I'd passed out until I woke hours later, stiff and freezing, my body curled in a painful knot. The closet was still dark, but faint morning light seeped through the slats of the door. I pushed the coats aside and listened. Birds, wind, normal sounds. Not the thing. The bedroom window was open when I stepped out, glass hanging crookedly, rain pooled on the floor. But there were no prints, no mud, no signs of intrusion except the warped frame. The dresser I'd pushed in front of the bedroom door, still in place. The door still locked. No sign anything had been there at all. I don't know how long I stood there before I dared to go downstairs. My hands shook so violently I could barely grip the railing. The house was empty. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for one thing. The front door was wide open. Rainwater had pooled on the entryway floor. Not fresh, but dried at the edges like it had been leaking in for hours. I didn't check the rest of the house. I didn't wait for explanations. I ran. Down the driveway, down the muddy road, all the way back to the bus stop. It took nearly an hour for a car to finally pass by, and when the driver rolled her window down, her face twisted with concern. "You all right?" she asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't tell her I wished it had been a ghost. At least ghosts don't mimic your childhood nickname in a voice that sounds like it's wearing your memories like a mask. I didn't return to the farmhouse. I called the police once I reached town, but when they searched the place, they found no signs of forced entry. No footprints, no strange tracks, nothing but a warped window frame they chalked up to storm damage. They told me my aunt and uncle had left for New York 2 days earlier. A spontaneous weekend trip. They tried calling me, they said, but couldn't reach me. I don't believe that thing came for them. It came for me. And some nights, especially when it rains, I swear I can still hear it tapping on the glass of my apartment window. Tap, 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 whispering the name I haven't heard since childhood, waiting for me to let it in. Story. The end. The rain was relentless that November night, hammering against the asphalt roads of Milltown, New Hampshire, and turning the streets into glassy, reflective rivers. Cold gusts of wind whipped through the bare trees lining the highway, rattling the car with a bone-deep chill. Lisa Carmichael gripped the steering wheel of her old sedan, eyes straining through the sheets of rain, headlights slicing narrow paths through the fog. She had stayed late at the bookstore in town, shelving returned volumes, and now faced the 2-hour drive home through the isolated back roads. The road twisted between dense woods, the trees looming like shadowy sentinels. Every mile seemed darker, heavier, as if the forest itself had grown aware of her presence. Lightning split the sky, revealing a figure ahead in the middle of the road. Lisa slammed on the brakes, tires squealing and sliding on the wet asphalt. Her stomach churned. The figure didn't move. Only when her headlights fully illuminated, did she notice the details. A man, tall, soaked through, standing unnaturally straight. His face was pale, lips pressed into a thin line, and his eyes, black as coal, stared into hers without blinking. "Hey, are you okay?" Lisa shouted, voice trembling. The man didn't answer. He moved closer, gliding across the asphalt without moving his legs normally. A shiver ran down Lisa's spine, and her instinct screamed at her to drive away. But some force, icy and irresistible, made her unlock the door. The man stepped inside silently, leaving water dripping onto the seat. Where are we going?" she asked, trying to keep calm. "Follow the road," he said, his voice low, hollow, like wind through a grave. The road narrowed, twisting through the forest. Trees leaned inward, branches scraping along the car, and shapes began to flicker at the edges of her vision. Figures, pale and thin, emerged among the trees, some children, some adults, with black eyes and mouths that stretched too wide, moving silently, always watching. Lisa's hands gripped the wheel tighter. "Faster!" she demanded. The man said nothing, eyes fixed on her. She pressed the accelerator, tires spinning, skidding across the wet road. The figures fell back but never disappeared, lingering like shadows in the fog, following her, always observing. The road finally opened into a clearing. A house appeared in the center, old and abandoned, the paint peeling, windows broken, but a dim, flickering glow came from the doorway. Lisa's chest tightened. "Stop," the man said. Her fingers tightened around the wheel. I can't. I don't know you. You chose, he said simply. Her car rolled to a stop. Mud clung to her shoes as she approached the cabin. The door swung open as if inviting her inside. The interior smelled of damp wood and decay, thick and heavy. Candles lined the walls, casting grotesque, writhing shadows. Dark symbols, painted in some wet, glistening substance, covered the floor. In the center of the room sat a woman, bound in a chair, her head hung low, body trembling unnaturally. She lifted her face slowly, revealing black voids where her eyes should have been. Her mouth stretched impossibly wide in a silent scream. The man stepped forward. We are waiting, he said. And now, so are you. Shadows along the walls writhed, stretching toward Lisa. Her legs froze, and she tried to move backward, but the floor seemed to pull at her, holding her in place. The woman in the chair tilted her head unnaturally, and the shadows swirled tighter. With a scream, Lisa broke free, bursting through the cabin door into the pouring rain. She ran blindly, slipping in mud, until she reached her car. She threw herself inside, locking the doors. When she glanced back, the cabin was gone. No shadows, no figures, only the fog and the relentless rain. Lisa drove straight home, never returning to that road. But every November, when the wind howls through the bare trees and rain slashes the streets, she swears she sees black-eyed figures in the forest. And sometimes, in the reflection of her rearview mirror, she glimpses him, the man with endless black eyes, sitting silently beside her, smiling. Story, the end. Rain came down in steady silver needles against the windows from the moment the sun disappeared behind the November cloud bank. It was the kind of rain that wasn't just wet, it was cold, metallic, and strangely loud, as if each drop came with its own tiny warning. The power had flickered twice before finally surrendering altogether at a little after 9, leaving the house steeped in a soft, humming darkness. I remember thinking how quiet everything felt without the buzz of electricity, without the usual glow of town lights filtering in from outside. Our street was lined with old, heavy sycamores whose branches sagged like tired arms over the road, and in that storm they swayed as though whispering to one another. I didn't like nights like that, never had, but that particular night felt different even before anything truly happened. It was the sort of night that made you feel watched, even when you were alone. I was home by myself. My roommate, Miles, was working a closing shift at the hospital 30 minutes away, and my girlfriend had canceled our movie night because the storm was already flooding back roads. My phone battery hovered around 20%, and the Wi-Fi was obviously down. I tried reading, but the dim light from the candle next to me warped the pages, making the letters blur whenever the flame trembled. The house, an old split level built in the 1960s, had always popped and settled loudly, but that night the noises were sharper, closer. The rain strengthened, becoming a hard, slanting sheet. Something creaked upstairs. I remember lifting my head and listening, straining, wondering if it was the wind or the house adjusting to the cold. But then it came again, slow, deliberate, a footstep. My first instinct was to call out, to ask if Miles had come home early, but the rational part of my brain argued that he would have said something as soon as he walked in the door. And I hadn't heard the door open anyway. Besides, these houses had weird acoustics. Even a branch tapping the siding sometimes sounded like it was coming from inside. So I told myself it was nothing. But after another minute or two, when the noise came again, heavier this time, undeniably the sound of human weight shifting on old boards, I felt my stomach tighten. I got up, grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer, and swept the beam across the floor. The house looked normal, shadows stretching from chair legs, reflections dancing in the window, the rainfall turning the outside world into blurred streaks. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The third sound wasn't a footstep. It was a slow drag, like someone pulling their heel across the hardwood floor with deliberate pressure. It came from directly above me, my bedroom. I felt a burn rise in my throat. There were only 2 ways upstairs: the main staircase in the living room or the back steps near the laundry room. Both would have creaked loudly if someone had used them. Still, I forced myself to move. Slowly. Cautiously. Every step felt like a dare. As I reached the bottom of the staircase, the flashlight flickered. I smacked it against my palm. It steadied, but the beam looked weaker somehow. A draft drifted down the stairs, carrying a smell I couldn't place at first. Damp cloth, old dirt, something sour and earthy. Halfway up, the sound came again. Not louder, not faster, just steady, patient. A dragging. When I reached the top, I froze. The hallway stretched to the right, my bedroom at the end, Miles's room to the left. I shined the light along the floor. Nothing. No footprints, no displaced rug, no open door beyond what was normal. But the smell was stronger. I walked toward my room, each step feeling heavier than the last. The door was half open. I never left it that way. I always closed it completely or left it fully open. That detail struck me as wrong, and somehow that minor detail scared me more than the noises. The room was dark. I swept the flashlight around. Nothing. The bed was as I left it. The closet door was shut. The window was locked. No intruder. But the smell lingered, thick and unsettling, like wet leaves that had sat too long in a ditch. I checked under the bed, despite knowing it was pointless. Nothing. Finally, I exhaled and let out a shaky laugh. I chalked it up to nerves, bad weather, imagination. Then something touched my ankle. Just the faintest brush, like fingertips. For a split second, my mind didn't accept it. But then instinct slammed into me. I jerked back so fast I stumbled, the flashlight clattering against the bed frame as I fell. I scrambled backward on my hands, kicking, panting. Nothing was there. No movement, no shape, just the sound of the rain hammering the roof. I stayed on the floor for maybe 10 seconds before grabbing the flashlight again. My pulse hammered in my neck. I swept the beam back and forth across the floor. Still nothing. Maybe it was just the blanket, I thought. Maybe I kicked something without realizing it. I forced myself up. My legs trembled. Then my phone buzzed. The sound nearly sent me through the ceiling. I pulled it out. It was Miles. "Power out at the hospital. Everything's crazy. You good?" I almost responded with something casual, something dismissive, but then another sound came from downstairs. A thump, not a footstep, more like something falling over. I typed quickly, "I think someone's in the house." Almost immediately, the read receipt appeared. Then 3 dots. Before his message came through, I heard another sound. Another thump, but heavier, closer. I gripped the phone so tightly it hurt. Miles's message popped up. "Get out. Right now." I swallowed hard. The front door was downstairs, in the dark, where the noise had come from. The rain outside hammered the windows like fists. The back door led to the yard, but there was barely any light letting out there, and the storm made everything unpredictable. I weighed my options for too long. A third thump came, this one unmistakably from the living room. I decided. I ran. Not quietly, not carefully. I barreled down the hall, down the steps, flashlight jerking wildly in my hand. The living room stretched ahead in darkness. The shadows looked deeper than they should have, as if they were pulling in the little light I carried. Something moved. Just out of the corner of my eye, to the left near the hallway that led to the kitchen. A shape, but not a person shape. Lower, wider. I didn't stop to look. I lunged for the front door, fumbling with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat. The door stuck, old wood swelling from moisture. I yanked again. It finally gave. Cold air sliced across my face as I burst outside. The rain instantly soaked through my clothes. The storm was loud and punishing, but even with all that noise, I heard the sound of something moving inside behind me. I ran to my car, slipped, slammed into the side door, and clawed at the handle. The door opened and I threw myself inside, hit the lock button repeatedly, and pulled my phone back out. 10% battery. I texted Miles, "Something is in the house. I'm in the car." He didn't respond immediately. The storm distorted everything outside. The house looked like a dark, heaving shape behind curtains of rain. I kept expecting to see something appear at a window. My phone buzzed again. "Stay in the car. I'm calling 911. I nodded to no one. My whole body was vibrating. Another message came. "Describe what you saw." I hesitated, because the longer I sat there replaying it, the less sense it made. The shape I'd seen wasn't right. It moved wrong. Too close to the floor, too slow. I typed, "Didn't look human." I instantly regretted sending that. But before I could think of anything else, the house lights flickered on, just for a second, faint but visible even through the storm, then off again. And in the brief flash, I saw something at the living room window. Not a face, not exactly. More like the suggestion of one, elongated, pressed close to the glass, watching me. My chest tightened so sharply that for a moment I couldn't breathe. I blinked, waiting for another flash of lightning to confirm what I saw, but the storm refused to cooperate. Then, there, lightning ripped across the sky. The window was empty, but something else had changed. The front door was open. Just a crack, but open. Wind and rain blew against it, rattling it like someone unseen was holding it from the inside and gently pushing it wider. I started the car. The engine sounded too loud. I put it in reverse, tires spinning on wet pavement. My headlights washed across the yard and the open front door. The shape standing behind it wasn't human. It was tall, impossibly so, its head almost brushing the top of the doorway. Its arms hung too long, hands nearly reaching the floor. Its skin was pale, stretched thin like something grown in darkness, and yet it stood completely still as if frozen, as if waiting. A sound rose in my throat, not a scream, just a raw, broken noise. I slammed the car into drive and tore down the street, hydroplaning, barely keeping control. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the gas station 3 miles away and parked under the bright canopy lights, trembling so hard I could barely hold the steering wheel. Miles called almost immediately. "Cops are on the way," he said. "Are you hurt?" "No," I said, though I barely recognized my own voice. "I don't know what I saw, but something was in the house. Something." I trailed off because saying it aloud felt like solidifying it. He was silent for a long moment. Then, "I'm coming to meet you." I waited inside the convenience store, dripping water everywhere, pacing, jumping at every creak of the automatic doors. When Miles arrived, he hugged me and kept looking over my shoulder as if expecting something to follow me inside. The police searched the house for over an hour. They found no signs of forced entry, no footprints inside, no water tracked across the floor, no broken windows, but they did find one thing. In my bedroom. The smell. That same wet, earthy smell. Stronger than before, like something had been hiding in there. Behind the dresser, the officers found long scratch marks carved down the wall. Not claw marks, at least not like from an animal, more like fingernails. Long ones. And they were deep. No one could explain it. I didn't go back inside that night. I stayed at Miles's place. For hours after, every time headlights passed the window or rain hit the glass, I jerked awake, certain that whatever I saw had followed me. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, when the storm finally cleared and the sun came out weak and thin through the remaining clouds, we returned to the house. Everything looked normal in the daylight. Safe, harmless. But then we noticed something in the mud just off the porch. A footprint. But not a human one. Long, narrow, toed in ways that made no sense. And the stride was huge, far larger than any person could manage. The police took pictures and samples but offered no explanation. I haven't slept in my bedroom since. Every November since then, on nights when the rain falls in that same steady, cold rhythm, I swear I hear something in the house again. Not loud, not obvious, just a slow, steady drag upstairs, like something that wasn't meant to be seen, something that still remembers me, something that's waiting for another rainy night. Story the end.